At 7 years old, Vodike entered his first major competition. His archery skills were superb, hitting the bullseye every time. However, in his grandfather's eyes, such talent was nothing special. His grandfather taught Vodike the archer's art, holding his bow and arrow with a dignified air. He nocked 3 arrows, preparing to shoot. He turned and shot the arrow skyward, the force so powerful it created a rush of air around him. The arrows whistled as they curved around a tall tree. Thump thump thump. The arrows struck the birds in the sky. The most important thing in cultivating marksmanship is overcoming the influence of the wind. A true master must be able to pierce a piece of wood even in strong winds. However, just as he confidently prepared for a test shot, his grandfather walked up to the piece of wood, raised his hand towards the sky, and told him to shoot. He was surprised and scared, his head covered in sweat. One slight deviation and his grandfather would lose his life. So he shouted, telling his grandfather to move. He hesitated, lowering his bow and arrow. Seeing this, his grandfather immediately scolded him. He said, "If you don't even have this much confidence, how can you inherit my skills?" Calculating wind direction and overcoming psychological obstacles is indeed difficult for a novice like Vodike. In the end, under the dual pressure, he chose to give up. His grandfather looked at him, sighed, and said nothing more. Strong self-confidence is a prerequisite for becoming a powerful warrior. 4 days later, Vodike was at the foot of the mountain, caring for an injured bird. This is a brave and loyal bird of prey. Once it recognizes its master, it will be loyal until death. He named it Tuan, hoping that with Tuan's help, his training would be more effective. So Vodike began to prepare medicine. He just needed to apply the mixture of grass and soil to Tuan's wounds. After a few days of care, Little Eagle finally returned to the sky. The champion gave it a better name, Iron Wing, because when he found it, its whole body was covered in wounds. By now, he had completely mastered archery. His grandfather led him to an open space, saying he wanted to teach him a movement technique called wolf step. It's a movement technique based on the agility of wolves. It can increase movement speed and allow for free-flowing movement. But Vodike looked perplexed. His grandfather seemed to him like a butterfly flitting erratically. Seeing this, his grandfather angrily scolded, "You unfilial brat, watch carefully." Just then, the ground suddenly shook violently. His grandfather moved like lightning, arriving beside Vodike in the blink of an eye. His grandfather's powerful pressure rooted Vodike to the spot. He was so frightened he froze. "What scared you so badly you wet yourself?" His grandfather said, slightly disappointed, "If something like this scares you stiff, you'll never amount to anything." Then he continued slowly. Langbu isn't just a wolf's movement, it's a wolf's aura. When a wolf pounces, it emits a powerful aura that paralyzes its prey. Then, Grandpa quickly made a move. "Just like when you were suppressed by my aura. If this were a real fight, you would have been dead a long time ago." Then he asked the boy how far he was from his original position. After thinking for a moment, the boy said, "About the actual distance." As soon as he finished speaking, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Grandpa once participated in actual combat in Hawaii. For a master archer, the most important function of the wolf step is to maintain distance from the enemy. You must carve your footsteps deep into the earth. Saying this, Grandfather used the wolf step, leaving claw-like footprints on the ground. "Practice by following my footprints." From then on, Woody practiced day and night. In just 7 days, he had completely mastered the footwork. But that speed still earned him a scolding from Grandfather. 7 days to learn something this simple? You're wasting my time. But inwardly, he was brimming with pride. Even so-called prodigies needed 2 months to master this, and he'd done it in 7 days. After several months of training, his power surged. But to become truly strong, one needs unwavering courage and exceptional skill. So, his grandfather took him to a mountain and threw him inside. The moment the door slammed shut, a ferocious wolf with glowing red eyes lunged at him. The boy was deliberately abandoned by his grandfather and left to face a ferocious wolf in a life-or-death struggle. No matter how he knocked on the door, it was useless. His grandfather stood outside, his face cold. "Boy, the rest is up to you." The boy could only dodge the ferocious wolf's attacks. He knew that if this continued, he would surely die. He had to find a way to subdue the wolf. At that moment, the wolf leaped into the air. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. Just as the wolf was about to claw his shoulder, he used all his strength to strike the wolf's head. A loud crack rang out. The wolf fell to the ground and rolled away. Vodike was badly injured and bleeding profusely, but he was overjoyed at his victory. For the next few days, food was thrown down from the window. But each time, he could only watch as the wolf snatched the food. For days passed like this. In despair, he could only watch the raindrops fall. He realized that to survive, he had to be faster than the wolf. So he started thinking about the wolf steps his grandfather had taught him, finding a way to apply them in combat. Soon, he mastered them. He could keep his distance from the wolf instantly. From then on, the wolf could only watch him eat. He ate happily and heartily. He tied the wolf up with blades of grass, with joy and exhilaration. At this moment, his grandfather arrived. The boy was clearly unhappy with his grandfather's methods. But his grandfather seriously told him that this was just the beginning. Right now, you've only grasped the basics of the wolf step. The essence of the wolf step lies in honing your killer instinct while fighting wolves. With a swift, significant change in demeanor, he handed Invincible a short knife. He told him he would face a trial. But this time, not against one wolf, but a whole pack. Over the next 100 days, the number of wolves increased daily. Moreover, his grandfather would no longer provide him with food, he had to find his own way to survive. Until he killed all the wolves, and they would become his food. 4 days later, Vodike stared at the wolves with sharp eyes. Of course, the 4 wolves still had no interest in confronting him. But finally, under the immense pressure of survival, they targeted the weakest among them. They even ruthlessly tore their prey apart. Witnessing this, Vodike understood nature's harsh law of survival. The faint glimmer of hope remaining in his eyes flickered and died. He roared and charged at the pack of ferocious wolves. A wolf immediately lunged at him. But Vodike didn't hesitate. He drew his dagger and, quick as lightning, plunged it into the wolf's chest. The wolf yelped miserably and died. Vodike's eyes, cold and sharp, fixed on the 2 remaining wolves, his killing intent palpable. Come on, if you want to die. Fearful, the 2 remaining wolves backed away and fled. Vodike turned, sliced off a piece of wolf meat, and put it in his mouth. The pungent smell of blood made him nauseous. But to survive, he had no other choice. In the following days, Vodike continuously fought with the wolf pack, struggling to survive. His wolf hunting skills became increasingly refined. As time passed, the murderous aura around him intensified. Covered in wolf blood, he looked like a demon from hell. The young man was surrounded by wolf blood. Every day, I have to fight for my life against a pack of ferocious wolves. Wolf meat is my only source of sustenance. If I want to survive and escape this place, I have to eliminate the entire pack within 100 days. Woody's body is covered in bite wounds from the wolves. But he has never given up his will to survive. With extraordinary willpower, he defeats the wolves one by one. This blood-soaked existence has dragged on for 3 months. Having experienced countless battles, Woody's killing intent has grown even stronger. Only 2 wolves remained. Under Vodike's terrifying presence, they seemed to have lost all will to fight. Vodike's eyes were cold and sharp. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the 2 wolves like a bullet. An explosion rang out, followed by a mournful howl, and the last of the wolves were finally eliminated. This meant the training session was complete. Just then, his grandfather opened the door and entered. Although Vodike was a bit tired, the killing intent radiating from him made it impossible to approach. His grandfather, eyes brimming with tears, said, "My son, you've finally done it." Vodike stepped out of the cave, gazing at the familiar sky he hadn't seen in a long time. Iron Wing, soaring in the air, cried out joyfully upon seeing its master. Vodike raised his hand, beckoning it to come closer. But halfway there, Iron Wing turned and fled, seemingly sensing a terrifying aura emanating from him. As Vodike stood there, puzzled, his grandfather explained, "The killing intent around you is too strong, it's frightening Iron Wing." After 4 days of recuperation, Vodike's wounds were almost fully healed. But his grandfather didn't allow him much rest, immediately starting him on a training regimen to control his killing intent. He was thrown into the glacial cave by his grandfather again. A bone-chilling cold instantly surged through his body, and he felt as if his bones were about to freeze solid. Just when he could bear it no longer, his grandfather shouted from outside, "Quickly circulate the Heart Sutra, control the flow of your inner strength." Hearing this, Vodike had a flash of inspiration. The Heart Sutra was created by the 6th patriarch of the Zen sect, Grandmaster Hu Kong. I can quickly increase my internal strength just by using breathing techniques. When I circulated the Heart Sutra, the coldness instantly disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented comfort spreading throughout my body. In the following period, I continuously circulated the Heart Sutra, constantly breaking through my limits. A few days later, a powerful aura emanated from the icy cave. Countless lightning bolts converged above my head, constantly striking down. Grandfather, seeing this, was both worried and overjoyed. Suddenly, a blinding golden light appeared, and an extremely powerful aura erupted from Vodike. The Martial Emperor realm. In my entire life, I could never reach this realm. Grandfather was deeply moved. My ancestors bless me. This unworthy disciple has finally reached such a realm. I can die without regrets. Grandfather's training ends here. Because at this level, he has nothing more to teach. At this moment, Ironwing flew over. Woody raised his hand and beckoned it. Now, he could freely control his killing intent, and Ironwing was no longer afraid. 5 years passed by like an arrow. Through relentless training, Vodike has mastered the techniques passed down by his grandfather, especially his tracking skills, which have reached a supernatural level. But his grandfather said this was only the foundation. Vodike disagreed. "Now that I can combine my power with the wolves, even martial arts masters are no match for me." His grandfather said sternly, "Unifying one's chi to form a sword is the highest realm of swordsmanship. The invisible sword is the pinnacle of the sword." Vodike looked puzzled. "I don't understand." "You're not being clear." "Then show me." But his grandfather waved his hand, saying he had suffered a severe injury and could no longer demonstrate it. Tomorrow, go to the Ancestral Hall. There you will find the secrets of the limitless divine skill and the shadow sword left by our ancestors. To master these ultimate techniques, Vodike sneaked into the family's ancestral hall. Before him were 3 sword manuals, and on the ground lay an old wooden sword. Beside it were an iron bow and a family genealogy book. This made Vodike, who was practicing archery, extremely excited. But immediately after, he revealed a look of astonishment. This steel bow weighs 200 pounds. Let alone practicing archery, even lifting it is difficult. He sat down and carefully observed. He discovered that the 3 illustrated sword manuals were the divine shadow sword created by his 14th generation ancestor. Although it only has 3 moves, it is one of the most powerful sword techniques in the martial arts world. Every powerful martial art has a weakness, which is that when used, the internal energy consumption also doubles. Therefore, his ancestor also created the limitless divine technique, which can rapidly increase internal energy through breathing techniques. Vodike couldn't help but admire his ancestor's ingenuity. Flipping further, he discovered something unexpected. It was his 16th generation ancestor, the creator of one chi transformed sword. He had immersed himself in swordsmanship his entire life, cultivating the techniques of his 14th generation ancestor, but still hadn't reached the highest realm. Finally, he fused swordsmanship into sword intent, creating the ultimate technique, one chi transformed sword. After reading, Vodike suddenly realized, so, the foundation of one chi transformed sword is divine shadow sword. If he mastered both of these martial arts, wouldn't he be able to both kill with a single strike and transform into all things with a single sword? So Vodike began painstakingly studying the limitless divine skill, using the mental scriptures his grandfather had taught him as a foundation. Within 10 short days, his cultivation level had multiplied. The 200-pound iron block in his hand became as light as a feather. He came before the sword technique painting once more, momentarily unsure where to begin. Having never practiced swordsmanship, he didn't know what to do. So he used a small knife as a weapon, facing the painting and imitating the depicted moves. Just as he finished executing a move, suddenly, he felt a burst of sword energy shoot out from the first painting. This unexpected scene startled him, and he hurriedly rolled to dodge the sword energy. After regaining his balance, he was still reeling. What on earth was going on? He faced the painting again, carefully observing it. Without hesitation, he once again executed his moves as swiftly as the wind. While dodging, he let out a small cry, a vague suspicion forming in his mind. Next, his target shifted to the second painting. Whoosh! This time, the sword energy was noticeably faster. Although Invincible was prepared, he was still hit. After a series of tests, he finally confirmed his thoughts. The first painting represented the power of the sword technique, the second, its speed. So, he shifted his focus to the third painting. As his movements synchronized with the painting, a sharp sword beam suddenly appeared. The sword energy surged forward with a whistling sound and ferocious power. It was a combination of the previous 2 techniques, a powerful impact that Invincible found somewhat difficult to withstand. The 2 forces clashed for what seemed like an eternity before the sword auras finally dissipated. Just the sword intent hidden within the painting was this powerful. If cultivated to its peak, its might would be enough to shatter the heavens. From that day forward, Vodike began to train day and night. He practiced each technique tens of thousands of times before stopping. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Vodike had undergone an astonishing transformation. Only a swish could be heard. My sword can split mountains and shatter stone. He knew it was time to leave. His aura suddenly exploded, inner strength and swordsmanship converging at the tip of his blade. With a resounding boom, the entire wooden house shook violently. He then carved 3 small characters on the door of his ancestral home as a farewell. Shouldering a 200-pound iron block, he left this place, his path to becoming a powerful warrior officially beginning. The young man, striving to master an ultimate technique, swung his sword 10,000 times every day. 1,000 swords drawn. At the age of 15, I mastered the most powerful cultivation technique passed down by my 14th generation ancestor, the infinite divine art. In just 10 days, my power increased by 30 years' worth. At 17, I took over as the new head of the divine shadow sword sect and restored its former glory. Finally, I integrated swordsmanship into the Tao, reaching the realm of intent transformed into sword. From then on, I could use my sword to both subdue enemies and save lives. I had planned to live a carefree life of chivalry and righteousness. But then my grandfather told me he had arranged a marriage for me when I was 4. I gave him a token to use as proof of identity for a future meeting. This is the token that will make you the Tang family's son-in-law. Your wife has the other half. Then, he took out a Buddhist scripture and told him to return it to the Shaolin temple when he passed by. The scene changes to a group of fierce men surrounding and attacking a young man. In a critical moment, an arrow suddenly whizzed through the air, piercing the heart of one of the attackers. The one who made the move was Woody, who had just come down from the mountain. Seeing that he was alone and dared to intervene, they drew their weapons without a word and charged to surround and attack him. But how could these thugs be a match for Woody? His hands moved swiftly, firing 10 arrows in the blink of an eye. However, Woody didn't want to take their lives. So he aimed only at non-vital areas, incapacitating them. After everyone was subdued, the rescued youth hastily thanked Woody, explaining that they were all Jurchen and that there had been frequent disputes between the tribes recently. Hearing this, Woody, not wanting to get involved, asked for directions to the Shaolin Temple and the Tang family. The youth smiled and replied, the Shaolin Temple is located in the Central Plains, and the Tang family is in the southwest of the Central Plains. It will take at least 5 or 6 months to get there. Hearing this, Woody cursed his grandfather 1,000 times in his heart. Before I left, my grandfather said it would only take a month's journey. The young man invited him to his tribe, offering to prepare some food and shelter. Soon, the two arrived at the Bonefish tribe by the ferry crossing. Bonefish welcomed them warmly and arranged for a servant to attend to Woody. 2 days quickly passed, and Woody learned from the servant that the current era in the Central Plains was the Ming dynasty. At this moment, Bonefish approached with a serious expression, informing Woody that the army of the United Mouth tribe had arrived 20 miles away and was about to attack his tribe. The purpose of his visit was to inform Woody of this. Watching Bonefish's retreating figure, Invincible asked his servant about the situation with the United Mouth tribe. The servant said that the United Mouth tribe's strength was 3 times that of their own. Hearing this, a worried look flashed in Invincible's eyes. It seems they've been underestimated. The east wind blew fiercely. The war horn sounded. The two tribes began a fierce battle. The United Mouth tribe, already superior in numbers, began to inflict increasing casualties on Bonefish's tribe. Invincible stood on high ground, looking down at the brutal battlefield. I immediately ordered the servants to gather some branches and used my small knife to carve them into wooden arrows. There was no need for much explanation, as I didn't want to cause too many casualties. I did this only to protect the Bonefish tribe. Alone, I was like a giant porcupine, countless wooden arrows raining down. The Confluence tribe members were immediately struck by arrows and fell in droves. The Bonefish tribe seized the opportunity and pressed their attack, routing the enemy. The chief of the Confluence tribe was astonished. I never expected such a skilled swordsman. He immediately ordered his subordinates to sound the retreat. Finally, the Bonefish tribe won the battle. The chief returned, cheered by the entire tribe. Bonefish happily ran to Invincible, bowing in the tribe's highest form of respect, and invited him to his father's victory feast. Invincible wasn't interested, and politely declined Bonefish's invitation. But when he returned to his home, he found it engulfed in flames. The Bonefish tribe was slaughtering the remaining survivors of the Halberd tribe. Seeing this, Invincible's fury ignited. They had already won, why were they still slaughtering them? Immediately afterward, his face grim, he went straight to the Bonefish chief's feast. The chief gave a bright smile, looking at Chi with a bewildered expression. Invincible, unwilling to waste words, directly pleaded with him to spare the servants. The chief laughed loudly, talented at a young age, but your heart is still naive. Invincible, without a word, pleaded once more. Suddenly, a burly man roared angrily, who the hell do you think you are? You don't get to interfere here. With that, he drew a large blade and lunged towards Invincible. Invincible's face darkened, his killing intent soaring. One of his followers tried to intervene, but was blocked by another figure. The ensuing chaos left him in despair, unsure of what to do. The Jianghu is a place where human life is as cheap as dirt. He drew his sword, rage etched on his face. In the blink of an eye, a figure flashed. Immediately, Vo Dike raised his hand, a crimson killing intent shot out, slicing the large man in two. Then, the killing intent hidden within his body completely erupted. In his rage, he was like a ferocious beast. The violent killing intent swept through the surroundings, shattering everything. Just as he was about to unleash a massacre, Kodu suddenly fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness. He couldn't change Kodu's mind, but he also didn't want to lose his friend, Vo Dike. The killing intent in Invincible's eyes gradually faded. I won't forget you, brother. And thank you to your father for showing me the true nature of the Jianghu. Guyu walked alone, heading north. A young man carrying a fierce tiger appeared, attracting a crowd of enthusiastic onlookers. He began to shout loudly, trying to sell the tiger. This attracted the attention of many people. Finally, an old man paid 200 taels of silver and bought the tiger. Vo Dike was surprised that the tiger he'd caught fetched such a high price. With the money, he went to the most famous restaurant in the capital. He experienced the bustling life of the capital city. Not forgetting the purpose of his trip, he asked a waiter how to get to the Shaolin Temple. The waiter told him the road to Zhongzhou was long and dangerous. He advised Vo Dike to join an escort team for the journey, as having company would be much safer on the road from the capital to the southern outskirts, and then on to Zhongzhou. Vo Dike joined the 1,000 Li escort agency, heading for Shaolin. As they passed Mount Huka, everyone was on high alert. This place is treacherous, bandits frequently appear. The leader didn't hide anything. I sense at least 5 bandits lying in ambush about 20 yards away. At this moment, the escort party was suddenly ambushed. A group of bandits, wielding sharp weapons, charged towards them. The guards drew their swords to fight back. The bandits roared with laughter. I opened this mountain, I made this road, if you want to pass, you have to pay a toll. Without further ado, the two sides immediately clashed. But the bandits greatly outnumbered the escort. Moreover, their fighting skills were also superior, and the escort was driven back, suffering heavy casualties. Vodike felt utterly helpless. This situation was only delaying his journey. So, he jumped onto the roof of the vehicle and surveyed the scene. He didn't hesitate in the face of the bandits. Seeing the situation, he immediately dashed towards them. The bandits' screams echoed repeatedly. A startling scene made the chieftain jump, involuntarily looking towards Vodike. The chieftain naturally didn't miss this opportunity. Amidst the chaos, an arrow struck the chieftain. Seeing their leader injured, the bandits scattered in all directions. The leader looked at his wounded comrades. He then approached Woody, thanking him for saving his life. Tian Li, the escort leader, asked Woody to be his deputy. Woody flatly refused, saying he preferred freedom. After a short rest, the escort continued their journey. After a long journey, they finally arrived at Taihe City, Zhengzhou. Woody told the leader that he needed to go to the Shaolin Temple. "And I'll be back soon." The captain happily agreed to wait for him. Immediately after, Vodike sped like the wind towards Shaolin. All martial arts under heaven originate from Shaolin. Vodike gazed at the ancient temple, awestruck by the millennia-long existence of this sacred place. But as soon as he entered the temple, two presiding monks stopped him, and told him that this matter wasn't within their jurisdiction. Vodike said he came to return the Heart Sutra. The two presiding monks led him to the abbot. Upon learning that Woody had come to return the Heart Sutra, the abbot was overjoyed. The Heart Sutra, lost for 50 years, has been found. This is truly auspicious. Immediately, the abbot ordered the fifth elder to inform the other elders. Hearing this, Woody thought to himself, "This isn't good. My grandfather said he borrowed it. This old man has ruined everything." The abbot summoned the elders for a meeting. Woody was extremely worried. If they knew the Heart Sutra belonged to his grandfather, he feared he wouldn't be able to leave Shaolin. Therefore, he had no choice but to take out the Heart Sutra. And lied, saying he'd stumbled upon it somewhere else. Everyone, upon hearing this, bowed in thanks to Buddha. Just then, an elderly monk approached. Learning the Heart Sutra had been recovered, he too was overjoyed. Vodike sensed an incredibly powerful aura emanating from him. Finally, the elderly monk made an excuse to speak with Vodike privately. Suddenly, the elderly monk's gaze sharpened. "Vodike, who are you?" Vodike thought to himself, so he knew all along. He dropped the act. "I am invincible." The old monk said, "I know your grandfather escaped from the Shang-Fa Hall years ago, evading my pursuit." Before escaping, he vowed to reclaim the Prajnaparamita Sutra. Invincible immediately recalled the magical weapon his grandfather used. Just then, a Wu Zhang arrived before them. The old monk introduced him to Invincible. His name is Mu, the protector of the next generation of Shaolin. He added that Mu's arrogance has stagnated his martial arts progress. He hoped Invincible could defeat him and teach him a lesson. Hearing this, Vodike understood. The title of Shaolin's divine guardian reminded him of mythical legends. Legend has it that Shaolin has an invincible army, the 108 Arhats. This formation, coordinated by 108 squad leaders, intertwines punches and kicks, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the feigned. 400 years ago, the demon lord unified the demonic cult and invaded the Central Plains. Even the martial arts experts of that time couldn't stop him. But such a powerful expert was ultimately defeated by the 108 Arhats, unable even to touch them. From then on, the reputation of the 108 Arhats spread throughout the world. Until 40 years ago, a man was born. He single-handedly defeated 4 great masters of the demonic cult. For the next 3 years, he traveled throughout the Central Plains, eliminating all the demonic cult masters. For the past 500 years, no one has ever defeated him in battle. He became the terror of the demonic cult, known as 8 Heavenly Blades Guiyang. Afterward, he founded the Supremacy Cult with his trusted followers. And to unify the martial arts world of the Central Plains, he declared war on the Shaolin Temple. His main target was the Hall of 108 Arhats, aiming to break their undefeated record. Just as he declared his intention to rule the Central Plains martial arts world, the Shaolin's divine guardian suddenly appeared. He used the demonic club fist technique with supernatural skill. He defeated Mu in just 3 moves. And also taught Mu the lesson that there's always someone better, a sky beyond the sky. That guardian deity from back then turned out to be this frail old monk. Now old and frail, he's preparing to pass the title of guardian deity to his disciple, Mu. Unexpectedly, despite Mu's high aptitude, his arrogance has stagnated his martial arts progress. The old monk hopes Vodike can defeat Mu and correct his conceited nature. After hearing this, Vodike hesitated. Wouldn't he be inviting trouble if he fought too seriously? The old monk suddenly revealed a sinister expression. "If you don't obey, I'll tell the abbot about you stealing your grandfather's Heart Sutra." Invincible, exasperated, this old monk is as cunning as my grandfather. Finally, he had to agree. Mu, with an incredulous look, "No one has ever been able to withstand 3 of my moves." Invincible thought he could just use one move and quickly end the match. Unexpectedly, Mumu used his ultimate technique, 5-element fist, right from the start. The surprise attack startled Invincible. Then, a flurry of fists, like a barrage of bombs and bullets, rained down on Invincible. The entire Shaolin temple trembled violently. As Mumu gradually weakened, Woody didn't attack too fiercely, only needing to defeat him. The old monk nodded in approval of Woody. Mumu collapsed to the ground. A cold killing intent surged within Woody. Did you bring this upon yourself? Immediately afterward, he took out his hairpin. His aura began to skyrocket. Today, you will pay the price. In the blink of an eye, Woody moved in front of Mumu with speed imperceptible to the naked eye. A fist struck Mumu's chest. This punch sent Mumu flying. Mumu was completely stunned. He'd never seen such speed. He immediately took a defensive stance. But against Vodike's lightning-fast speed, he found it difficult to react. Suddenly, Mumu changed his tactics, throwing a punch towards Vodike. Fortunately, Vodike dodged it, suffering only a torn piece of clothing. Mumu launched a long-range attack, and Vodike no longer held back. Mumu's boxing technique was formidable, but he was no match for him. In the blink of an eye, Vodike landed a punch, striking Mumu's chest. Just as Vodike prepared to strike again, the old monk intervened, signaling them to stop. With a stern expression, he said to Mumu, "Do you understand the saying, there's always someone better now?" Mumu said he still had another ultimate move. The old monk saw through his thoughts with a glance. The Makan fist technique? You haven't mastered that technique yet. Even if you had, you wouldn't be a match for Vodike. He could tell Vodike hadn't used his full strength. Vodike said he still had a sword technique called Shadow God. So, he took the old monk's staff and demonstrated it for them. The first and 30th forms of the Shadow God sword technique, filled with murderous aura. Intentionally, within this sacred Buddhist ground, he directly performed the 25th form. After the demonstration, the old monk was utterly astonished, never expecting such exquisite swordsmanship to exist. Mumu, beside him, understood nothing. With his level, he couldn't grasp its profundity at all. Late into the night, Vodike bid farewell to the two. At this time, at the foot of Shaolin Mountain, 3 people were fleeing. One of them is critically injured, fighting for their life. This man is Gu Yang, who eradicated many demonic cult experts 40 years ago. He was once the leader of the demonic cult. For 3 consecutive years, he traveled throughout the Central Plains. He killed countless demonic cult experts. Afterward, he established the Supremacy sect to reform the demonic cult. He signed a 50-year peace treaty with the Central Plains. But now, in his old age, he has been betrayed by his own disciple, driving him like a mad dog towards Shaolin. After relentless pursuit, only 2 trusted followers remained by his side. Just as they saw a glimmer of hope nearing Shaolin, suddenly, footsteps echoed, blocking their path. The newcomer was Ba Tianjiao, leader of the Blood Shadow Corps. This sight left the 3 of them breathless with rage. Even the Blood Shadow Corps he had cultivated had betrayed him. Gu Yang knew that in their current state, they were no match for the Blood Shadow Corps. Quickly take the princess to Shaolin, I'll hold him off. Gu Yang, determined to fight to the death, charged towards the Blood Shadow clan. Seeing his comrades die, his heart was breaking, but his urgent task was to protect the princess. He immediately carried Gu Yang and ran towards the mountains. As they fled, at dawn, they stumbled upon Vodike who was resting. Seeing Vodike, Gu Yang felt a surge of hope. He kindly warned him to leave quickly, because the Blood Shadow clan will kill everyone they encounter. The reluctant champion sighed, "Why do I always attract trouble?" The leader of the Blood Shadow group was Lin Kung. Gu Yang roared, "Damn it!" He was so close to rescuing the princess. Knowing there was no escape, he placed Gu Yang at the base of a tree, prepared to fight to the death. He said coldly to Zhang Dao, "This young man has nothing to do with this. I hope you can spare him." Zhang Dao sneered. The moment he saw us, his fate was sealed. The reluctant champion overheard their conversation and hesitated. This guy isn't so bad. I wonder if I should save him. Unexpectedly, Gu Yang struck first, his aura exploding as he channeled his power. In his hand, internal energy condensed into a blinding light. This was his strongest technique, wind dust, carrying the momentum of a death blow, aimed directly at Zhang Dao's head. Zhang Dao's expression was grim, prepared to fight to the death. In an instant, his own aura erupted, blood shadow blade chi filling the sky. In the blink of an eye, the blade flashed past Gu Yang. Gu Yang blocked with his sword. He crumpled to his knees beside Gu Yang. "Forgive me, princess. I will go first." With that, he collapsed and died. Gu Yang closed her eyes in pain, waiting for the impending death. Zhang Dao shouted, "Princess, I'm sorry, but I'll send you on your way." Standing beside them, Vodike finally understood the situation. These dogs were afraid. In his view, all traitors deserved to die. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted, startling Pang Dao. He couldn't believe the kid in front of him possessed such powerful internal energy. With a whoosh, Invincible's invisible sword energy suddenly erupted. The speed was too fast, Pang Dao couldn't dodge in time. A sword pierced Pang Dao's heart. Seeing the alliance crumble, the members of the Blood Shadow group scattered and fled. Invincible showed no mercy, attacking continuously. His immense internal energy completely annihilated the remaining members of the Blood Shadow Group. In the blink of an eye, the Blood Shadow Group suffered heavy casualties. The sight before Pang Dao's eyes horrified him. When did such a formidable figure appear in the martial arts world? He thought Gu Yanghong's injuries wouldn't last much longer. He hurriedly led his remaining subordinates and fled. Afterwards, Wu Di began to examine Gu Yanghong's wounds. He discovered that his injuries were too severe, his life hung by a thread. At this moment, a weakened Gu Yanghong pleaded with Wu Di to go to Shaolin and request some special medicine, leaving his life or death in the hands of fate. Wu Di was silent for a moment, but finally decided to save him. His figure vanished like the wind. Such speed astonished Gu Yanghong. This time, Wu Di's strength had probably reached the realm of a supreme master. Inside the Shaolin temple, a dark figure silently slipped through layers of guards. Wu Di found the old monk and explained his request. The compassionate old monk agreed. He immediately ordered his disciples to fetch the life-saving elixir. Soon after, Wu Di returned to Gu Yanghong's side. He gave the elixir he obtained to Gu Yanghong. Seeing this, Gu Yanghong's face was filled with shock. The Shaolin Four Saints miracle medicine, and this kid obtained it so easily? This is the Great Rejuvenation Pill. Legend has it that it has the effect of bringing the dead back to life, replenishing vital energy, and even increasing one's power. After taking it, the critically injured Gu Yanghong immediately felt as though he had been given a new lease on life. Afterwards, Wu Di took him back to the escort agency to recuperate and treat his injuries. Meanwhile, Pang Dao returned to the Hegemony Palace to report Gu Yanghong's situation to the new gang leader. The new gang leader was a disciple trained by Gu Yanghong. Upon hearing that his master was still alive, he simply chuckled. That old man's power has waned. He's not worth my concern. Spread the word that he's dead, and the demonic sex forces he controlled will be entirely mine. Once the entire martial world is in chaos, I, Batian Kung, will unify the Central Plains. Not long after, news of Gu Yanghong's death spread throughout the Jianghu. Meanwhile, on the northern border, a tens of thousands strong army marched towards the Central Plains. They were the demonic sex soldiers once sheltered by Gu Yanghong, now grown powerful. Each one chanted slogans, vowing to raise the Central Plains to avenge their benefactor. Their overwhelming momentum shook the entire Jianghu. The 9 great sects and the Shaolin Temple were discussing countermeasures. The abbot raised a question. The Supreme Heaven Palace is on the southern border, so why did Gu Yanghong die in Songshan, thousands of miles away? Gu Yanghong was devoting all his efforts to suppressing the demonic cult. If he is truly dead, the demonic cult will certainly use the pretext of revenge to conquer the Central Plains martial arts world. But what's puzzling is that the demonic cult hasn't attacked the Supreme Heaven Palace. There are only 2 possibilities, either they are plotting something, or there's internal strife within their ranks. The Manhwa sect leader, Immortal Xian Yang, suggested, if the demonic cult attacks, their first target will be the Southern Palace clan, one of the 5 great clans of the South. We must act quickly, send reinforcements, and join the other great sects to form the Martial Arts Alliance to fight against the demonic cult. This proposal was approved by the sect leaders. The abbot immediately sent out a message to summon the leader of the martial arts world. I believe it will quickly reach the 5 great clans. The wind is rising, the clouds are gathering, the martial world is in turmoil. The Hong clan and the Huangfu clan led the troops to reinforce the Nangong clan. Meanwhile, the smaller clans in the south were being attacked one after another by the legions of the Overlord Heaven Palace. They either submit to the Batian Palace or face certain death. In just 10 days, the Batian Palace has swallowed up all the major and minor forces in the Jiangnan region, except for the Nangong clan. The members of the Batian Palace are ecstatic. Their alliance with the demonic sect has allowed them to proceed unhindered. This is because the Blood Shadow Squad was dispatched to ambush the surrounding southern forces. Ultimately, this allowed them to easily conquer the entire southern region. Elsewhere, the 5 great clans have gathered at the Nangong estate, their patriarchs wearing grave expressions. The Nangong patriarch speaks solemnly. The demonic sect has advanced into Jiangnan. Before they can consolidate their forces, we must use ambush tactics to whittle down their numbers. The Zhuge patriarch proposed that each family form an elite squad to ambush the demonic cult's advancing forces. Meanwhile, at the escort bureau, Wu Di slammed his fist on the table in anger. Due to the unstable situation in the south, the bureau had cancelled his trip to Thuyan Sun. This was a huge blow to him, as he was anxious to find his wife. With no other choice, he bid farewell to everyone at the escort bureau and set off on his own. Gu Yanghong suggested he go to Shaolin. The Tang family of Thuyan Sun and the Nangwang family are both prominent families. Now that the Nangwang family is in trouble, the Tang family will definitely send reinforcements. Your fiancé might be among them. The Martial Forest Alliance will also send disciples to the Nangong family. You can go with them. Hearing this, Wu Di's heart stirred. Immediately after, the two went to Shaolin. The old monk was extremely surprised to see Gu Yanghong still alive. He learned that the disciples' strength in the temple now far surpassed his own. Furthermore, they also followed the principle of by any means necessary, hoping to contribute their meager strength in this battle. The next day, under the abbot's summons, disciples from the 9 major sects gathered and went to the Nangong family. It is said that this time, the north and south will converge, a clash of dragons and tigers. Disciples from the 9 great sects have gathered. Together, they're heading to the Nangong clan to resist the demonic cult's invasion. On the way, Wudi suddenly heard a familiar voice. He looked up and saw Tieshue, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Wudi assumed Tieshue, bored on the mountain, had followed them. He was about to call out to him when he noticed Tieshue staring ahead with a shocked expression. Wudi realized something must have happened up ahead. He immediately ordered everyone to stop. Then I ran forward with everyone. The sight before us horrified everyone. Countless boulders floated on the surface of the water ahead. Surely the remnants of the battle between the Nangong clan and the demonic cult. Could it be that the Nangong clan has fallen? Scene change, the demonic cult encamped on the banks of the Yangtze River. The demonic cult's higher-ups were discussing their next plan. Great Elder Ba Tiangong, Li Shixian, frowned at this moment. The commando unit formed by the 5 great families has cost us hundreds of elite soldiers. If this continues, I fear it will affect the army's morale. Ghost official, the demonic sect's strategist, Yan Wang, didn't expect them to use ambush tactics. He proposed attacking the Nangong family tonight, but first, we must eliminate their ambush squad. Yan Wang pondered for a moment and then voiced his opinion. They favor ambush tactics. So we will exploit this and lure them into our own ambush. Ghost official warned, we must be careful. According to intelligence, a powerful internal force has appeared around the Nangong family. It's highly likely that the Zhuge family is stationed there. They are experts in formations, making a direct attack difficult. Hearing this, Ni Yamvong devised a plan to break the formation. A sinister idea sprang to his mind. He immediately ordered his subordinates to bring him a chest. It was filled with explosives. With these, he was certain he could level the Zhuge family's camp in no time. Scene change, a demonic cult squad was advancing towards headquarters. They had to reach headquarters before attacking the Nangong family. Suddenly, several explosions rang out ahead. Several hidden weapons pierced through the demonic sect members. Figures emerged from the shadows. The newcomer was Nangong Jing, the young master of the Nangong clan. The ambush squad he led had arrived for another attack. Without a word, both sides clashed. Huang Fujin, the top expert of the Huangfu clan, unleashed a palm strike. His overbearing internal energy condensed, emitting a dazzling light. The ferocious palm force sent several demonic sect members flying. One hand, the demonic sect captain, sensed the unfavorable situation. The ambush squad's strength was clearly superior. He immediately ordered his subordinates to break through to the left. But the 5 great clans seemed to have been prepared. Li Dao's cold voice echoed as his figure flashed, cutting down several demonic cult members. The newcomer was the Huangfu clan's precious daughter, Huang Fuyin. At the same time, the 2 Hung brothers also arrived. They were like tigers among sheep, their sharp blades relentlessly reaping the lives of their enemies. After the slaughter, only a few members of the demonic cult squad remained. Nangong Jing coldly looked at one hand. You're the leader? Unwilling to wait for death, Lone Wolf desperately charged towards Nangong Jing. He unleashed a vicious attack with all his might, aiming directly for Nangong Jing's opening. Unexpectedly, a miserable scream rang out. He shamelessly tried to flee. Nangong Jing seemed to have anticipated his intentions. He spun around, slashing down at his head with a single stroke. Just as everyone was preparing to return to the Nangong family estate, a heaven-shaking roar suddenly echoed from afar. Heavy footsteps followed close behind. A large contingent of demonic cult members blocked the path ahead. Leading them was Yan Wang, the supreme expert of the Overlord Heaven Palace. Everyone was startled, his power was overwhelming, impossible to resist. Even if they all joined forces, they would be no match for him. He was the strongest protector of the Overlord Heaven Palace. The first protector, Yan Wang, possessed unparalleled martial arts, moving like a phantom. He had once followed Gu Yanghong on campaigns in all directions, slaying countless enemies. His reputation is illustrious, respected by all sects in the martial world. As a Dharma protector of the Overlord Heaven Palace, he has joined the demonic cult's army to invade the Central Plains. Such a powerful figure terrifies the disciples of the 5 great clans. Yan Wang's expression remained unchanged as he said to them, I don't want to hurt you, surrender. Nangong Jing firmly replied, even if we have to die, we will never surrender. The eldest son of the Nangong clan, Nangong Jin, stepped forward, Senior, please enlighten me. Hearing this, Yan Wang chuckled and said, so you are Nangong Cheng's grandson. I admire him greatly. Let me see how much skill his descendant possesses. Facing such a powerful opponent, Nam Kung Kim dared not be careless. His body moved like the wind, launching an attack. Sky Sword Technique, First Form, Heavenly Wind. With a slight tilt of his body, Dai Vong easily dodged. This was not beyond Nam Kung Kim's expectations. He immediately launched the second form. Focusing his internal energy into his sword, he thrust towards Dai Vong's vital point. Dai Vong calmly said, you are still too inexperienced. Then, gently swinging his blade forward, 2 powerful surges of internal energy collided. With a boom, Nam Kung Kim was sent flying. He rolled several times on the ground before stopping. A feeling of helplessness rose within him, the difference in strength was truly vast. He then gathered all his energy, preparing to use the strongest killing move of the Heavenly Sword technique. Although he hadn't completely mastered this move, he had no other choice at this point. Sword chi coalesced, and a furious blade aura shot towards him with extreme speed. Seeing this, Dian Vong chuckled, interesting. He then swung his blade to meet the attack. A surge of violent energy repelled the blade, instantly shattering the sword's aura. The intense shockwave sent Nam Kung Kim flying. Too weak. Nam Kung Kim coughed up a mouthful of blood, clearly gravely injured. Huang Fuzhen rushed to his side, saying to the others, "This person is too strong, we are no match for him. I'll find a way to hold him off, you take Nam Kung Kim and go." His younger sister, Huang Fuyin, started to step forward to help. But he stopped her with a look. "You must go, don't do anything pointless." Then, turning to Yan Wang, he said, "Huang Fu clan, Huang Fuzhen requests guidance." With a boom, his aura exploded. He shouted towards his companions, "Go quickly." Everyone seized the opportunity to scatter and flee. The demonic sect disciples immediately reacted and gave chase. Seeing that Yan Wang didn't pursue them, Huang Fuzhen breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Wang simply said, "Do you think they can escape?" Huang Fuzhen's eyes were firm. "As long as I can hold you back, senior." Yan Wang chuckled coldly, "Then let me see how you'll stop me." Huang Fuzhen said nothing more, his internal energy steadily condensing. He knew he was no match for Yan Wang, and could only use his strongest move, Jin Lin, to buy time. He let out a roar. Fairy Mountain Palm, the palm wind like a gale, carrying countless stone fragments, smashed towards Yan Wang. Yan Wang only let out a low shout. He swung his blade, carrying a violent force. In an instant, he shattered the palm force. The aftershock hit Huang Fuzhen. His body slid across the ground for dozens of yards before he lost consciousness. Yan Wang doesn't want to kill him. Bring him back to headquarters. I'll deal with him myself. On the other side, the Nangong clan. The Nangong clan leader received a report that the demonic sect sent an emissary to sue for peace. He went to the front hall to meet them. Unexpectedly, they were only pretending to sue for peace. Surrender, Nangong clan, and close your gates for 3 days. Otherwise, the demonic cult will launch a full-scale attack. The Nangong clan leader scoffed. My Nangong clan will never surrender. Go back and tell your cult leader not to delude himself. The demonic cult messenger snorted and turned to leave. You will regret this. Legend has it there is a mysterious clan in the Jianghu, the Zhuge clan. They are masters of manipulating the 5 elements cycles of creation and destruction. They can create a fixed space, like a bewitching array. Those who enter this formation will be lost in the illusion. Currently, the demonic cult is attacking the Nangong clan, and hundreds of their disciples are trapped within the formation. Just as everyone was praising Patriarch Zhuge's formation, a sudden explosion shattered the silence. The demonic cult used explosives to breach the formation. A large number of demonic cult forces are attacking through the breach. Seeing this, the 5 patriarchs were shocked. They never expected the enemy to resort to explosives. The imperial court always turns a blind eye to the fighting between sects, but if explosives are used, aren't they afraid of the court's intervention? Perhaps they've already planned for this. Thousands of demonic cult soldiers attacked from the east gate. The clan leaders, leading their elite disciples, went to meet them in battle, shattering the demonic cult's ploy for peace. At this moment, the disciples of the noble families had only one thought: kill 1, gain 1, kill 2, gain 2. This ferocious fighting style gradually gave them the upper hand. But the strength of the 2 demonic cult protectors couldn't be underestimated. They were like tigers among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. In the blink of an eye, dozens of disciples from the noble families had perished. The battle raged all night. Finally, under the combined force of the 5 great clans, the demonic cult suffered heavy casualties and was forced to retreat. Scene change, disciples of the 9 great sects are on their way to the Nangong clan. A steady stream of news boosted everyone's morale. The 5 great clans joined forces to repel the demonic cult's first wave of attacks. Although they lost 400 elite soldiers, they eliminated 2,000 demonic cult troops. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. They decided to rest where they were. Just then, scouts reported that they had discovered the whereabouts of 3 clan ambush squads. Nam Kung Kim, injured, was helped away by 2 others. The elders immediately ordered their subordinates to care for them. After resting, they set off again, passing through a ravine. Vo Dike suddenly sensed danger. He noticed many people on the cliff walls. He ordered Thia Huyet to climb higher and observe the situation. Thia Huyet acknowledged the order and flew up the cliff face. I was about to warn everyone to be careful, when a volley of blood-red arrows rained down from the cliff face. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, dozens were pierced by arrows. Huashan Sect's Grand Elder, Gui Yong, reacted quickly. He hurriedly led everyone to safety. Seeing his comrades fall in pools of blood, Gui Yong roared furiously, "Damn it! These blood-red arrows are the Bloodseeker arrows of the Ba Tian Palace." At this moment, on the cliff face, countless archers in red robes were arrayed. Elder Ba Tian Gong shouted down, "You're surrounded. Surrender!" Guiyong angrily roared back, "We Central Plains disciples would rather die than submit to your demonic cult." As soon as he finished speaking, a volley of arrows rained down. The elders hurriedly discussed countermeasures. To break through, we have to charge up the cliff and eliminate them, but with their archers, we can't even leave this ravine. Just as everyone was at their wits' end, Vodike, hiding behind a boulder, angrily cursed, "You bastards! You dare shoot arrows at me? I'm your ancestor. Then pick up the arrows the enemy shot down. Today, I will teach you how to shoot arrows." His archery skills are extremely advanced, every shot hits its mark. At the age of 17, he reached the realm of transcendental archery. Yet today, he's besieged by the demonic cult, trapped in a ravine. "You dare shoot arrows at me? I'm the ancestor of archery." He immediately drew his bow, preparing to teach them a lesson. Seeing this, Guiyong quickly stopped him. "This place is hundreds of feet from the summit. Shooting arrows up there is basically useless. Don't mess around." Ignoring Guiyong's words, Vodike released the arrow in his hand. Guiyong was about to laugh at him when he saw the arrow fly towards the cliff face at an impossible speed. With a thud, it pierced through the head of an archer. The remaining archers, seeing their comrade fall, were terrified. How did he fall down like that? Just as he finished speaking, an arrow shot up from below, piercing his head. Before anyone could react, dozens of red beams of light shot up from the ravine, leaving everyone stunned. The next second, the arrows suddenly changed direction, as if they had eyes, accurately hitting the archers. Although they had shields, they couldn't withstand Vodike's arrows. In the blink of an eye, dozens more were killed. Seeing this, Kwakdong was deeply shocked. "I can't believe there's such a skilled archer in this world." Watching Vodike's miraculous performance, Kwakdong curiously asked, "What are you doing?" "Help me shoot the arrows." While picking up arrows, Kwakdong thought, "This idiot is still trying to show off." At this moment, the Huyet Song squad also discovered Vodike. Hiding behind a rock, Vodike shot all his arrows. Seeing that a normal attack was ineffective, the enemy called for some of his comrades to push down rocks. With a boom, a giant boulder rolled down. Immense power shattered the rock. The champion's position was exposed. "Quick, kill him." With his cover blown, the champion charged forward. Everyone was terrified, seeing this suicidal action. Kwakdong shouted anxiously, "You fool, come back." The champion ignored him. In a flash, countless arrows flew towards him. Boom! The boulders around him exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air. Vodike brushed the dust off himself, his eyes full of disdain. His next move left everyone gaping. He weaved through the dense volley of arrows like a swallow. Everyone watched, dumbfounded, incredible. What kind of divine skill is this? They looked at him with awestruck eyes. Meanwhile, the blood workers regrouped. Another volley of arrows rained down on Vodike. Unfazed, the undefeated one condensed chi into arrows with his bare hands. In the blink of an eye, invisible arrows shot out, easily shattering the incoming arrows, simultaneously killing several blood cultists. He then walked over to the injured Guiyong. "I will hold back the blood cultists. All of you charge up the cliff and break through the encirclement." With that, the undefeated one shouted and fired an arrow towards the cliff top. On command, everyone charged up the cliff face. Just as the blood corps prepared to fire their bows, Invincible's arrows pierced through them. The disciples charged to the mountaintop and immediately launched their attack. The blood corps, being archers, were wiped out almost effortlessly. Wodong couldn't help but marvel at how one person could turn the tide of battle. He immediately ordered his elite troops to provide reinforcements. Suddenly, Vodike appeared before Kwakdong. "You are the strongest expert I've met since descending the mountain. How about a match?" Vodike chose to use his bow and arrows against the Blade Master. Under his opponent's fierce attacks, he used ghostly footwork to maintain his distance and unleashed chi transformation arrows. Invisible arrows shot towards Kwakdong like lightning. But for an expert, they were still avoidable. As long as he could calculate the arrow's trajectory, he could easily dodge the invisible arrow's attack. Clearly, Vodike also recognized the flaw of the vaporizing arrow. He immediately condensed his internal energy and deployed the tracking arrow. But this move was blocked by Kwakdong's saber aura. With a glance, Kwakdong saw that the so-called tracking arrow was simply applying saber techniques to archery. He then shouted and threw his saber towards Vodike. Vodike scoffed and easily dodged it, wondering why his opponent would throw away his weapon. The saber suddenly changed direction, aiming for the back of his head. Vodike hurriedly ducked to avoid it. But before he could react, a flash of red light emerged from his waist. Kwakdong reached out and caught the arrow. "Your bow and arrow are useless against me. Let's fight hand to hand." Vodike looked at his torn clothes, pondering for a moment. The arrow should have left a wound, but the opponent had only torn his clothing. "This is a formidable opponent." Vodike smiled and said, "Then let's have a fair duel." He then casually picked up a stick from the ground. "Let's settle this with one move." Kwakdong solemnly accepted the challenge. Then, with a loud yell, his knife flashed out like lightning. This was his strongest killing move, executing the blazing flame blade technique. The violent blade aura lunged towards Vodike like a colossal dragon. Vodike raised his staff high, channeling his surging inner strength into it. Shadow Sword Technique, second form, Heartless. The two forces collided, producing a deafening explosion, followed by the sound of Kwok Dung's treasured blade shattering. Kwok Dung was horrified. This treasured sword, tempered for 1,000 years, was easily broken by him with an ordinary staff. Vodike said calmly, "That was just my defensive technique." Kwok Dung, defeated, said, "Do with me as you will." At this moment, Vodike changed his mind. This man is upright and loyal. Keeping him alive will surely be useful later. I hear you've captured the young master of the Hongfu family. Release him. Kwok Dung turned and leaped down the cliff face, disappearing. This action puzzled Kwok Dung somewhat. He could only think to himself, "I owe you one." The Martial Forest Alliance has achieved a great victory. Seeing Invincible's return, everyone came to greet him. In this battle, the Martial Forest Alliance only lost 30 men, but eliminated over 200 enemies. After a long journey, everyone finally arrived at the Southern Palace clan. The Southern Palace clan leader was extremely excited and personally welcomed them. Invincible naturally became a distinguished guest. Nangong Chang and Tang Tianhao, upon hearing his story, showered him with praise. Seeing someone from the Tang family, Invincible stated his purpose. "My grandfather told me to come to the Tang family to find my fiancée. He arranged my engagement with the Tang family head when I was 4. Hearing this, Tang Tianhao was taken aback. He had never heard his son mention this before. Then his eyes suddenly sharpened. This kid's martial arts are unfathomably deep, and his demeanor is that of a great general. The more I look at him, the more I like him. He then said to Nangong Chang, "My Tang family is very strict in choosing a son-in-law. I have several granddaughters, all stunning beauties. Why don't you choose one for him?" Unexpectedly, Tang Tianhao shouted loudly, "Old man, if you want to steal my granddaughter, just say it." Then he turned to Wudi and said, "Son, I am your future father-in-law." Hearing this, Wudi was a little flustered. He quickly bowed, "My name is Wudi." "Greetings, father-in-law." It wasn't until late at night that everyone dispersed. Tang Tianhao still wore a cheerful smile on his face. The second young master of the Tang family said, "Although I've heard that Wudi's martial arts are formidable, we're still unsure of the specifics. Isn't it a bit hasty to confirm the marriage engagement like this?" Tang Tianhao's expression was disdainful. "His martial arts are far superior to yours." The latent inner strength within his body surprised even me. Nan Gongcheng, beside him, added, "What's even more astonishing is his ability to perfectly control such immense inner strength." Hearing this, the two were deeply shocked. Just who was this person? Even these two legendary experts were in awe. After the battle with the demonic cult, the Nangong family welcomed a brief period of peace. Word of Wudi's miraculous feats quickly spread among the younger generation of the various sects. Since ancient times, heroes have found it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. Many young women cast admiring glances at Wudi. This gave Wudi quite a headache. Having no other choice, he climbed a tree to rest. Unexpectedly, Tai Shui brought in shocking news. "What? The demonic cult's army is heading this way? How many? What? Thousands?" At this moment, outside the Nangong family estate, the drums of war are beating. This attack is personally commanded by elderly Shirxian of the Bai Tian Palace. Almost all of their elite forces have been mobilized. Each and every one of them has a ferocious look in their eyes, chanting slogans about raising the Nangong family to the ground. The disciples of the Martial Forest Alliance are no ordinary opponents. Everyone is displaying their skills, fighting and slaying. Standing from above, Vodike frowns, "Their forces are 3 times ours. It seems this will be a fierce battle." At this moment, Wang Yuan, the captain of the Blood Company, suddenly gives an order. The Blood Syndicate launched a preemptive strike. The surprise attack caught the Martial Alliance off guard. Someone shouted, "Kill the archers first." Everyone charged towards the Blood Syndicate, disregarding their own lives. But before they could get close, they were stopped by enemy arrows. Seeing this, Invincible became worried. He immediately fired the iron arrows in his hand. With a whoosh, the arrow shot out like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the 3 blood workers. Wei Yang and Wang Yuan were both shocked, not expecting such a powerful attack from him. Wang Yuan immediately shouted towards Wudi, "Kill him for me." Following the command, countless arrows shot towards Wudi. Wudi, with ghostly movement, continuously dodged between the dense arrows. Then, he drew his bow like a full moon. "Let you try my new move." As soon as he finished speaking, 6 invisible arrows shot out like lightning. Seeing this, Yan Wang and Gui Yong were alarmed. If this continued, the Blood Worker group would be completely annihilated. The two of them immediately shielded the Blood Guild. They struck with all their might, trying to neutralize the invisible arrows. Unexpectedly, Invincible's arrows were so agile that they curved around them, killing the Blood Guild members. Although his inner energy consumption was still immense, Invincible, after succeeding, wore a smug expression. He had devised this move after his duel with Gui Yong, simultaneously deploying the tracking arrow and the 6 paths invisible arrow. though it doubled his inner energy consumption. On the battlefield, with the appearance of the Ba Tian Palace experts, the Martial Forest Alliance gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. War is merciless, only with overwhelming strength can one survive. But the ordinary disciples of the sects could hardly withstand the enemy's attacks. Therefore, casualties on this side were increasing. Knowing that if this continued, he would definitely lose, Vo Dike was about to expend all his internal energy in an all-out attack, when he noticed the enemy retreating. This action puzzled him somewhat. Pang Dao said to the 5 clan leaders, "The next time will be the final battle. Today, the Blood Shadow Group will level the Nam Kung clan." The Martial Arts Alliance suffered minimal losses in this battle, and Nam Kung Tan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Each member of the Blood Shadow Group is incredibly strong. With our current forces, I'm afraid it will be difficult to resist them. Elsewhere, an elder of the Ba Thian Palace asked Ghost Official, "Why not let the Blood Shadow Group eliminate the Nangong clan in one fell swoop?" Ghost Official replied, "Now is not the time to destroy the Nangong clan. Our main task is to attract the attention of the Northern Martial Alliance. The sect leader is devising a plan to weaken their forces." Meanwhile, the Nangong clan was holding an emergency meeting. The current situation was extremely unfavorable for them. Tang Tianhao remained silent for a moment, then said, "We only have 2 choices. Either we fight to the death, or we abandon our foundation and retreat north to preserve our strength." The Nangong clan leader wore a pained expression. Abandoning their foundation was a humiliation for a clan of their stature, but for the future of the clan, there was no other choice. At midnight, the Nam Kung clan retreated north with all their might. To avoid an ambush, they chose a mountain path, bypassing the plains. Their target was 9 Dragons Mountain in the northwest, where the terrain is treacherous and suitable for an ambush. Ba Tian Palace will definitely send troops there. This time, we will settle the score. Ba Tian Palace also received news of the Nam Kung clan's retreat. Li Shixian laughed heartily and said, "Just as I predicted. To take revenge, they will definitely ambush us at 9 Dragons Mountain, waiting for our reinforcements to walk right into their trap. But don't worry, our troops are already lying in wait there. We just need to feign pursuit, to make them think we've fallen into their trap." Wudong possesses unparalleled martial arts and swordsmanship. By the age of 20, he had already reached the realm of a supreme master. Yet now, while searching for his missing wife, he's been dragged into the war between the demonic cult and the Central Plains martial world. The southern clans decided to ambush at 9 Dragons Mountain, waiting for the demonic cult forces to arrive for revenge. But they didn't expect the demonic cult to make a preemptive strike. Pang Dao, leader of the Blood Shadow Unit, led a group of elite assassins, determined to reach 9 Dragons Mountain before the southern Nangong clan. But every time he thought of Woody, he frowned. He realized that this man was the old gang leader he met at Mount Song. Could the old clan leader still be alive? If he is, I absolutely cannot let him discover the truth. No matter what, I must annihilate the Nangong clan at 9 Dragons Mountain. Only then can I conceal the truth. 9 Dragons Mountain's terrain is treacherous, and the demonic cult's forces have set a net of traps. The Nangong clan will only discover they've been surrounded upon arrival. Ambushes lie ahead, pursuers behind. At this point, their only option is to fight their way out. Nangong Chang and Tang Tianhao decide to carve a path for their clan. Both are renowned masters of their time, their very presence enough to keep others at bay. Pang Dao also silently remained vigilant. The Blood Shadow Group immediately launched their attack. Nam Kung Tan's Sky Sword technique had reached the transcendental realm, his figure flickering as he cut down enemies. Facing dozens of experts, Duong Tianhao remained unfazed. With a wave of his hand, countless hidden weapons shot out. Before the Blood Shadow Group could react, they were annihilated. Pang Dao knew he couldn't waste time with these 2 old men. He immediately ordered the Blood Shadow Group to attack the disciples of the various clans. Suddenly, Vo Dike appeared before everyone. A simple palm strike. The seemingly simple move cut down his opponents like wheat. He wasn't using his divine shadow sword technique, but rather unadorned palm strikes, each carrying unstoppable force. The disciples of the great families were astonished. This master's palm strikes are just as powerful. By now, both sides were bloodthirsty, and Nam Kung Tan continued his relentless assault. They knew they couldn't prolong the fight and had to end it quickly. Duong Tianhao roared, his inner energy exploding outwards. Then, with a wave of his hand, countless hidden weapons shot out in all directions. The dense barrage of projectiles left the Blood Shadow Group no time to react. In the blink of an eye, the elite assassins surrounding him were eliminated. Seeing the path clear, the Nangong clan quickly retreated towards the mountains. At this moment, Vo Dike fell behind. The pursuing forces, led by Dian Von, also caught up. Vo Dike calmly took out an iron arrow. Invisible arrows were immediately fired. Although Yan Wang's martial arts were powerful and his moves swift, a few people were still hit. At that moment, Wang Shanggu arrived with a carriage. Seeing this, Wu Di didn't hesitate and quickly ran back. But upon reaching the gate, he discovered the Nangong clan head and Tang Tianhao blocking the way. "Go quickly. We'll catch up." Wu Di didn't think twice and ran towards the others. But the more they ran, the more they felt something was wrong. They realized their elders were sacrificing themselves to buy the disciples time to escape. At this moment, all the experts of the Overlord Heaven Palace had gathered at the ancient pass. The two leaders of the Nangong family stood firm, declaring, "You cannot stop us. Get out of our way." The Nangong patriarch's eyes were cold and sharp as he calmly replied, "You'll have to go through us first." At this time, a subordinate repeatedly urged, "If we delay any longer, I'm afraid we won't catch him." Li Shixian frowned and said, "Even in war, I must show respect to my opponent." He then ordered Yan Wangjin and Cheng He to step forward and engage in battle. His subordinates, however, appeared skeptical of their righteous demeanor. The life-or-death battle officially began with the clash of cold energy. The Nangong clan leader, knowing Yan Wangjin's formidable strength, realized he could only confront him with his strongest killing move. He focused all his internal energy, directing it towards Yan Wangjin. With a boom, man and sword became one, unleashing a surge of violent sword energy. In this critical moment, Yan Wangjin unleashed the third stance of the Yan Luo sword technique, Yan Luo splitting. A ripping sound echoed as the sword energy tore through the area, reducing everything to dust and smoke. The Nangong clan leader, terrified, hastily retreated. His younger brother, weaker in skill, was completely suppressed by Cheng He. The weakened Nangong patriarch said, kill me." Yan Wangjin raised his longsword, "You are a worthy opponent." Just then, an arrow whizzed through the air like lightning. It was too fast for him to react, and the arrow pierced through his body. Wudi stood on the rooftop, iron bow in hand. He looked coldly at everyone. Then, he lifted the Nangong patriarch, "I'll take you away." Li the Hien roared, "Do you think you can leave?" Vo Dike's eyes sharpened, "Stand aside, or I will carve my own path." He alone could face 1,000 soldiers. Facing thousands of Huinon assassins, he didn't flinch. Each arrow claimed the lives of dozens. All his moves were basic attacks. But each blow held invincible power. It was a one-sided slaughter, only screams of agony filled the air. "Here he comes." The demonic sect experts were terrified, unsure of Invincible's origins. Suddenly, Mad Saber and Silent Crane attacked Invincible together. But against Invincible's ferocious power, they couldn't even get close. Silent Crane exclaimed in shock, "I've been using the Moonlight Sword technique for half an hour, why haven't I sensed any weakening in him?" Invincible looked coldly at Silent Crane, "Are you sure you want to risk your life?" "I didn't want to kill you." Silent Crane remained silent. Invincible said nothing more, his figure flashing forward like lightning. His speed was so great that he was practically a blur. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed. Tramhack's pupils constricted, his face filled with disbelief. "Impossible, I clearly blocked his attack." The next second, a stream of blood spurted from his chest. He looked at Vo Dike, gravely asking, "Can you tell me what sword technique that was?" "Vo Nien Kim, the first move of my family's divine seal sword art. Thoughtless sword. To die under such a magnificent sword technique, it's an honor." Enraged, Lai the Hien unleashed his inner strength and charged towards Vo Dike. He is the Grand Elder of Ba Tian Kung, possessing profound strength, and having fought countless battles alongside Ko Duong Fong. Facing such a formidable opponent, Vo Dike also became serious, responding with all his might. To survive and return, he had to end the battle quickly. Lai the Hien exuded a terrifying aura as he raised his sword and let out a long roar. With a boom, a violent sword energy struck down like thunder. Vo Dike immediately went on guard, continuously gathering his inner strength. The moment the two forces collided, a terrifying wave of energy erupted, blasting away everything around them. The shockwave rippled outwards, and before it could dissipate, Vo Dike appeared before Lai the Hien. The two clashed again, the sound of colliding cold energy ringing out. Wounded, Vo Dike spat out a mouthful of blood, knowing he couldn't stay any longer. He hoisted the Nam Kung clan leader onto his back and fled towards Kokao. The national preceptor hastily ordered the Blood Shadow Corps to pursue. Clutching his chest, Lai the Hien wore an expression of disbelief. "I can't believe I've been defeated by a mere brat." The national preceptor roared furiously, "Quickly, heal him." Scene change, Vo Dike, pursued by the Blood Shadow clan, is in grave danger. His wound at his waist bleeds continuously, and his inner strength is almost depleted. At this moment, an old man appears before everyone. It is the old palace lord of Ba Tian Palace, Ko Duong Fong. Vo Dike is surprised. "You damned old man, you finally decided to show up?" Ko Duong Fong smiles mysteriously, "You go ahead. Let me talk to them." Two members of the Blood Shadow clan charge forward, roaring, "No matter who you are, you won't survive today." Ko Duong Fong looks at them with disdain. "What? You don't even recognize the palace lord?" Scene change, the group has crossed the Changjiang River and arrived at Chukak City to rest. They need to find a boat to cross the river safely. Everyone is worried about Vo Dike's safety, arguing about going back to find him. Just then, three figures slowly emerge from the forest. Vo Dike, carrying the Nangong clan leader, scolds Gu Yanfeng, "You damned old man, you knew I was injured and didn't come sooner." Scene change, everyone has crossed the river and arrived at Jugu City to rest. A few days later, Vo Dike suggests to Tang Tianhao that they go to the Chen family estate. Tang Tianhao says Tang Susu will come with her father in a few months to help, but he still insists on going to the Tang family estate. As for Ba Tian Kung, The National Preceptor reported to the new palace lord, Guan Fading. Upon learning of the heavy losses from the battle, Guan Fading exclaimed in shock, "Has such a skilled young martial artist appeared in the Jianghu?" The National Preceptor whispered, "No matter what, we must eliminate him. I will arrange for men to track him down." Since ancient times, the Yangtze River has been a crucial waterway connecting the north and south. Wu Di arrived at Ma Tao to find a boat to Chen Manor. Unexpectedly, demonic cult assassins were hiding on the boat. At dawn on the fourth day, a sailboat bearing the waterway insignia appeared in the distance. They run rampant on the Yangtze River. The leader of the hidden horse caravan, Xianzi, remains calm. They have an agreement with the waterway gang. As long as they pay the fee, their safe passage across the river is guaranteed. The waterway gang's boat draws closer. Several thugs jump onto the merchant ship. The water dragon gang leader sneers, "The hidden horse caravan again, what a pleasure." Xianzi opens the cabin door and retrieves several hundred taels of silver. "This is the fee. Please grant us passage, gang leader." The gang leader scoffs, "This time we've been hired. We don't want your money, we want your lives." Xianzi's face changed. "Do you want to kill everyone here? Can you bear the consequences of provoking the hidden horse trading company?" Wu Di sighed, "Why do I run into trouble everywhere I go?" He stepped forward, preparing to eliminate Xue Dao. Just then, suddenly, someone stabbed Wu Di with a sword. The unexpected attack caught Wu Di off guard. He coldly looked at the one who had just stabbed him. The captain sneered, "You think you can escape the pursuit of the Ba Thien Kung?" It turned out this was a trap set by the captain and the Tui Long gang. The purpose was to make Vo Dike lower his guard for the assassination. Fortunately, he managed to dodge the fatal arrow in time. Vo Dike immediately ordered his men from the Tui Long gang to attack. Just as Vo Dike was about to draw the sword from his chest to fight back, a large hand landed on his shoulder. "I'm the captain. You're badly injured. Let me handle this." He stared coldly at the captain, "You're not my brother." The captain scoffed, "You've got quite the nerve." Then, he grabbed the other man by the collar. "This skin of his, it took me a long time to peel off." The captain, enraged, roared, "I'll tear you to shreds." The Water Dragon gang members, upon seeing the captain, were terrified. And all knelt down, respectfully shouting, "Water Dragon gang welcomes you." It turns out the captain was Dui, the one who unified the entire Yangtze River region 20 years ago. Under his rule, the waterway has become a powerful force. At this moment, the assassin said, "Ba Tian Kun will soon rule the entire martial world. Even you have only one path, death." Suddenly, Vo Dike grabbed the captain's sleeve. Then, he pulled the sword straight out of his chest. Seeing this, Dike quickly applied pressure points to stop his bleeding. "I will return this sword wound to you. Let's see if you can still boast then." With that, he swung the long sword in his hand towards Vo Dike. Vo Dike didn't move, leaving only an afterimage in his place. At the same moment, the tip of the sword landed precisely on the assassin's heart. Slowly, Vo Dike pulled out the jade pendant hidden in his chest. This jade pendant had saved him from the fatal blow. A few days later, Vo Dike appeared at an inn at the foot of Phoenix Mountain, near the Chen family estate. From the innkeeper's words, he learned that the Duong family was in Chengdu, less than 50 kilometers from there. Vo Dike thought to himself, it seemed he would soon be reunited with his beloved. The anticipation made it hard for him to stay calm. At this moment, the sound of a noisy conversation drifted from the next room. With his sharp hearing, he seemed to hear the Tang family mentioned. Then, he pressed himself against the wall and started eavesdropping. Unexpectedly, he overheard a plot to attack the Tang family. Vo Dike's face darkened. It seemed they were enemies of the Tang family, the Five Venoms sect. One day, in the capital, a group of people aggressively marched towards Chengdu. The Five Venoms sect's elder, Vo Kim Kwang, sternly declared, "This time, in our annihilation of the Tang family, there must be no mistakes." Huyet Doc Thursday, standing beside him, calmly replied, "Rest assured, with me, Huyet Doc Thursday, here, this battle will pose no problems. After eliminating the Tang clan, our Five Venoms sect will surely become one of the five great sects." But in the distance, a figure was secretly following them. Since they were so numerous, Wu Di didn't rush into action. He planned to use guerrilla tactics to wear down their forces. With a whoosh, an unseen arrow pierced through the trees. A Five Venoms sect disciple fell. On Phoenix Mountain appeared a group dressed in black, carrying wooden boxes on their backs, with murderous looks on their faces. These people were from the notorious Five Venoms sect. Led by the Venom King sect master, they came to annihilate the Tang family. In the distance, a figure was secretly watching. As the Tang family's son-in-law, Invincible naturally wouldn't stand idly by. In his hands, the bow and arrow moved swiftly, the chi transformation bow was ready. An invisible arrow, like a flash of lightning, shot out, piercing through the trees. A Five Venoms sect disciple fell. The unexpected scene caused panic. With each shot, Invincible changed his position, making it impossible for the enemy to grasp their attack pattern. Dozens have already died under these guerrilla tactics. This made the Poison King gnash his teeth in fury. All of the dead had a wound on their chest, but the type of chi used couldn't be identified. Helpless, the Poison King ordered everyone to heighten their vigilance. Just then, a flash of light streaked towards Blood Poison Hand's chest. Blood Poison Hand reacted swiftly, the arrow piercing a tree. But his heart was filled with terror, the arrow had nearly severed his arm. Staying on the mountain will only put us at a disadvantage. Then, he shouted to everyone. Quickly descend the mountain, go to the open area, and find him afterward. Vodike sneered. All of the enemy's movements were within his grasp. Just as everyone was running down the mountain, countless wooden arrows shot out from the forest. Following the screams of agony, people were continuously struck in the head by arrows. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly took cover behind the trees. But the trees couldn't stop the power of the Qi Dao Jian. Vo Kim Kwang knew he couldn't hesitate any longer. He shouted loudly and led everyone to charge towards Vodike. Seeing them chasing him, Vodike fought back as he ran. It was a long chase, with people constantly falling. During the pursuit, Vodike eliminated almost all of his pursuers. But he didn't realize he had run back to the inn at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, bang! Dozens of 5 Venom Clan disciples burst through the door. Surrounding him, the Venom King sneered. Who are you? Why are you attacking our 5 Venom Clan? Hearing this, Invincible calmly replied, I have my reasons. Are you interested in knowing them? The Venom King gritted his teeth. Kill him. Hundreds of disciples charged towards Invincible with their swords. Suddenly, Vodike appeared before them, striking down several with a double palm strike. He coldly looked at the remaining men. Everyone was astonished. He drew his short sword, striking down a few more. But he realized their strength was weak. Then, he swung his sword, felling several more. He continued his attack. Realizing they were no match for him, Unbeaten felt strange. With such strength, how dare they challenge the Tang family? The Poison King beside him was even more astonished. 5 Poison Sect disciples are skilled at using internal force to project poison during combat, but why isn't he affected at all? Could he be from the Tang family? Only the Tang family can easily neutralize my poison like that. Thinking of this, the Poison King let out a loud yell. He charged towards Unbeaten like a cannonball. His palm strike, laced with poison, went straight for Unbeaten's chest, but in Unbeaten's eyes, the attack was as slow as a gentle stream. Unbeaten raised his hand to block it. But immediately after, his face showed astonishment. Under this palm strike, his opponent's hand was completely unharmed. He hastily retreated, dodging the attack. The Poison King's hands radiated an oppressive cold air. Countless afterimages surrounded Invincible. Invincible, with nimble footwork, continuously dodged. Seeing this, the Poison King didn't hesitate. Focusing all his internal energy, he unleashed his strongest technique, the Black Poison Palm. The black poison transformed into a swirling vortex, rushing straight towards Invincible. Invincible didn't dodge, thrusting his sword straight ahead. A surge of internal energy burst forth, piercing through the poisonous vortex. The Poison King was sent flying by the aftershock, struggling to regain his footing. Countless wounds appeared on the Poison King's body, bleeding profusely. He couldn't understand why Invincible was unaffected by the poisonous fumes. Blood Poison Hand, standing beside him, said in astonishment, could this be the legendary immunity to all poisons? Seeing they didn't dare to attack again, Invincible declared loudly, don't waste any more time. I still have a journey to continue. The Poison King's men grew serious. This person was too strong, even if they won, they would suffer heavy losses. It seemed they could only use their last resort, the one intended for the Tang family. With that, he signaled with his eyes. 5 Poison Sect disciples carried large coffins forward. Something terrifying seemed to be hidden inside. The coffins were stood upright. Something horrifying was concealed within. Seeing this, Undefeated felt a sense of foreboding. What was happening? Suddenly, with a bang, the jar's lid burst open. Poisonous smoke billowed out, emitting a pungent stench. Following the Poison King's whistle, the Poison Corpse's eyes flashed a crimson light. Then, they lunged towards Vodike like lightning. Although their speed was great, in Vodike's eyes, they were as slow as snails. He brandished the long sword in his hand. Then, with a few consecutive moves, he eliminated the surrounding Poison Corpses. But Vodike was horrified. The bodies of these poisonous corpses were harder than steel. They didn't even feel pain, even if dismembered, they would continue to attack frantically. He had to find another way. Then, Vodike channeled his inner strength into his sword, a violent burst of energy exploding outward. The terrifying force threw the poisonous corpses several meters away. But immediately after, Vodike's face fell. He watched as the poisonous corpses quickly returned to their original form. Even if dismembered or with broken limbs, they would still attack their target. As long as they could still move, they wouldn't die. Thinking of this, Wu Di channeled his internal energy, beginning to attack their heads. Only decapitation could stop the poisonous corpses. Suddenly, Wu Di felt his internal energy become disordered. Damn it, I've been poisoned. So the poisonous corpse's true attack method is spitting poison. I have to finish them off before the poison takes hold. His figure then moved like lightning, continuously slashing and killing the poisonous corpses. Seeing this, the Poison King cried out inwardly, these poisonous corpses are refined with thousands of poisons. Why isn't he affected? Just who is he? I have to kill him before all the poison corpses are destroyed. Seeing this, Golden Light and Poison Hand quickly rushed towards Invincible. The two of them immediately split up. Then, countless poison-tipped darts flew towards him. Invincible could only swing his sword to deflect the darts. This also created an opportunity for the poison corpses. Although he reacted quickly and knocked down one poison corpse, due to the poison's effects, he couldn't dodge in time and was scratched on the arm by another. His internal energy was becoming increasingly difficult to circulate. The poison from the wound was spreading rapidly. Gritting his teeth, Vodike cut away the poison flesh with his sword. The situation was dire, he had to end the fight quickly. He then channeled his sword chi, shattering the oncoming horde of poison corpses. Vo Kim Kwang and Huyet Doc Thursday were closing in. The two sides clashed fiercely in midair. Vodike was sent flying. I rolled along the ground for a moment before stopping. I spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, my eyes turned cold, and my aura intensified. Prepare to die. My intense killing intent made them shudder. Suddenly, I unleashed a palm strike, and a surge of internal energy radiated outwards. With a loud boom, a terrifying wave of energy erupted. The venomous snakes nearby instantly turned to ash. Shadow Sword Technique, 30th move, God's Fury. A massive sword aura ripped through the sky, annihilating all the venomous snakes with a single strike. The Venom King and the others were completely shocked by such powerful swordsmanship. When the dust settled, a circle of fallen trees surrounded Vodike. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, my internal energy is almost depleted. I intended to kill them all, but the venomous snakes hindered me, preventing me from unleashing my full power. Now, I don't even have a chance to escape. So, he circulated his internal energy, feigning weakness. Then, I coldly told the 5 Venoms sect, I'm the Tang family's son-in-law, that's why I intervened. If you abandon your attack on the Tang family, I will spare you. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. This person was too strong. If they continued fighting, the 5 Venoms sect might be eradicated from the Jianghu. The Venom King roared angrily, we retreat. Late at night, Wu Di meditated in the forest. Thanks to circulating the Heart Sutra, after one night, he purged all the poison from his body. His internal energy even flowed more smoothly than before. It seemed that fighting was the fastest way to increase his strength. A few days later, he appeared on the bustling streets of Chengdu. After asking around in many places, I finally found the Tang family estate I'd been yearning for day and night. The young man was imprisoned in a dark dungeon. Every day, he was brutally tortured. He was even stabbed with needles, one by one. Then he was submerged in highly concentrated salt water. The cruel torture caused him excruciating pain, making life worse than death. And the one tormenting him was the very fiancée he had longed for day and night for 2.5 years. He still couldn't understand why they were so cruel. A few days ago, after much hardship, Vodike finally arrived at the Duong family estate. He was greeted by a beautiful, elegant young woman. The two went to the guest room to wait for the head of the Duong family. But when he learned the young woman's name was Duong Tutu, Vodike was stunned. Wasn't this the fiancée he had been searching for all this time? So he hurriedly explained the purpose of his trip to Duong Tutu. Duong Tutu was also surprised. Why had her father never mentioned this? But looking at this young man with his dignified appearance and extraordinary aura, so she decided to find her father and ask him about the engagement. Unexpectedly, the head of the Tang family became furious upon hearing this. I have never promised my daughter to anyone, nor do I have any dealings with anyone from Changbai Mountain. Furthermore, in these chaotic times, aside from the Tang family, all other powers submit to the Heavenly Tyrant Palace. This man coming to the Tang family at this time is highly suspicious. I have every reason to suspect he's a spy sent by the Heavenly Tyrant Palace. Hearing this, Tang Su felt a surge of anger. This man turned out to be a liar. So she turned around, intending to confront Wu Di. But the head of the Tang family stopped them, saying, don't be rash. Killing him is less valuable than capturing him alive to interrogate him about the enemy's next plan. Drug his wine. I want him alive. Cut to Vodike, bound tightly with chains. He only remembers taking a few sips of wine in the room. Then his head began to spin, and he lost consciousness. His body was then dragged away. Just then, 2 figures emerged from the shadows. Vodike was about to speak, when they knocked him unconscious. Duong Tutu said angrily, who sent you? What do you want with our Duong family? Vodike gasped, I only came to find my fiancée. Why are you treating me like this? Still daring to talk back. Then, an iron rod slammed down on Vodike, the sound of breaking bones echoing. You had a major battle with the Ngudok sect yesterday and were seriously injured. Now you have no strength left to resist. The Duong family's grand elder stepped forward and said coldly, tell me your real purpose. Your life is about. But you will pay the price for daring to lay a hand on me. The Invincible One said weakly, if you don't acknowledge this engagement, I'll leave. A ridiculous engagement like this, I don't need it anyway. At this moment, the Tang family had approached and asked, what engagement are you talking about? You ungrateful dog. The engagement jade pendant is in my pocket. Take it and get lost. The Tang family head searched the Invincible One and found the jade pendant. His expression changed. I've never seen this before. Then, his face turned fierce. Enough with the lies. What did the Heavenly Tyrant Palace send you here to do? The Invincible One was shocked. Damn it, did my grandfather lie to me? Remembering the hardships he endured along the way, the trials he overcame, helping the Nangong family fight against the Batian Palace, countless times charging into battle. Yet now, he's imprisoned, beaten like a dog, and might even die unjustly here. The Tang family had sneered, turning to Tang Susu, use any means necessary. Interrogate him and find out his purpose. But Wudi remained resilient, refusing to yield. He remained silent, and was repeatedly doused with cold water. Finally, he was even prepared to die there. But the Tang family still wouldn't relent, using pliers to pull out his fingernails one by one. A piercing pain shot through his heart, making him scream uncontrollably. The highly concentrated salt water poured onto his wounds made him wish he were dead. Despite this, he still refused to talk. Elder Tang is so highly respected, yet his descendants are so foolish. Hearing this, Tang Susu coldly replied, "Are you trying to drag my grandfather into this now?" With that, Tang Ji took out a small bottle. Inside is a poisonous insect. I will put it in your mouth. In an hour, it will multiply inside your stomach, and then eat you from the inside out. Duong Tada said coldly, "This is your last chance. Tell me your purpose." Vo Dike, his eyes filled with despair, replied, "I've said all I'm going to say. Do as you will." Hearing this, Duong Ko furiously grabbed his hair. Then die in agony. This is a terrifying poison worm. Once placed inside the body, it will multiply within an hour. Then devour the person from the inside out. Vo Dike was about to face this cruel torture. Just as Duong Ko was about to put the poison worm into his mouth, Thiatuk, who was on the ground, suddenly sprang up and pecked hard at Duong Ko's face, leaving a deep wound. It was like a brave warrior, risking its life to protect its master. Seeing this, Duong Tada shouted loudly and struck a powerful blow towards Thiatuk. Facing such a powerful attack, Thiatuk was unable to defend itself. It cried out miserably, then crashed hard against the wall. Duong Ko, enraged, stood up, then stepped on the struggling Thiatuk. She continued to attack. Seeing this, Vo Dike desperately tried to think of a way to save Thiatuk. Tang Ji scoffed and snapped Ironwing's wing. Then, she prepared to break its neck. Seeing this, Invincible shouted, "I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Please spare it." Hearing this, Tang Ji nodded in satisfaction. "Speak. What did the Overlord Palace send you here to do?" Invincible gasped, weakly saying, "It seems, to attack your Tang family." "Very well. The family head will decide your fate." With the clinking of chains, Invincible collapsed to the ground. But he ignored his wounds, struggling to drag himself towards Tai Yi with his chin. Suddenly, Dusu stepped on Tai Yi's head. "You think after injuring me like this, it can still live?" Then, before Wu Di's pained eyes, Tai Yi was kicked away. Like a cannonball, he slammed into the wall. As his body slowly slumped to the ground, Tai Yi breathed his last. Wu Di watched it all helplessly, his heart filled with resentment and pain. Duong Tada sneered, "This is the price for injuring me." She then casually said to Duong Ko, "Its claws are quite cumbersome." Hearing this, Duong Ko was delighted. "Cut off its claws and report back to the Patriarch." Vo Dike looked at the blood-soaked Thiatuk, tears streaming down his face. "Why did you come looking for me?" Memories from their meeting to their parting flashed through his mind. He had never considered Thiatuk a pet, but rather a family member, a friend. As he recalled his memories of Thiatuk, Vo Dike wept uncontrollably. "I can't die, Thiatuk. If I die, who will avenge you?" "Calm down. Try circulating the Vo Cuc divine art." A faint stream of internal energy began to flow through his body. "What I've suffered, I will repay tenfold. The bones and meridians in your arm are severed. There's no time to recover now. We have to escape before the head of the Duong family arrives. Use an arrow to shoot the chain on the window. Use your head to yank the chain hard. One end wrapped around the window bars, the other end around my neck. Then I'll slam my head against the bars with all my might. Damn Tang family, even as a ghost, I won't spare you." Hearing the noise, the jailer outside opened the window to look. Wu Di then fell to the ground. His face in pain, he pretended to be unconscious. Seeing this, the jailer thought, before the master arrives, I can't let him die. He burst through the door and ran. While they were frantically trying to save him, Vo Dike quickly struck, knocking them out. He then took the opportunity to run into the pitch-black forest. The Duong family mobilized all their forces to capture Vo Dike. Duong Tada ordered her subordinates, "His scent is still here. Seal off all exits. Capture him at all costs." Vo Dike hid right above them. "Damn it! If I could recover even a quarter of my internal strength, I could make them pay dearly. I have to escape before I'm discovered. Otherwise, I'm doomed." But with my body severely wounded, the enemy detected the noise. I could only keep running forward. With each step, the broken bones in my arm shifted, causing intense pain. At that moment, Tang Susu used her light footwork, quickly catching up, out of my way. By now, the faint inner strength in Woody's body was almost depleted. Suddenly, he stopped. Because there's a bottomless abyss ahead. Duong Tutu, sword in hand, sneered, "Run, see where you can run to now?" Vo Dike looked at the bottomless abyss. "You'd better let me go. Otherwise, I will definitely take revenge 100-fold. After saying that, he jumped into the abyss without hesitation. Duong Tutu yelled, "You must die." Then, she swung her sword and fired an arrow, piercing through Invincible's back. Invincible's body falls, his eyes filled with killing intent. Cut to Chuga City. The beggar sect leader, Huang Tung, brings shocking news. Ba Tian Palace sent the 5 Venom sect to attack the Tang family. They were defeated by a young man with a bow and arrow, who even eradicated all the venomous snakes. Hearing this, Tang Tianhao exclaims in astonishment. "It must be my grandson-in-law, Invincible." Cut to the Tang family head leading people to Chuga City. After exchanging pleasantries, Duong Tianhao anxiously asked, "Where's my grandson-in-law?" The head of the Duong family was stunned. "Father, which grandson-in-law?" Duong Tianhao said with a smile, "Vo Dike, isn't he here at the Duong family?" At this moment, Duong Tutu ran over and embraced Duong Tianhao, crying and complaining while showing the wounds inflicted by Thiat Duk as proof. He's a spy from Ba Tian Kung. She even kept Thiat Duk's claw as a souvenir. Then, she ordered her subordinates to bring over a package. These are the spy's belongings. But when the package was opened, the elders all wore astonished expressions. Nangong Hui stepped forward and asked, "Why is the Nangong Patriarch's relic here?" Could it be that the Nangong Patriarch was a spy? Tang Susu said triumphantly, "That's right, it was him. I killed him and threw his body into the abyss." Hearing this, Nangong Hui's whole body trembled. Then, she held her sword to Tang Susu's throat, gnashing her teeth and saying, You deserve to die." But she was interrupted by the Nangong Patriarch, Lu Shang, who roared, "How can you be so disrespectful to your senior?" Hearing this, Nangong Hui immediately fell silent. Then, with a calm expression, he said, "There's no doubt, this bow belonged to Woody." Tang Susu killed Ironwing. Gui Yong and the Huang clan leader were shocked. "Your Tang clan dared to kill our benefactor?" Tang Tianhao looked at the two and asked, "What exactly happened?" The Tang clan leader coldly said, "He claimed Susu was his fiancée, but I never acknowledged it. Nor did I promise my daughter to anyone. That's why he was mistakenly identified as a spy." Hearing this, the Huang clan leader angrily roared, "Have you never heard of Woody's exploits at Changjiang? He single-handedly repelled the 5 poison sects' attack on the Tang clan, destroying all the poison corpses. Didn't the Tang clan even gather this information?" With that, he swung his hand, striking out with a palm strike, shattering the large tree. Tang Tianhao trembled with rage. "Do you know what you've done? Our Tang family has become the enemy of the entire martial arts world." Tang Susu, unconvinced, said, "Is his internal energy really that high? How could he be as powerful as you say?" Silence. All the other clans fled. Why could our Tang family stand our ground? He single-handedly fought against the 5 Venom sect for his fiancée, wiping out all their venomous snakes. He must have been seriously injured then. I can't believe he died at the hands of our Tang family. Suddenly, Tang Tianhao drew his sword. Stepping in front of the two, I coldly said, "The Tang family head and Tang Susu must commit suicide to atone for Wu Di's death." Nangong Hui hurriedly said, "Even if they die, Wu Di can't come back to life. We should join forces against Ba Tian Palace now." Tang Tianhao roared, "Our hero was killed by the Tang family. Even if I die, I can't face Wu Di. All of you, get out. From now on, I will not interfere in the Tang family's affairs." Tang Tianhao said while crying. The Tang family head knelt there, his face filled with fear. "Wu Di, I believe you will return, you will definitely return." Nangong Hui hugged Wu Di's bow, tears welling up in her eyes, and said resolutely, "When I, Vo Dike, arrived at the Tang family, my fiancé mistook me for a demonic cultivator, and I was imprisoned and brutally tortured for several days. Finally, I was forced to jump into a 100-foot ravine. Tang Susu, listen carefully. I will definitely take revenge, 100-fold. A few days later, I was carried by the swift current to a deserted riverbank. At this point, I could no longer feel my arms, indicating that the nerves in my arms had been damaged. If I don't treat them quickly, I fear they may never recover." He trudged forward, only one thought consuming him: survive, then take revenge. After what felt like an eternity, he finally saw a figure in the distance. Vo Dike, seeing a savior, hurried towards them. His frightening appearance startled the woman. She screamed and ran. Vo Dike collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Just as he was about to turn around, a man appeared. Seeing the man, the woman said, There's. The man asked with concern, "What happened?" Scene change, Vo Dike was carried home by 2 people for treatment. Looking at Vo Dike's severe injuries, the doctor sighed, saying his survival was a miracle. Immediately, a woman beside him asked, was he beaten like this? Not beaten, but tortured. His fingernails were broken one by one. Hearing this, the woman seriously asked, why were they so cruel? 3 days later, Vodike suddenly opened his eyes in terror. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. Did someone save me? He immediately checked his arms, finding them still numb. Hot tears streamed down his face. He didn't know how he could avenge the Iron Blood Gang without his arms. Just then, the man entered, saying joyfully, you're finally awake. My name is Pham Lai, and this young lady is Zhong Xia. We found you by the river. Hearing this, Vodike weakly expressed his gratitude. At that moment, the physician came to examine his wounds. Vodike anxiously asked, can my arms be restored? Lang Trung comforted him, don't worry too much. Although your body is severely injured, your true chi is gradually recovering on its own. You just need some time to recuperate. However, the meridians in both your arms are severely damaged. I'm afraid you won't be able to absorb true chi anymore. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Vodike. He seemed to lose all hope, silently lowering his head. Pham Lai, standing beside him, also shook his head and sighed. For a martial artist, this was no different from a death sentence. A month passed by quickly. Vodike's body, except for his arms, had gradually recovered. But now, he couldn't even perform a simple action like making a fist. He knew the chance of recovery was extremely slim. But he absolutely wouldn't give up, even if the chance was only 1 in 10,000. Under Zhong Xia's dedicated care, his injuries gradually improved. Having lived together for a long time, Wu Di and family became as close as brothers. Meanwhile, Zhong Xia's eyes held deep affection for Wu Di. Time flew by quickly, and the day to remove the bandages arrived. But Wu Di's arms were stiff as logs. Although his bones and meridians had completely recovered, he still couldn't use any internal energy. The physician consoled him, don't worry, after such a long period of inactivity. Your muscles and meridians are a bit stiff, but with practice, you'll fully recover. From then on, a figure appeared on the cliff every day. Wu Di's hands, stiff as wood, gripped the cliff face as he arduously climbed. Even though he collapsed from exhaustion every time, even though his clothes were drenched in sweat, he still persevered, gritting his teeth and enduring. Day after day, week after week. This deeply moved Fan Li and Zhong Xia, but the results of Wu Di's months of training left the two of them deeply disappointed. His hands still couldn't grip tightly. Zhong Xia turned her head and wiped away her tears, her heart aching for him. Every night, Wu Di would cultivate his inner strength by the riverbank. Zhong Xia quietly kept him company from behind, regardless of wind, rain, or bitter cold. Wu Di remembered the injuries Tang Su Su had inflicted upon him. Although her attack was a misunderstanding, he was determined to avenge the Iron Blood Gang. When my strength is fully restored, it will be time for revenge. Suddenly, Zhong Xia, who had always been healthy, began coughing incessantly. Wu Di quickly checked her temperature. Oh no! She has a high fever. He then carried Zhong Xia and rushed home. This silly girl, worried about me, stayed by my side day and night. I neglected her health. After the doctor's diagnosis, Zhong Xia's body, already weak, had now caught a cold. The doctor told Wu Di, you must remove her clothes and use your own skin to warm her. Pham Lai worriedly said, is this a bit disrespectful? Should we go down the mountain and find a woman to take care of her? Vodike calmly replied, there's no time. She's in this state because of me. And now is not the time to worry about such things. If anything happens to her, I will marry her, because I feel I've fallen in love with her. If you don't love her, let me take care of her. Finally, under Vodike's meticulous care, Trung Ha's condition gradually improved. And with Pham Lai as a witness, Vodike formally proposed to Trung Ha. Roaming the rivers and lakes, with brotherly love and loyalty, their wedding was simple yet warm. Pham Lai drowned his sorrows in alcohol outside the bridal chamber. That brat, his arms are crippled, like a log. Why would Zhong Xia choose him? His arms are crippled, like a log. But every day, with unwavering determination, he climbs the steep cliff face. Even though he falls hundreds of times each day, he never gives up. Right now, he has only one thought, to recover his strength and make his enemies pay. After a long period of arduous training, his arms finally regain some strength. Next, every day he lets the crashing waves batter him thousands of times, gradually becoming able to tear through the layers of waves. During a year of arduous training, Vodike never forgot the vendetta he harbored. Now, with a single palm strike, he could shatter a raging river. He didn't know the extent of his current power. He only knew his internal strength was several times greater than before. This meant the time had come to seek revenge on the Tang family. The three of them left the small house in the mountains together. When they arrived at the Tang residence, they found it deserted. This wasn't unexpected for Vodike. They had surely gone to the Martial King city. Looking at the familiar buildings, Vodike couldn't help but sigh. Then, he left his wife and Pham Lai waiting outside. He went alone to the prison where he had been held. TN2, I'm not dead, I'm back. The day of your revenge is not far off. Vodike walked out of the prison with a heavy heart. Let's go, to the Martial Arts Alliance. Over there, the martial arts alliance is in chaos. The demonic sex troops are advancing towards the Yangtze River, senior brother. Deputy Chief Jiajita Ding said sternly, they're splitting their forces. One group will reach Wudong in 2 days, the other will attack Manhwa in 4. But we haven't assembled enough men to defend both locations simultaneously. We must abandon either Wudong or Manhwa, concentrate our forces, or we have no chance of victory. If Manhwa falls, Shaolin and Mount Son will be the next target of their relentless assault. We can only choose to abandon Wudong, secure Manhwa, and concentrate all our forces there. On the other side, the Shaolin abbot himself will take action. He has passed on all his skills to the successors of each generation of Dharma protectors. We must commit our full strength to resist the demonic cult. Scene changes. Duong Kai leads a group of people searching for herbs in the mountains. Unexpectedly, they encounter assassins from the Bat Tien Song. To protect his 3 disciples carrying the herbs, he chooses to surrender his weapon. Just as the assassin is about to capture them, suddenly a wooden arrow shoots out, piercing his chest. Dai Duongko recognizes the newcomer, his heart filled with apprehension. You're not. Vo Dike's eyes are cold, his tone indifferent, long time no see. Seeing this, everyone in the 8 Heavens Palace let out a furious roar. Kill him. Invincible launched an attack, as fast as lightning, leaving no time to react. In an instant, his figure zipped through the trees like a gust of wind. That familiar gaze stirred up a storm in everyone's hearts. You're the Demon Spirit Palace Master? You're not. Invincible didn't say a word, widening the distance once more. Just then, Famla suddenly stopped him. Enough. We've lost our reason to fight. Hearing this, everyone immediately relaxed. This is when Tang Ji's companions suddenly turned on them. I never said I'd spare you. But Fan Li blocked the attack. They're from the evil Batian Palace, kill them. Fan Li's face was cold, the Batian Palace is just a center of power. Just because they don't meet your standards, you define them as violent and evil. You're also from Batian Palace, you should kill him first. In that case, I'll be happy to kill him first. Fan Li moved as fast as lightning, sending his opponent flying with one punch. Is this what you call proof? Then, a golden ring of light appeared in his hand. Invincible spoke, enough. Stop. Tanli said, withdrawing his aura, the 8 Heavens Palace and the Martial Forest Alliance fight because we walk different paths. Even without us declaring war. Haven't you Central Plains martial artists always been fighting amongst yourselves? Then, he lowered his head, his gaze hesitant. I apologize to Mr. Invincible for not telling you sooner. Invincible frowned. Does it matter where you come from? Tang Ji's eyes turned towards Invincible, filled with fear. Seeing this, Tang Ji felt a surge of turmoil within her. What goes around comes around. He lowered his head, his voice weak. I hope you won't harm them. Vo Dike raised his foot and kicked Duong Ko in the face. Duong Ko's body flew like a ball, flung into the distance. The words you speak, meaningless. Can you give me one reason not to kill them? Duong Ko coughed up blood. They won't cause you any harm. Vo Dike let out a cold laugh, as if Thia too could have endangered you? Didn't you all kill him anyway? They all have families and children. I beg you to spare them. Vo Dike's eyes were ice cold. If you can remain conscious until I'm finished, I'll grant your request. But if you lose your senses midway, then they all. Punch after punch landed relentlessly. Blow after blow, he attacked without mercy. The wounds Duong Ko had inflicted on him and Thia too. Today, he would repay them tenfold. Only the sounds of flesh hitting flesh and blood splattering remained. Duong Ko could only grit his teeth and endure. This scene sent chills down everyone's spines. But the murderous intent in Vo Dike's eyes didn't diminish at all. He then picked up a sturdy branch. With a cold laugh, he viciously stabbed it into Duong Ko's shoulder. Before, 2 of my ribs were broken, and I experienced. I will break every bone in your body. The horrific sound of shattering bones continuously emanated from Duong Ko's body. This scene terrified everyone. He understood how undefeated felt, but his current state frightened him. Tang Ji was beaten and lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. And undefeated had no intention of stopping. He continued to slowly retreat. At this moment, Fan Li beside him said, that's enough. Undefeated's killing intent, like a physical substance, erupted. In an instant, the other man was sent flying. Don't worry, I won't kill you. He broke my fingernail and then rubbed salt in the wound. I think he deserves to feel the same. Hearing this, the other person couldn't help but shudder. What exactly did the Tang family do to him? Just as Vo Dike was about to make his move. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind and embraced him. I'm worried you'll let hatred lead you down the wrong path. Hearing this, the murderous aura around Vo Dike gradually dissipated. Embracing Chung Ha, he gently stroked her hair. Don't worry, it's fine. Then, looking towards Duong Ko, he coldly said, get lost. Don't ever appear before me again. Duong Ko weakly said, go. Right now, his entire body's bones are practically. Even if he survives, he'll just be a cripple, living a life worse than death. At this moment, Fan Lu approached and softly said, it seems we should also go to Mount Hua. You want to go to Mount Hua? I'm a member of the Ba Tian Palace. Following you will be troublesome. After you've taken care of your business, I'll find you. Famla then led the assassin Duong Tru. News of Vodike's swift defeat of Duong Ko quickly spread. Learning that the Demon Spirit Palace Master was still alive, everyone in Ba Tian Palace was terrified. Anyone who had ever crossed paths with Vodike had the same thought, upon encountering him, quickly. Hearing this news, Nam Kung Hoi's expression changed drastically. Tears involuntarily streamed down his face. Nam Kung Kim Dan thought to himself, he defeated Duong Company. I wonder how things will develop. Nam Kung Hoi's gaze became incredibly resolute. Duong Ko deserved it from the very beginning. The Duong family dared to lay their hands on Vodike. I definitely won't let them get away with it. Meanwhile, Hua Li and Zhongxia also arrived at Manhwa. Worried that his wife was too tired, Wu Di suggested she rest there for a while. We should buy a horse, so you won't. Zhongxia smiled, I'm happy to be able to enjoy the scenery of Manhwa with you. Unaware of the figure behind them. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, who's there? A loud laugh came from the forest, I am the palace master of the Demon Spirit Palace. Wu Di didn't reply, drawing his weapon. One on the left, one on the right. A shout rang out, an invisible attack aimed at his head. He cried out, dodging repeatedly. Vodike gave him no chance to react, launching another invisible attack. He had just landed when he was sent flying again. It's me, I'm Hong. He quickly dodged. Vodike's head was struck once more. Hongvu was chased down 18 streets like that. Finally, he hid behind a tree and escaped their sight. He poked his head out, angrily saying, You did that on purpose. Vodike frowned, shouting, who allowed you to fool around like that? I could smell the alcohol on you from a mile away. Hongvu, Truong Quan, and Quach Chin Min also followed. The four men embraced joyfully, brother, you're alive. After calming down, Han Huin looked towards Chung Ha beside him. Vodike hurriedly introduced, this is my wife. Hearing this, the three of them immediately fell silent. Good morning, we're Vodike's friends. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Hongvu asked, you're married? Then what about Nam Kung Hoi? Slap. A sharp sound rang out as Quach Chin Min, beside him, immediately grabbed his collar. You brat, how dare you speak so carelessly? After a brief commotion, everyone gradually calmed down. Hongvu asked with a serious expression, we've heard about your situation. What do you plan to do next? Vodike replied with a stern face, the war is chaotic right now. We need to reinforce our troops. The Tang clan must be punished. We won't stop you, even though it's natural for you to avenge the Tang clan. But the martial world is in chaos now, and they certainly won't sit idly by. When the time comes, I'm afraid even your sworn brothers will have to confront you. Wu Di said calmly, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. No matter what, I won't give up. At this moment, Gua Zhengming changed the subject, speaking of which, on the night of your wedding. Before he could finish, Wu Di interrupted him, and everyone returned to a cheerful, boisterous atmosphere. Scene change. Everyone has arrived at Mount Hua. A large crowd is packed in front of the mountain gate. Nangong Hui looked at Wu Di, her eyes filled with complex emotions. Thank goodness, he's actually alive. Zhongxia's voice caught his attention. Who is that woman? What's her relationship with him? Wu Di came to her side and said gently, thank you for safeguarding my treasure. It's good to see you again. Now, let's take care of business. Thank you. After Han Xian finished cleaning up, a high-level meeting was convened. In the air, the sect elders looked at Wu Di and said coldly, did you kill Tang Ji? I did kill him. At that time, someone in his group died. I heard they died at the hands of the Heavenly Palace. And someone with you also claimed to be from the Heavenly Palace. How do you explain this? Wu Di's expression remained unchanged as he said, at that time, he did say he was from the Heavenly Palace. Everyone suddenly became furious. Why were you with someone from the Heavenly Palace? What's your relationship with them? Wu Di's face gradually darkened. I'm from the Kongtong sect. The one who died was my younger brother. He was my brother. So, you're also from the Heavenly Palace? Suddenly, a bang. Nam Kung Chang roared, you think this place can save you? Mo Ringyang drew his sword, his face serious. Wu Di didn't want to make things difficult for an old acquaintance, no wonder. He once wanted my life. Becoming brothers with him has nothing to do with our backgrounds or sex. At this moment, the door was suddenly kicked open. Tang Tianhao entered with a complicated expression. Wu Di stood up to greet him, Elder Tang, are you alright? Tang Tianhao bowed his head, his voice choked, I apologize, child. I never expected this to happen. The Tang family is at fault. Everyone arrived at the main hall. We have wronged you. Their fate is in your hands. Patriarch Tang and Tang Xiuxiu lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Di looked at Tang Xiuxiu and sighed. It's good to see you again, Tang Xiuxiu. Cherish others, don't hurt them. Tang Tutu, listen carefully. What you did to me in Tai Xiu. Today, I will repay you 100,000 times over. I've waited for this moment every single second. Every time I was about to break, on the verge of despair, I would remember those who laughed while rubbing salt into my wounds. The horrific scars on Woody's body make everyone shudder. What did he go through back then? This is the Tang family's sin. I'm willing to give my life to atone for it. I beg you to forgive the Tang family's sins. Uncle Tang swears, I will bear all the wounds you've suffered. Invincible's eyes were ice cold. You should have. Suddenly, a weak voice came from behind. They've realized their mistake. Is it really necessary to kill him in front of his parents? I can't bear to imagine failing if a great battle breaks out. And I can't bear to imagine our unborn child being lost. Invincible asked in astonishment, what did you say? I'm pregnant. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Suddenly, Tang Tianhao knelt down. The Tang family's mistakes are partly my responsibility. It's my fault for not disciplining. Go. I don't want to see you anymore. Wu Di planned to take his wife back to the mountains and figure things out later. Suddenly, he remembered Tang Xiuxiu's words from earlier in the room, her claws. Suddenly, he turned back to look at Tang Xiuxiu. That woman was wearing an iron bracelet. Like a venomous snake, the bracelet silently pierced his chest. He weakly said, didn't you say you realized your mistake? If Thaiatu knew I backed down just for a few apologies, how would he mock me? Zhong Xia has applied to join the alliance, and you agreed. Vo Daika's eyes were bloodshot as he coldly said, even if the Jade Emperor himself came today, he wouldn't. I don't want you to get hurt, so... At this moment, Vo Daika's rage reached its peak. He wanted to break every bone in that woman's body. A terrifying killing intent, like 10 ferocious beasts, spread everywhere. The intense pressure instantly crushed everyone to the ground. Nam Kung Tan thought to himself, the worst has happened. At this moment, Mak Nan Dung roared, killing for a woman, your selfishness is terrifying. Immediately after, he used the Heavenly Star Sword technique to attack Vo Dike. But Vo Dike didn't dodge. In the blink of an eye, Vo Dike sent Mak Nan Dung flying into the abyss. The sect leader was killed by Vo Dike. This scene made Nam Kung Tan heartbroken. He killed someone from the Kong Dong sect. The situation is beyond saving. Although the 9 great sects often fight for power, when facing external enemies, they unite. Now, Vo Dike's problem isn't just them. With the status of the 9 great sects at stake, the disciples of the Kongtong sect and the Tang clan roared and charged forward. Wudi's eyes were demonic and incredibly cold. The rage hidden within his heart now completely erupted. At this moment, he had only one thought, I will torture. Tang Tianhao hung his head and said miserably, how did things become like this? Wudi, unharmed, stood in the middle of the battlefield, behind him 2 rows of disciples desperately protecting him. Suddenly, a scream came from behind. Nan Gongcheng held his sword, his expression grave. He's our clan's benefactor. I can't just stand by and watch. The elders of the various sects frowned, their faces etched with worry. Nam Kung Tan declared sternly, that child represents our Nam Kung clan. At that moment, the Huashan sect leader looked at Vo Dike and said gravely, although I don't want to fight you, in this situation, I must stop you. Quach Chin, standing beside his master, said, you have shown us kindness, but I cannot disobey my master's orders. The Kong Dong sect leader also signaled his intent. Facing the 3 masters, Vo Dike remained unfazed. Powerful internal forces collided relentlessly, instantly sparking a fierce battle. This scene astonished Huang Zhong, the beggar sect leader. I never thought someone could withstand the combined attack of these 3. Suddenly, Xin Xing burst forth, I can't take it anymore. I want to kill. Boom! With a loud bang, the mace slammed down towards Wudi. Wudi remained calm, leaping to dodge. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared. Caught off guard, Wudi was struck in the waist. He drew his weapon, realizing it was Tai Xiu's internal force. Immediately after, his eyes bloodshot, he glared at Tang Xiuxiu. Are you courting death? The 3 of them attacked together. Wu Di instantly drew his iron gale, aiming it directly at Tang Xiuxiu. The Tang clan head shouted, hurry! Sword Qi rained down, reaping the lives of the Tang clan disciples. Tang Xiuxiu retreated continuously with the crowd. Wu Di said with a cold expression, if you want to die, come here. His thunder sword pointed forward, emanating a powerful killing intent. Shadow sword technique, 3rd stance. With a powerful strike, Wu Di disarmed Xin Xing. In that instant, a fierce gust of wind swept through. As the killing intent gradually dissipated, Wu Di was revealed to be injured. He calmly looked towards Tang Xiuxiu, let's go. No one will protect you now. Crack! Wu Di stomped on her foot. Tang Xiuxiu screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Next, both her hands, each finger, each joint, were broken bit by bit. The sound of shattering bones echoed continuously. The intense pain nearly caused Tang Xiuxiu to faint. Before I break all your bones, don't you dare die so easily. Miserable cries escaped Tang Xiuxiu's lips, please, kill me. At this moment, the Shaolin abbot spoke, have you not killed enough? The Shaolin temple cannot stand by and watch. Following his resounding shout, 108 arhats appeared. A magnificent sight, a powerful pressure enveloped Wu Di. Woody furrowed his brow and exclaimed, 108 arhats. Their strength is not to be underestimated. Let's see what you're capable of. A single, powerful, unrestrained attack. 108 arhats strike simultaneously, attacking undefeated. They are poised, ready for a counterattack. And the three old monks stand in the corner, observing. Seeing the 108 arhats enter the fray, the old monk can't help but worry. Hurry, tell the abbot to stop them, they're no match for undefeated. That's Tang Tianhao's voice coming from behind undefeated. This whole thing, from beginning to end, was caused by the Tang family. Let me and Tang Cici have a few words. Immediately afterward, he went to Tang Cici's side. Cici, I hope you can forgive me. Suddenly, Tang Tianhao struck, strangling his granddaughter. Tang Cici didn't even have time to scream before she died. After finishing everything, Tang Tianhao collapsed to the ground. Holding his granddaughter's body, he looked at the members of the Tang family and said coldly, "This is the consequence of your mistakes. It's all the Tang family's fault. Don't have any foolish thoughts. Quickly apologize." He didn't dare to think Invincible would end things like this. "I thought we could become a family, but now I don't even have the courage to face you." Invincible said calmly, "I don't blame you. Let's just let it end like this." The revenge finally ended, and Invincible left with the old monk. He said he would take his wife back to their small hometown. The old monk spoke up, asking her to stay a while longer. "By stopping your revenge, disciples from various sects suffered heavy casualties, and many are still injured and need treatment. You don't need to participate in the fighting. Once they've recovered, you can leave any time." He was a renowned Bao swordsman in the martial arts world. He once fought on par with Gu Yangfeng against Princess Yangfeng of the 8th Heaven Palace. Later, he and Gu Yangfeng founded the Supreme Heaven Palace. And the white-haired old man before them is that very Bao swordsman. He has retired and come to the Supreme Heaven Palace. He has only one purpose, to meet the Demon Spirit Palace Master. The Bao swordsman, famous throughout the land, never expected such an outstanding successor to his Bao sword technique. Half a month has passed since the final battle with Woody on Manhwa. He decided to part ways with the old monk and return home. But halfway there, he saw Fan Li and Gu Yangfeng walking towards them. Gu Yangfeng said with a smile, "I knew you would come looking for him." He greeted Woody enthusiastically. Gu Yangfeng walked over to Fan Li's side. "Long time no see. Seeing you puts my mind at ease." Gu Yangfeng said with a smile, "If it weren't for Brother Woody, I would certainly be dead." Gu Yangfeng said seriously, "Although Fan Li is powerful, she won't really kill her own son." Gu Yangfeng looked at Fan Li and sighed, "Father, is that true?" Woody and the others listened as Fan Li spoke about Gu Yangfeng. At this moment, Gu Yangfeng looked at Woody and said calmly, "You are the recently famous Demon Spirit Palace Master. May I ask why the Palace Master is looking for me? Currently, in the Jianghu, the only famous archer is Yao Er. I'm very curious to see how skilled you are." Woody knew this battle was unavoidable and looked towards his companions. "Wait for me here, I'll be back soon." The scene changes to a desolate area. Gu Yangfeng placed a sword on the ground. "This is a real duel, I hope you can use all your strength." The two faced each other. Gu Yangfeng said to Gu Yangfeng and Fan Li with a smile, "This kid's strength cannot be underestimated. Today, I'm afraid I will lose face in front of you too." The two began. It was a fierce battle. Whoosh! They both fired arrows simultaneously, the arrows like lightning. The arrows flew towards Woody, surrounding him. And the archer is none other than the Pursuit Island Master, one of the martial arts masters. Such familiar moves, they can all easily dodge them with celestial footwork in Stone Pearl City. They're even probing, going down there is completely useless. Invincible Great Crane releases an Invisible. King Gong marvels at the miraculous Chi transformation sword and also circulates his inner energy, trying to move. But he still underestimates the power of the Invisible sword, his consciousness instantly struck by Invincible's sword. Black Tiger. Duke Wan watched the Invisible sword burst forth, pleased with himself. "Don't rush it." He jumped high to dodge, it seems he hasn't had time to react. Another ruthless sword attack came, basically. Duke Wang reacted extremely quickly, instantly mobilizing his chi to block the sword energy. But Invincible didn't give him a chance to breathe, his attacks relentless, two more sword beams shot out. The flashes of light intersected, sealing off Duke Wang's escape route. Duke Wang cursed under his breath, "Damn it." With no other choice, he resorted to the embarrassing move, rolling on the ground. Immediately, his whole body rolled continuously on the ground. This move is called Blue Fish Strike. This sight left Gu Yang and Pang Er dumbfounded. Although this move can save oneself in a critical moment, for an expert, it's a kind of. Gong Wan gave a thumbs up to Woody, "You're truly amazing. This is the first time I've been pushed to this extent." Woody humbly replied, "Senior was being lenient." Gong Wan's expression softened, "You are a respectable expert. I also once researched Chi transformation swordsmanship, but the internal energy required is too immense, so I spent my life creating my own sword technique." Woody said, "Senior's insight is keen. I would appreciate your guidance. This is a historic battle. A contest of the strongest archers. A lifetime of cultivation, both sides used their strongest techniques, carrying tremendous power. The 3 arrows fired by King Gong towards Invincible transformed into dozens of crimson beams of light. This made it momentarily difficult for Invincible to distinguish. Among these beams of light, only 3 arrows were real. Thinking of this, Invincible closed his eyes. He knew that at this moment, only by relying on his senses could he escape danger. At this moment, Invincible suddenly tilted his head, dodging the deadly attack. Then he mobilized his chi, blocking the second arrow. But the third arrow was too fast, striking his shoulder and piercing straight through. On the other hand, Gongwang easily dodged the 3 invisible swords. Thinking victory was certain, 2 of the swords suddenly turned around and shot back from behind. 2 lines of blood sprayed out. Gongwang was hit in the waist, shoulder, and thigh. Gu Yang and Peng Er watched in utter shock. They never expected Gongwang to lose in an archery duel. Clutching his wounds, Gongwang looked at Wu Di in astonishment. How did you do that? Wu Di pulled the arrow from his thigh, while executing the invisible swords. I also used tracking sword. Hearing this, Gongwang's expression was shaken. Materializing swords from chi already consumes a tremendous amount of internal energy. Even in this situation, you still have the strength to use tracking sword. You truly are a. Invincible humbly replied, your illusionary archery is the pinnacle of archery. I have benefited greatly from it. Elsewhere, those waiting for Invincible's return in the forest encountered danger. Dozens of figures suddenly appeared, surrounding them. 5 poison sect disciple, Yang Sua, with a ferocious expression. That one is the wife of the Nether Palace archer. Hand her over, and I will let you leave unharmed. They exchanged glances and stood together to protect Ling Lung. We have to stall for time. Unrivaled will be back soon. The 5 poison sect disciples are attacking. They're skilled with poisons. Close combat isn't their strength. But they all carry the Tang family's antidote pills. Holding out until Unrivaled returns shouldn't be a problem. Meanwhile, Unrivaled is unaware of his companion's danger. The Bao King looks at him, his expression serious. News of my defeat will spread quickly. When it does, the Fist King and Sword King will definitely come looking for you. Unrivaled's expression remains indifferent. He only wants to bring his wife home safely. Pang Liqing, standing beside him, says, Unrivaled's swordsmanship is even more astonishing than his archery. The Duke said, very strong. Then, looking towards Gu Yang and Peng Er, he asked, how does it compare to your swordsmanship? Hearing this, Gu Yang and Peng Er looked embarrassed. We're not sure we could win. The Duke looked at Wu Di and said seriously, I want to experience your swordsmanship. Wu Di felt a little helpless. This old man was truly stubborn. Having no other choice, he agreed. The Duke then handed his longbow to Ling Lung, then drew his longsword with a shing. Vo Dike looked at the Fong Han in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, archery and swordsmanship clashed. Gongwang's 3 arrows were the first to shoot out. The illusion transformed into countless arrows in front of Vo Dike. But Vo Dike's entire body's energy surged. He unleashed a fierce sword energy with a swing of his sword. The second form of the divine shadow sword technique, Heartless Sword. In an instant, a powerful golden light shattered Gongwang's illusion. Gongwang's expression was astonished. I can't believe my strongest technique was broken so easily. Vo Dike shouted, Lightning Sword. His speed was so fast that Prince Gong couldn't react. A flash of sword light streaked across his chest. Vo Dike calmly sheathed his sword. Prince Gong's clothes were now torn in the shape of a cross across his chest. He could hardly imagine that if it were a fight to the death, he would already be dead. Vo Dike handed the wind soul bow to Lin Lung. I can feel the power of the wind in this bow. But he didn't know that his waiting comrades were in grave danger. Because the 5 poison sect disciple has summoned the terrifying 6 venom giant. This is a terrifying giant, overflowing with deadly poison. They are refined from thousands of venomous insects. Their bodies are as hard as steel, their strength immense. Even more terrifying, they don't feel any pain. Huang Vu, using all his strength, delivers a kick towards the giant. I didn't expect my arm to go numb from the impact. I can't keep dragging this out. Then, with a loud yell, I unleashed a furious palm strike towards the giant. But the giant simply raised its hands and blocked the attack, its skin not even scratched. The failed attack left Huang Vu embarrassed. After all, the lightning palm was aimed at the heart, but he had underestimated the giant's defenses, and the force of his palm was stopped mid-air. A green fist smashed fiercely towards Huang Vu. Before Huang Vu could steady himself, a massive wave of energy slammed into him. Fortunately, Huang Vu reacted in time, quickly pushing him away. At that moment, Quach Tin Yu's double dragon emerges from the sea, striking the giant's face. But the giant blocked it and sent him flying back. His body slid several feet across the ground before stopping. Duong Isosi stepped on his chest, sneering. I told you, hand over the woman and you can leave. Why suffer? With that, he turned to the poison master beside him and ordered, kill. The poison master raised Quach Tin's head, preparing to crush it. Suddenly, an invisible sword shot towards them from afar. A powerful force slammed into the poison master. Wu Di caught Gui Jingming with his lightning sword, and said to Huang Yu beside him, quickly, help him stabilize his injuries. Seeing Wu Di appear, Yang Sua sneered, so you're the Nether Palace archer? Wu Di's eyes turned cold, and you are? I am Yang Sua, second disciple of the Poison King of the Five Poison Sect. You destroyed my Five Poison Sect, this grudge. Inwardly, Vo Dike thought, so it's the Five Venom Sect. Yang Sua, brimming with killing intent, declared, today is your death. With that, he lunged towards Vo Dike. Huang Yu hastily handed the wolf fawn needles to Ling Lung. Vo Dike threw a punch into the air, his strength formidable. A bang resounded as the Poison Master's head exploded, spraying blood everywhere. But the Poison Master felt no pain, his movements unchanged. He continued to swing, attacking Vo Dike. The two forces collided, creating a loud explosion. The lone wolf's body staggered back a few steps. Unrivaled looked at his blackened hand, his heart sinking. Yang Sua laughed loudly, this is the latest improved lone wolf, how does the potent poison taste? Unrivaled said coldly, if you're so confident, why wait until I'm not around to make your move? If you were like last time, running around playing guerrilla warfare, wouldn't my men have died in vain? Duke Wang slowly approached, speaking coldly. So you used me as bait? Yang Sua hastily explained, I wouldn't dare, I was just momentarily confused. Ling Lung looked at Unrivaled's hand and asked worriedly, such a serious poison, are you alright? Unrivaled internal energy transfer, forcing out the toxins. Yang Sua was astonished, could this be the pure Yang technique? At this moment, Gui Jingming weakly spoke. Unrivaled rushed over. Gui Jingming gasped, we finally waited for your return. I have no regrets in this life. Being brothers with you all, I am very happy. Unrivaled choked up, don't speak anymore, I will help you. But Gui Jingming's eyes gradually dimmed. Take your corpse back to your homeland. This place is not suitable for you. After saying that, Gui Jingming breathed his last. His death was a heavy blow to the three of them. Wu Di wiped his tears and slowly stood up. The killing intent in his eyes was palpable. But he noticed Yang Sua holding a sword to Ling Lung's throat, if you move, your wife will die. Wu Di's aura exploded, if anything happens to her, I swear I will annihilate the Five Poison Sect. Are you threatening me? Suddenly, Prince Gong advised, I can overlook you using me. Release his wife, and take your men away from here. With Prince Gong's guarantee, Yang Sua sheathed his sword. But the killing intent in Wu Di's eyes didn't diminish, I'll let you go. At this moment, Gu Yang and Peng Er urgently said, now is not the time to fight. The poison in your men's bodies is spreading. We must quickly take them back for treatment. Any delay will be too late. Hearing this, Wu Di stared at Yang Sua. Let her go, and get out. I'll be back for you. Yang Sua immediately released Ling Lung. The scene changes. Wu Di carries Gui Jingming's body back to the mountain manor. Everyone rushes forward to check on him. Wu Di's tears fall like rain, he was poisoned by the Poison Master while protecting my wife. Just then, the Nangong clan leader runs over, his face etched with worry. Damn it, the poison in their bodies is very difficult to cure. Wu Di anxiously asks, how is my brother? The Tang family is helping them detoxify, but it's still uncertain whether their lives are in danger. Suddenly, Mumu rushed in, shouting, Mrs. Poisoned. Vo Dike, startled, said, how is that possible? He immediately rushed to Lin Lung's room. Seeing Lin Lung's pale and pained face, Vo Dike anxiously asked, where do you feel unwell? Lin Lung, drenched in sweat, weakly said, I feel something tearing at my insides. With that, she cried out in pain. At this moment, Duong Thianhao approached, his face serious. She might have some kind of goo worm implanted in her. I've brought a goo expert to take a look. Don't worry. Just as he finished speaking, Duong Kai arrived, being pushed in a wheelchair. He looked at Vo Dike and said, I know everything. I won't do anything to harm you anymore. Vo Dike sighed in relief. That's right. We no longer have any animosity between us. Duong Kai looked at Lin Lung's condition, his expression growing more serious. Suddenly, he turned to Vo Dike and said, I'm very familiar with this type of goo. Vo Dike was startled. I saw it at the Tang family. This news shocked Wu Di. An ancient goo that Tang Chi once saw. It can corrode a person's internal organs within 3 days. This is an extremely terrifying goo. Once implanted in the body, it will bloom within an hour. Then the goo will corrode the internal organs, making life worse than death. Tang Chi looked at Ling Lung, his expression grave, there's currently no cure for this type of goo. Her insides are being corroded bit by bit. For a living person, that's unbearable pain. I think it's better to let her go. Thinking of Ling Lung suffering a fate worse than death, a murderous look flashed in Wu Di's eyes. If anything happens to her, I swear I'll destroy the entire Heavenly Palace. Tang Kong said, I've already severed ties with the Heavenly Palace. Do as you see fit. If there's truly no other way, let Ling Lung. Wu Di, filled with murderous intent, walked to the window. Why did it turn out like this? Why? His pent-up resentment suddenly erupted. He slammed his palm against a nearby pillar, shaking the room. He collapsed to his knees, his mind blank, unable to process the truth. Inside the room, Tang Tianhao asked Tang Qi, is there any way to lessen her pain? Tang Qi thought for a moment, then said uncertainly, there might be one way. The gu's weakness is fire. We could try burning the gu inside her. Tang Tianhao said, only pure yang fire can do that. Tang Qi said worriedly, Ling Lung's body is too weak now. She can't withstand pure yang fire. It would burn her to death. We can only use golden needles to seal the gu first, to prolong her life, but she will still have to endure unimaginable pain. The old monk said to Mumu beside him, go and call Wu Di. Elsewhere, at the Ba Tian Kung's base. Yang Susi said smugly, that woman, Lin Lung, won't live past 3 days. Lin Lung's heart trembled upon hearing this. What did you say? I planted a parasitic gu inside her. No one in this world can save her. How dare you use such despicable methods on a woman who doesn't know martial arts? Yang Susi said contemptuously, this is between me and Vo Dike. You have no right to interfere. Lin Lung angrily drew his sword, he is my sworn brother, and Lin Lung is my wife. Yang Susi's face darkened, I don't want to fight with people from Ba Tian Kung. But if you side with him, then come at me. He'd barely finished speaking when, before anyone could clearly see his movements, the pillar beside him was sliced clean through. Yang Suo was startled, this kid has some skill. He hastily channeled poisonous qi into his hands. Black poison palm. Countless streams of black poison shot towards Ling Lung like cannon fire. Ling Lung stood calmly amidst the poisonous fog. Do you think the heavenly tyrant palace fears the 5 poison sex poison? With that, she swung her sword, releasing several bursts of sword qi. The sword energy reached Yang Suo in the blink of an eye. Boom! Yang Suo couldn't withstand such immense power. He was sent flying, and before he could react, a sword's gleam was pressed against his throat. Suddenly, a group of people appeared. Stopping Ling Lung. This area is my territory. Yang Suo laughed loudly, if you want to live, kneel and admit defeat. Lin Lung didn't reply, her aura exploded. The wind soul on the ground formed a deep sword scar. Duke Gong beside him was secretly shocked, that's Gu Yang's ultimate move, Peng Air. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lung charged towards Yang Suo. A powerful poison palm struck out. Yang Suo sneered. Boom! Sword qi like thunder shattered Yang Suo's poison palm. It turned out Lin Lung had used the poison master's poison against him. The 5 poison sect disciples were horrified, their invincible poison master had been defeated with a single strike. Ling Lung used the wind soul to send Yang Suo flying. You will pay dearly for your actions. At that moment, Li Xiuxian suddenly appeared, stop! Ling Lung shouted angrily, get out of my way. He deserves to die. Li Xiuxian frowned, the 5 poison sect and the Hegemon Heaven Palace are now allies. Even if you are the princess's son, you cannot act so recklessly. Yang Suo thought to himself, so he's the princess's son. Li Xiuxian said coldly, Invincible simply wanted to return home and live a peaceful life, not get involved in the affairs of the Jianghu. But your foolish actions have made the Hegemon Heaven Palace a formidable enemy. With that, he sent Yang Suo flying. I can't kill you. I need you alive to exchange for my brother's life. The scene changes. Vo Dike decides to use pure yang fire to temporarily stabilize Lin Lung's condition. Ko Diang and Ban Ni are responsible for transferring their internal energy. The internal energy enters Lin Lung's body, transforming into pure yang fire. The unconscious Lin Lung is awakened by the pain. This is an incredibly painful and lengthy process. After one night, the goo worm inside Lin Lung's body is finally completely incinerated. But this method can only prolong life for a few days. We must find a way to remove the ancient mold. Meanwhile, at an unnamed inn, Wu Zun was intently listening to passers-by recounting the heroic deeds of Wu Di. The title of Nether Palace Archer made him immensely proud. But when he heard that Wu Di had been captured by the Tang family and tortured to death by the Nie Xinggu, Wu Zun was thunderstruck, stunned, that damned Tang family. I will settle the score with you soon, old man. He was originally a peerless expert. But he lived in seclusion deep in the mountains for decades, unconcerned with worldly affairs. Upon descending the mountain, he learned that his grandson had been tortured to death by the Tang family, and his heart ached. Enraged, he vowed to avenge his grandson by going after the Tang family. He immediately went to an inn at the foot of Mount Hua. Unexpectedly, he overheard some shocking news. Have you heard? The Ghost Palace Archer nearly leveled Mount Hua. Wu Zun hastily asked, the Ghost Palace Archer isn't dead? Didn't you know? Everyone thought he was dead, but he survived and has returned for revenge. Wu Zun collapsed to the ground, so it was a misunderstanding. That little brat, daring to trick his grandpa. I'll break his legs. He angrily walked towards Mount Hua. Suddenly, several rocks appeared on the path, forming a circle around Wu Zun. Wu Zun became wary. He looked at the Kongtong sect disciples and said, what are you doing? Seeing him so calm while facing so many people, Wu Shang couldn't help but wonder, could he be the legendary expert? Seeing the other party remain silent, Wu Zun grew impatient. If you have nothing to say, move aside. A good dog doesn't block the road. Meanwhile, Wu Shang was wrestling with his thoughts. If I can withstand a few blows from the Duke. Once the sex experts arrive, my, Wu Shang's, reputation will spread throughout the martial world. He drew his sword. Disciples, heed my command. Use all your strength to stop him. The sudden attack left Wu Zun somewhat perplexed. These brats, they don't even show respect to this old man. Elsewhere, the scouts from the foot of the mountain had arrived at Manhwa to report. The Duke has come to Manhwa alone and is currently fighting with disciples of the Empty Copper sect. Hearing this, everyone quickly rushed over. When they arrived, they discovered Wu Zun was being pummeled. He repeatedly punched Wu Shang in the face, quickly beating him into a pulp. Seeing everyone arrive, Wu Zun angrily said, "How rude! You dare gang up on an old man like me?" Mo Qing Er Hua of the Empty Dong sect said nothing and immediately attacked Wu Zun. Wu Zun, defenseless, cried out, "So you're in cahoots with him?" The words had barely left his mouth when 3 invisible swords shot out. Mo Qing hastily jumped up to dodge. Wei Yong and the Nangong Patriarch exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't this the Invincible's transforming chi into sword?" Then the two of them laughed loudly. "We know who he is now." Meanwhile, under the tracking sword's attack, Mo Qing was suffering indescribably. Although he used the whole body calculation, he was ultimately defeated by a single sword strike. Wu Zun raised his bow and said coldly, "If you dare come again, I'll shoot you through the head." At this moment, the Nam Kung family head stepped forward and respectfully asked, "May I ask if you are Invincible's grandfather?" "Indeed, do you know my grandson?" The scene changes, and Wu Zun is brought to the main hall of the Huashan sect. But Invincible wasn't at all happy to see his grandfather, and coldly asked, "Grandfather, explain the marriage engagement with the Tang family to me." Wu Zun, seeing the situation wasn't good, had to tell the truth. "Alright, there's no marriage engagement at all. It was all a lie to get you to come down the mountain to cultivate." Hearing this, Invincible was furious. "Do you know what I've been through because of this lie? Don't you think all of this is ridiculous? If you wanted me to come down the mountain for training, why not just say so?" Grandfather said with a serious face, "What happened has happened. I'm very sorry. But back then, I advised you to come down from the mountain, but you wouldn't listen. Ever since you left the organization, you've stayed home every day, doing nothing. If I hadn't made up that lie, I'm afraid you'd still be up on the mountain, eating and doing nothing." He paused, then suddenly added, "And Tai Shue's death is partly your fault. Before you went to the Tang family, you fought with the 5 Venom sect." Wu Di was stunned. He said coldly, "Because of your lie, I went to protect the Tang family. And you blame me for being careless? I told you, when fighting, you have to keep your distance. Yet you were arrogant enough to approach the 5 Venom sect, and ended up seriously injured, leading to Tai Shue's death. Did you think learning the Shadow Sword technique would make you invincible? You have no real combat experience. Who gave you such courage?" Vo Dike was scolded harshly, feeling somewhat disgruntled. He wanted to argue back, but his grandfather placed all the blame on him. Suddenly, his grandfather's tone softened, and he asked gently, "When did you get married?" After Vo Dike answered, his grandfather laughed heartily. "Where's my granddaughter-in-law? Quickly, take me to see her." Seeing Vo Dike's gloomy expression, he asked coldly, "What's wrong?" "She's been implanted with a parasitic goo." Hearing this, his grandfather became worried. "Quickly, take me to her." Then, the two of them went to Ling Lung's room. The parasite goo within Ling Lung's body started acting up again, and she was writhing in pain. Her grandfather quickly went forward to check on her. He then took out a box of silver needles. "I can make her pain-free." After a few needle insertions, Ling Lung finally stopped struggling. When she realized her rescuer was Wudi's grandfather, she tried to get up to bow, but Wudi stopped her. At this moment, Wu Zuan suddenly said, "Let her bow." As Wudi looked on helplessly, Ling Lung bowed to Wu Zuan. Wu Zuan looked at Ling Lung with a grave expression. "My dear, I will do my best to help you, but it's very difficult." Ling Lung rubbed her belly and asked weakly, "What about my child?" He sighed. "Saving the child is also very. There are only 2 options. One is to control the number of parasitic goo in your body, prolong your life, and then use painkillers to keep the baby. 2 is that you have to endure agonizing pain every day, a fate worse than death, until the baby is born, but after giving birth, you will." Ling Lung's eyes became resolute. "I want to give birth to this child. Have you thought it through? For the next few months, you'll have to endure the burning of the pure yang fire 4 times a day. This is your and Wu Di's child. As long as you're safe, I'm willing to do anything, even sacrifice my life." After Ling Lung rested, Grandpa and Wu Di went for a walk in the forest. Suddenly, Grandpa whistled into the air. A sharp cry rang out. An iron bird flew onto Grandpa's hand. Wu Di asked in surprise, "Is this Iron Blood?" Grandpa turned to look at him. "This is Iron Blood's child." Before Iron Blood left, he brought back a female iron bird. She didn't even wait for her child to be born before going to look for you. Months later, Wu Di stood anxiously outside the nest. Gu Yang and Peng Er carried a weakened Ling Lung through the forest. "Hurry, Ling Lung is about to give birth." Ling Lung is a great mother, she is giving birth. willing to sacrifice her own life. Wu Di stood outside, his face filled with worry. Although this was his wife's choice, he still hoped for a miracle, for her to survive. After a period of waiting, a baby's cry suddenly rang out from inside. The sweating midwife pushed the door open. "Congratulations, it's a healthy baby boy." Hearing this, Vo Dike's tears flowed. He knew his wife had paid a heavy price. Lin Lung held her child, tears welling in her eyes. She turned to her grandfather, apologetically saying, "I'm sorry, grandfather. I haven't done anything for you." Her grandfather teared up. "Don't say that. You've done so much already." Then, Lin Lung kissed her child's forehead. "My love, you must be good, grow up strong and healthy, don't let the absence of your mother." Vo Dike pulled Lin Lung into a painful embrace. "You've done so well. There must be a way. Vo Dike, I have one last wish. I hope you won't hate Duong Sosi. Even if you have to fight him in the future, you must promise me, don't kill him." Vo Dike choked back a sob. "I know it's not his fault. I don't hate him." As if hearing a satisfactory answer, Lin Lung's pupils slowly dilated. Finally, she breathed her last in Vo Dike's arms. Seeing this, Vo Dike let out a pained roar, filled with regret, unwillingness, and boundless hatred. 6 months later, the baby grew up healthy under the nanny's care. In the blink of an eye, the baby was old enough to start eating solid food. At this time, Vo Dike suggested leaving this place. After visiting Lin Lung's grave, "I want to go to Ba Tian Kung." Hearing this, Grandpa asked, "Do you want to seek revenge on the Hegemon Palace?" Invincible looked at Gu Yang and Pang Er. Gu Yang and Pang Er said with a smile, "The Hegemon Palace has nothing to do with us anymore, it's up to you." Scene change. After the Huashan battle, the Martial Alliance and the Hegemon Palace fell into a stalemate. To ensure the safety of the supply caravans, the various sects dispatched disciples to escort them along with the 1,000-mile escort agency. Wushang of the Empty Copper sect, who had some prior dealings with Invincible, also participated. His arrogant and conceited attitude made everyone very uncomfortable. Even the disciples of the Qingcheng sect who accompanied them were extremely disgusted by him. This gave the chief of the 1,000-mile escort agency a major headache. "Just hold on a little longer, the mission is almost over." Suddenly, a voice rang out from ahead, "Halt!" The newcomer claimed to be the leader of the Blood Slaughter Assassin organization. "You can go, but leave the goods behind." Xiao Tu thought to himself, Blood Slaughter is the largest assassin organization in the Jianghu. At this moment, Wu Shan quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Attack! Protect the goods, kill them all." Suddenly, a powerful palm strike erupted from the ground. A ferocious series of attacks rained down on Wu Shang. Wu Shang drew his sword to block, but his opponent suddenly changed tactics. The force of the palm strike traveled up the sword. The lightning palm hit Wu Shang in the chest. Although he dodged in time and avoided serious injury, before he could recover, another palm strike hit him squarely in the face. At this moment, the bodyguard suddenly intervened, grabbing the assassin. He channeled his inner strength, sending the assassin flying. He roared, "Attack!" In the blink of an eye, dozens of dark figures surged from the ground. This plunged everyone in the escort agency into chaos. Meanwhile, Wudi and the others appeared on a distant mountaintop. He also noticed the situation at the 1,000-li escort agency. He then handed the baby to Gu Yang and Peng Er. His figure shot down the mountain like lightning. He fired 3 arrows into the air. In the blink of an eye, several assassins were pierced through. Hackman commanded his soldiers, "Be careful, we're under attack. Sniper over there, find him." The assassins obeyed, immediately heading towards Vo Dike. But their speed couldn't match Vo Dike's. The faster they went, the faster they died. Hackman continuously used unpredictable moves. "At this rate, my men will only die in vain." He immediately ordered his subordinates to attack together. "Hold formation, watch out for the sniper." But he still couldn't guess Vo Dike's plan. Vo Dike continuously launched invisible attacks from the sky. Each attack carried devastating power, instantly killing many assassins. The survivors could only hide behind the trees to dodge. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind. "Vo Dike and Gu Yangfeng have joined forces." But Hackman quickly retreated, taking the assassins with him. He roared at the two of them, "Are you the ones who attacked us?" The two old men frowned and remained silent. Gu Yangfeng called to Vo Dike, "Hurry up, come help me." Vo Dike leaned against a tree, his expression indifferent. "Can't you figure it out yourself?" Helpless, Gu Yangfeng handed the child to Pham Lu. Immediately after, Tam Han vanished in the blink of an eye. Pham Li's group cleaned up the battlefield. "It's been a long time since I've fought. Having lost an arm, this is my first time back in action." He only has one arm, but his fighting prowess remains formidable. Facing dozens of assassins, he remains unfazed. Amidst the clang of weapons, many enemies fall. His movements are ghostly, impossible for others to follow. Haining looks at his subordinates, each one filled with rage. They unleash their full strength, attacking Gu Yangfeng. Gu Yangfeng merely tilts his head, easily dodging. "You're a bit stronger than them." The fierce battle leaves the observing disciples in awe. This is the martial art we've always pursued. Suddenly, a Kongtong sect disciple pointed into the distance. Look quickly, isn't that the Demon Spirit Palace Master? Hearing this, the two knew it was the famous Demon Spirit Palace Master. Meanwhile, Woody looked at everyone with a cold expression. Sooner or later, my reputation will surpass yours. After warming up, Gu Yongfeng walked forward confidently. Fan Li also stepped forward, expressing his desire to participate. After Han Xian finished cleaning up, Woody asked Biao Shu, will everyone be alright while I'm gone? Biao Shu, with a sorrowful expression, the others are all dead. After you left, the Biaoju kept helping the alliance with transport. But they were ambushed, and everyone else died. Vo Dike remained silent, remembering the help he received from the Biaoju people when he came down from the mountain. At this moment, a powerful killing intent erupts from him. He hugs the child tightly. Don't cry, I will avenge you. I will definitely avenge you. After a brief reunion, Vo Dike decides to part ways with everyone and continue his journey. Zhong Xia and Fan Li see them off. Zhong Xia whispers to Fan Li, he will join the martial arts alliance. I hope he'll fight alongside us. He'd be a tremendous asset to the martial alliance. Just then, the Supreme Elder beside him said coldly, if he joins the martial alliance, our Kongtong sect will never accept it. His expression remained unchanged, but his tone was icy. That only proves your pettiness. The future of the Kongtong sect is truly worrisome. Elsewhere, news of Gu Yongfeng's actions at the Overlord Palace reached Fan Li's ears. Fan Li declared gravely, I've decided to launch another attack on the martial alliance tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone felt the decision was somewhat hasty. Fan Li stood and explained, currently, the martial alliance has concentrated its forces at Manhwa. We'll send assassins to attack the martial alliance's other forces. If they want to avoid receiving reinforcements, they'll have to spread their troops thin. At that time, we will launch a full-scale attack and seize their headquarters. Late at night, at a martial forest clan stronghold, 2 assassins lay dead in the snow. The assassin leader sneered, I'll take over this place. Following that, a large number of assassins attacked. Screams continuously echoed from within the stronghold. A messenger reported, the stronghold is under attack. The Blood Shadow Squad has launched a raid. Our men are under heavy assault. The clan leader looked gravely out the window, we no longer have the strength to stop them. He immediately said to Mu Yang beside him, Mu Yang, we must report this at once. Mu Yang took out a carrier pigeon. Please be safe. The Martial Forest Alliance will avenge you. Meanwhile, at the Kongdong sect, he continuously sent messages to the other branches. At the Martial Forest Alliance headquarters, everyone wore worried expressions. The Zhang clan leader said with a grave expression, I can't believe we've lost over 10 branches in a single night. Nan Gongcheng said angrily, he's coming. This will be the final battle. The Zhang family quickly devised a plan to avoid direct confrontation with the attacking forces. We'll lure them to the Li family and set a trap. Scene change. Woody and the others arrive at a small town. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder of the Kongtong sect arrives. Greetings, everyone. It's been a while. I've come to deliver a message from the alliance leader. Woody opens the letter and finds it's from Zhang Yongyong. The letter says Huangwu, Guozhang, and Nangong Hui will lead the attack on the Eight Heavens Palace. This news worried Woody. He and they were sworn brothers. Guozhang even risked his life to save Zhong Xia. Now that they're in danger, he definitely wouldn't stand idly by. The ancestors suddenly held the baby. I won't let you take my grandson to such a dangerous place. That night, Woody was very worried, but there was nothing he could do. I'll wait for you at Shaolin for 6 months. If you don't return, or if you die, I'll take the baby home. Scene change. Huang Yu led the Blood Shadow Squad in a swift attack on the Martial Arts Alliance. But before Wu Lin Ming stood a vast enemy army. The disciples stood beneath the city gates, waiting. The Zhang clan leader sternly said, fight back, but maintain formation. The disciples joined forces to counterattack. But they faced the Blood Shadow Corps, who feared no injury. Under the fierce onslaught of poison gas, countless casualties were inflicted in an instant. This enraged everyone. Damn it, poison traps are completely useless against poison gas. Zhang Yongyong ordered, quickly, have them retreat to the flanks, and avoid the master's attack method. On command. The disciples retreated one after another. Unexpectedly, the Blood Shadow Corps had anticipated their plan. Countless assassins appeared, blocking their retreat. This sight startled the Zhang clan leader. We must find a way to retreat. If this continues, we'll be completely annihilated. At this moment, a troop of Kongtong sect disciples suddenly appeared on the battlefield. The one who arrived was an elder of the Kongtong sect, Shin. Shin attacked decisively, decimating the Blood Shadow Corps. In the blink of an eye, he killed countless members of the Blood Shadow Corps. They shouted, we will protect the Central Plains martial world with our lives. The Zhang clan leader roared, our target is the Poison Masters. Let them taste the might of the Zhang clan. The Zhang clan disciples used powerful sword techniques, slashing at the Poison Masters. The Zhang clan leader seized the opportunity and blew the head off a Poison Master with a single palm strike. But just as the Poison Master's head fell, The Martial Alliance disciples erupted in cheers. Meanwhile, Woody watched the scene from atop a high mountain. He thought, the Zhang clan leader's killing method is quite suitable. Immediately after, he stood up and began his search. Within the Blood Shadow Corps barracks, he found the person controlling the Poison Master. It seemed that this person was the one directing the Poison Master's actions. He was 7 years old. 17 years old. 20 years old, he became the Palace Lord of the Demonic Spirit Palace, striking fear into the demonic sects. Now, to eradicate the demonic sects, he had once again joined the fight against them. He coldly walked before the group of demonic sect members. Speak. Where is the one controlling the Poison Master? Bring them out to face justice. The enemy roared, who do you think you are? Kill them. Following the Poison Master's command, a swarm of venomous insects formed a circle, surrounding them. Without a word, Invincible charged into the swarm. Although the venomous insects were impervious to blades and spears, and their bodies were tough, they posed no obstacle to the current Invincible. He didn't use his sword, only his bare hands, his strikes like the full moon, slashing and killing the insects. In an instant, invisible attacks shot out, piercing through hundreds of insects. The demonic cult members were terrified. The Poison Masters, their hands are so weak. The appearance of the Demon Spirit Palace Master ruined Blind Blade's plan. Damn it, we can't stop him at all. But Invincible didn't give them a chance to react, unleashing 2 more sword strikes. He cut down the 2 venomous insects, then turned towards Blind Blade and the other 3. The 3 of them quickly dodged, but they didn't expect. Invincible's target was the 2 Poison Masters behind them. His eyes cold, he asked, "Tell me, where are the Poison Masters imprisoned?" Blind Blade's aura flared. Do you think the Hegemony Palace would betray its allies? Immediately after, he roared and charged towards Invincible with his saber. Invincible's figure vanished, reappearing several meters away. The speed was so fast that it startled Mad Saber. This is teleportation? Invincible's figure gently landed. This movement technique is roaming step. Immediately after, he kicked off the ground and rapidly charged forward. An immensely powerful force suddenly erupted. A single glance was enough to terrify Mad Saber and the other 2. But Invincible's target wasn't them. It's the 5 Venom Sect Elder controlling the Poison Master. He reacted quickly, simultaneously controlling the Poison Master to attack Woody. Woody's eyes turned cold, unleashing an invisible attack. In the blink of an eye, with lightning speed, it pierced through the Poison Master, its power continuously erupting. A tragic scream resounded. Su Feng's parents were killed. Woody arrived beside him, coldly saying, "Where is your sect leader?" "He's at Supreme Heaven Palace, waiting for you." "That's your burial ground. The 5 Venom Sect will spare no expense to destroy you." Tu Feng laughed loudly. Vodike's expression remained unchanged. "I'm looking forward to seeing what experience he can give me." Soon after, Vodike noticed Hongvu and the others heading towards Batian Palace. In an instant, he realized Kwang Dao and the others had surrounded him. "I don't want to waste my time here." "Do you all want to die?" Kwang Dao yelled. "Today I will slit your throat." Immediately after, he charged forward with his blade. He was greeted by Vodike's invisible attack. Boom! A loud bang, swords clashed. An immense force injured Kwang Dao's arm. And Woody gave him no chance to breathe, launching 3 consecutive invisible attacks. Although Kwang Dao reacted quickly, dodging 2. The third attack directly broke one of his arms. His body, like a cannonball, fell heavily. Kwang Dao witnessed everything, his heart filled with fear. If this continued, he too would. At this moment, Huang Ma yelled towards Kwang Dao, "I'll die here, you guys go." Suddenly, Vodike sensed 2 powerful auras appear. 2 old men, Fai Long and Thursday Ko, appeared. "Are you the Demon Spirit Palace Master?" Vodike's expression remained unchanged. "Are you also from the 8 Heavens Palace?" Thursday Ko's expression was calm. "Unfortunately, you won't be leaving here alive today. You are strong, so we are forced to join forces. You are tired, so you can rest." Vodike was extremely wary. These 2 were stronger than Ko Duongfeng. He needed to be careful. Immediately afterward, his eyes turned cold. Attack. The 2 attacked together. Thursday Ko's meteor hammer coiled like a snake. With each swing, he unleashed hundreds of pounds of force, delivering blow after blow. Boom! The meteor hammer, like a bullet, slammed towards Invincible. Invincible dodged, his heart filled with alarm. The meteor hammer's attacks were exceeding his field of vision. This was the toughest battle he'd faced since descending the mountain. The 2 of them coordinated flawlessly, leaving no openings. Invincible could only frantically dodge, finding no opportunity to counterattack. As he dodged one attack, the other's assault arrived. Although he managed to evade 3 blows in a row. "But I still got hit." Champion was astonished. It was the first time an opponent had neutralized his invisible attack. In that instant, Fatty Dragon and Bitter Meteor Hammer attacked relentlessly. Champion knew that if he kept dodging, the fight would never end. So, he used his twin hammers to attack Bitter. Bitter frowned. He continuously dodged Champion's invisible attacks. Unable to dodge, he redirected the attack towards him, a surprising move. Fei Long drew the iron axe from his back, striking the Millennium Unbreakable iron axe. Yet, his attack cracked it. What kind of martial art is this? Immediately after, I gathered my internal strength, throwing the axe to test this martial art. Woody launched an invisible attack. The two attacks collided, emitting a loud bang. The axe couldn't advance, the invisible attack was neutralized. Immediately after, he suddenly turned his head, facing Woody again. Woody knew this was a fight to the death. Without thinking, he countered with his iron axes. Boom! A loud bang. You think you're the only one who can attack from a distance, he said, condensing two iron axes once more. Invincible launched two invisible attacks. Just as the invisible attacks were about to blow away the two iron axes, suddenly, Suffering's meteor hammer shot from the side. Invincible dodged. Unexpectedly, their target was the weapons in his hands. Thursday Co dragged the iron axe forward. My weapon is gone. Seeing this, the demonic cult members cheered again. Hong Dao pointed at the two and yelled, Elders, kill him. Vo Dike looked at everyone's reaction, his expression cold. Do you think an archer without a bow and arrow has no other options? Fei Long sneered, you've lost your strongest weapon and you're still talking tough? You can't even protect your own wife. These words unintentionally struck a nerve with Vo Dike, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. You damned fat pig. Immediately afterward, he picked up an iron axe from the ground. You will hear the most miserable scream. Fei Long raged, spinning his twin iron axes. I'll grind you to dust. But Woody, his body low to the ground, he shot forward like lightning. His speed was so great that it startled Fei Long, leaving him no time to react. Thud! An axe embedded itself in Fei Long's shoulder. Blood sprayed. Shoku, from the side, attacked. His meteor hammer, like a serpent, coiled around Woody. But this time, Vo Dike was prepared, giving him no chance to retrieve his weapon. You think I'd fall for that twice? Suddenly, Fei Long roared. He quickly attacked Vo Dike. Vo Dike's aura suddenly erupted. You all shall die. Vo Dike's power, like a tsunami, overwhelmed Fei Long. Fei Long's body was shattered, a scream of agony echoing out. This scene made Thursday Co shudder. He swung the meteor hammer with all his might. Vo Dike quickly ducked to avoid it. Thud! Thursday Co spat out a mouthful of blood. Coughing up blood, he said with a bitter laugh, I never thought I'd die at the hands of such a powerful martial artist like you. His body then collapsed, falling beside Fei Long. Brother, let's go together. Fei Long's eyes dimmed, and he nodded. Famla shattered Fei Long's skull with a single punch. Immediately after, he also used all his strength, unleashing his ultimate move. The Martial Forest Alliance cheered the name of the Demon Spirit Palace Master. But Mad Blade, having sensed the unfavorable situation early on, led the Blood Shadow Squad in retreat. Initially an overwhelmingly one-sided battle, Invincible single-handedly turned the tide. The Zhang family had asked Invincible, where do you plan to go next? Invincible coldly replied, Supreme Heaven Palace. My brothers are there, and the Five Poison sect is there as well. Scene change, the Supreme Heaven Palace princess received a challenge letter. The Demon Spirit Palace Master challenged the 108 strongest experts of Supreme Heaven Palace. Family couldn't help but laugh loudly. Interesting. 108 experts, just like the 108 Arhats Gu Yongfeng defeated at Shaolin back then. He wants revenge for my master, Gu Yongfeng. Song Gu, with an angry expression, does he really think he's invincible? Please, princess, allow me to deploy troops and accept his challenge. At this time, Guo Jing seriously advised, we can't let the guards leave Batian Palace. Based on my understanding of Woody, he wouldn't send a challenge letter. If this is a Wulian Alliance conspiracy, the guards will be ambushed on the way. But family still agreed with Song Gu. There's only one person. I won't accept the challenge, otherwise, I'll be ridiculed by everyone. A few days later, Woody arrived at Batian Palace with Wushan. Suddenly, Woody sensed a powerful force rapidly approaching. In the blink of an eye, countless people appeared. It was the guard led by Song Gu. He sneered at Vo Dike, so you're the Demon Spirit Palace Master challenging the Supreme Heaven Palace? Vo Dike's expression remained calm. What's the point of a challenge? He had once stood at the pinnacle of the world. He single-handedly killed countless demonic sect experts. Now, he was being used as bait to intercept the strongest guard. The guard captain pointed at Vo Dike. According to the challenge letter, we've decided to accept. You will die here today. Vo Dike's face darkened. The Martial Alliance leader has truly played a good game, wanting to completely drag me into the Martial Alliance. So, he said calmly, I didn't send the challenge letter, nor do I intend to fight here. My target is the Five Venom sect. But Song Ca ignored his explanation. You want to run? Kill him. Invincible's expression darkened. If we kill him, we'll become allies of the Martial Alliance's plan. He was about to turn and leave. Unexpectedly, Supreme, without a word, charged forward. On behalf of the Alliance leader, I will duel you. Invincible sighed helplessly. You really like to meddle. At this moment, the vice captain drew his sword. He coldly told Invincible, your opponent is me. Invincible dodged repeatedly. I said I don't want to fight you guys. Goodbye. This action stunned everyone. Songgo looked at the injured Supreme. Kid, all of your companions are dead. Only you remain. Supreme gritted his teeth. Even if I die, I'll take a few of you down with me. Songgo didn't say anything. Songgo swung his dual swords at Supreme. The sheer power made it difficult for Supreme to dodge. Supreme was kicked away. Before Undefeated could leave, Shunzho grabbed him. You're just a fool, how could you defeat so many people? I didn't kill you because I don't want to be used by others. My target is only the 5 Venoms sect. After saying that, he carried Wushan and disappeared. His speech shocked Songgu. That kid is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. He seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He turned around and shouted to his subordinates, this is a ploy to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Go back, the princess is in danger. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Palace, Guo Zheng advised Fan Li to leave this place to avoid being ambushed. Fan Li said confidently, indeed, I've been fighting the Martial Arts League for so long, it's time for this to end. Guo Zheng said in horror, don't you know? If you fall, everything you've done will be in vain. At the same time, the Martial Arts Alliance attacked the Heavenly Hegemony Palace. Nangong Cheng seriously ordered, everyone, split into 2 groups and attack from 2 directions. It turned out that Zhang Yongyon had sent the challenge letter to the Heavenly Hegemony Palace in Invincible's name to lure away the guards and seize the opportunity to attack. He figured that Invincible, upon learning the truth, wouldn't participate in the battle, and even if the guards returned, it would take them a long time. This battle was crucial to the future of the Martial Arts Alliance, and also very important to Invincible. Therefore, a few days later, the Heavenly Hegemony Palace instantly became a fierce battlefield. But most of the Batian Palace's elite forces were dispatched to attack the surrounding strongholds of the Martial Arts Alliance. Facing the might of many Martial Arts Alliance experts, the Batian Palace was gradually pushed back, step by step. The Martial Arts Alliance, at the cost of 4,000 men, eliminated hundreds of Batian Palace members, gaining the upper hand. Invincible gave his disciple, Kong Tong, a powerful medicine. They deployed a formation. Nangong Cheng shouted, the real battle has just begun. Our target is the Batian Palace. All of you, with dignified words, forbid any insolence towards the Palace Lord and the Dynasty Lord. Ahead lies the main hall. Brothers, fight with your lives. The guard at the outer pavilion, Dark Shadow Sect Master, Chapter 1.3. The Dark Shadow Sect disciples swore to protect the Heavenly Palace, even if it meant dying gloriously before the princess. That death-defying aura, as if returning home, made Wu Ling Meng feel a sense of dread. Guo Hua of the Manhwa sect, with a serious expression, said, I will be your opponent. Facing him, Wen Yen replied with a stern face, alright, I will fight you with my life. Donggu's footwork was nimble and swift like a phantom, launching a series of attacks. Their swords clashed repeatedly in mid-air. Their attack speed was incredibly fast. The two of you have clashed for hundreds of rounds. Formal, on this battlefield, you are a formidable opponent. Formal, Wen Yen, I will fight you seriously. Next, I will use my ultimate move. Immediately, their auras surged, and internal energy converged into their fists. Both shouted simultaneously, their voices overlapping in an instant. Zhang Wen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in pain. He braced himself with one hand on his chest, knelt down, and admitted defeat. Without hesitation, Bo Hua turned and left, saying, goodbye. Not just in this life, but in the next as well. The Dark Hall members charged forward, fearless and powerful. Let's charge with our leader. The fierce battle erupted once more, the clang of weapons ringing out. Meanwhile, inside the tavern, Wen Yen said to Guan Pei in pain, I've fallen too. Looking at the truly respectable Wen Yen, Guan Pei asked, do you think I was too reckless? Can you not accept that my decision led to these consequences? Go find the elders. For the sake of Batian Palace's next plan, they must. When Niyam resolved in his heart, I can't abandon you. Unexpectedly, Guan Boy said seriously, this is the last time I will see you. If something unexpected happens to me, the Batian Palace from now on. Meanwhile, the situation outside was still very tense. Suddenly, a sharp sword aura exploded like lightning. The immense power shocked everyone. Nam Kung Tan's face darkened, he finally appeared. A terrifying murderous aura radiated from Guan Boy, like a demon descending to earth, frightening all the martial arts heroes. He dreams of unifying the Central Plains martial world. A peerless master. Facing thousands from the Martial Alliance, he remains completely unfazed. He plunges into the crowd without hesitation, slaughtering his enemies. Guo Hua, disciple of Manhwa sect, uses the Manhwa Plum Blossom Sword Technique, 36 forms. The Manhwa Plum Blossom Sword Technique, 36 forms, exquisitely brilliant. But Guan Bei merely draws his sword with a gentle flick, forcing Guo Hua back more than 10 zhang. Pu Hua immediately retreats to the side. Quan Boy said calmly, you're not bad. To be able to withstand a tenth of my power. At the same time, the Heavenly Tyrant Palace army began to move. Yang Shua, the leader of the martial poison sect, rose shakily from the cauldron of poison, his voice like a demon's, finally, I've succeeded. Guo Hua, his figure like lightning, charged onto the battlefield with a speed invisible to the naked eye. He charged into the crowd like a ferocious tiger. A terrifying power suddenly erupted, the power of the zodiac spreading in all directions in an instant. Countless Martial Alliance disciples were injured or killed, their screams echoing. Immediately afterward, he said to Quan Boi, "Princess, I'm late. Their power is too great, we should retreat." Quan Boi smiled faintly, "I am the princess of Batian Palace. How can I let you escape so easily? If I don't capture you, then go and face the others." Yang Shua sneered, "I won't run, but I'll see them again soon." Everyone in the Martial Forest Alliance looked at Yang Shua, startled. This guy has actually mastered the supreme mastery. Nan Gongcheng said to Guan Boi, "Princess, let's have a duel." "Alright, as you wish." Nan Gongcheng knew clearly that Guan Boi's strength was definitely above his own. His internal power exploded, his powerful aura causing his clothes to billow. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate move, Heaven's Descent. The terrifying killing intent made Guan Bei exclaim in awe, he is indeed a peerless master, a true senior. Immediately afterward, a furious roar erupted. Their zodiac powers and internal energies clashed violently, causing continuous explosions as they collided. With a loud bang, Nam Kung Tan was pushed back forcefully. Severely injured, Nam Kung Tan retreated. Nam Kung Tan hadn't expected his opponent to be so powerful. Instead, Guan Bei only retreated slightly. At this moment, Mumu stepped out from the crowd. "I will be your opponent." Guan Bei, with a calm expression, "Mumu, you are worthy of being my opponent. My goal is to surpass the Shaolin Dharma Protector, and today, I will prove my strength." Mumu, sword in hand, said, "You make the first move." Mumu channeled his internal energy, reaching peak condition. "I will use the ultimate technique my master left me." Immediately after, Mumu's eyes flashed. Twin Dragon Strike. A powerful force surged skyward, transforming into two azure dragons. The two dragons, like thunderbolts, charged towards Mumu. Fearless, Mumu smoothly swung his sword. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed dozens of strikes, shattering the two dragons. And Guan Bei's ultimate move was the first stance of the three-eyed Dharma, Heavenly Brocade. With a heaven-shaking roar, Sword Chi formed a pillar of light dozens of feet high, hurtling towards Mumu. Mumu's body staggered back, but he didn't fall. The first stance of the three-eyed Dharma suddenly erupted. Golden inner strength formed a gigantic pillar of light, dispelling the surging waves. Guan Bei fought with all his might, and his second move was the three-eyed Dharma. Suddenly, countless sword energies appeared in the air, hurtling towards Mumu. With a determined gaze, Mumu declared, "I will fuse illusion magic into my swordsmanship." His aura surged as he roared, second form. A protective shield instantly enveloped Mumu, blocking the countless sword energies. The immense force caused Mumu to cough up a mouthful of blood. Guan Pei was also injured and staggered backward. He struggled to gather his energy. "Let's fight again." Dharma Three Eyes, third form. Mumu knew this battle was a matter of life and death. He couldn't afford to be careless. The third Dharma Eye suddenly appeared. The two ultimate techniques clashed violently, producing an earth-shattering explosion, and two furious roars intersected in midair. Guan Pei staggered and fell to the ground. This is the moment of the Shaolin Protector. Guan Pei's gaze lowered. I've lost. Mumu gasped for breath. "I have absorbed Master's last testament. Perhaps I have long sworn." Nan Gongcheng rushed to Guan Pei's side. "Princess, are you alright?" Guan Pei sighed. "My master's ultimate skill still couldn't defeat the third Dharma Eye." Nan Gongcheng said resolutely, "We will not lose. We will definitely unify the Central Plains martial arts world and defeat the Shaolin Protector." Quan Boi, with a mournful expression, "You're right. With his power, perhaps, he was a pitiful man. The Heavenly Palace has finally lost its leader." Patriarch Kwa, with a grief-stricken face, shouted to everyone, "You have won today, but the strongest force of the Heavenly Palace will return soon. I will be watching you from above, Martial Arts Alliance, your destruction is imminent." After saying this, Patriarch Kwa committed suicide with an arrow. Carrying his hatred, he died alongside the princess. The scene changes. Ling Lung is in a quiet place, practicing day and night. At this moment, Duke Gong suddenly brought a letter. Inside was news of the deaths of Guan Beidian and the Gua clan leader, along with his final testament, to unify the martial world. Ling Lung felt immense grief, that old man. In the following days, Ling Lung was despondent, the light seemingly gone from her eyes. The 8 elders outside, seeing this, worried in their hearts, hoping she would quickly regain her spirits. They were all supreme experts of the 5 spirits, the Divine Doctor, the King of Assassins, Su Mu. Mumu, the 5 Paths True Man, Tang Chi, Flame Tiger, Jia Wei, Blood River Saint. Along with the Blade King, Bao King, and Fist King. Meanwhile, the members of the Martial Alliance were escorting the Nangong clan leader back to headquarters. The Nangong clan leader is still unconscious. Suddenly, a loud laugh echoes through the forest. "Did you think you could escape?" Yang Su appears with a terrifying aura. "Huang Yu, I told you I'd find you quickly." Yan Wang, wielding the horse-slaying saber, roars furiously, "Today, I will avenge the princess." Enemies meet, eyes burning with rage. The two sides clash. After the Nangong clan leader is laid to rest, he suddenly shouts, "The Central Plains martial world will never retreat." But Yang Suo, having mastered the poison arts, has vastly increased his power and become impervious to blades and spears. He took advantage of the Nam Kung clan leader's lapse in concentration and landed 2 blows to his chest. The Nam Kung clan leader spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Yang Suo laughed loudly, "Kill them all." Then, he charged towards Nam Kung Tan and Huang Yu, "So you're not dead yet." Nam Kung Hui, who was beside them, cried out in terror, "Stop! Are you crazy?" But Yang Suo sneered and grabbed Nam Kung Tan by the throat. Then, he squeezed, crushing his throat. Nam Kung Hu and Huang Yu charged angrily towards Yang Suo. But they were no match for him. With a swing of his palm, Yang Suo sent them flying. Struck by his blow, they crashed to the ground. Black poison spread from their wounds, seeping into their bodies. Gu Wu rushed to Huang Yu's side. "I must help you detoxify." Huang Yu screamed in agony as his poisoned left leg was severed. Leaning against a tree, Nam Kung Hu gritted her teeth. "Am I going to die? Is he all right? If only I could see him again. Perhaps the heavens heard my prayer." Suddenly, Wudi appeared behind him. "You're badly injured. The poison has spread to your meridians." Then, Wudi used his profound internal energy to purge the poison. Nangong Hui, finding solace, threw himself into Wudi's arms. Only this fool didn't understand the romantic implications. At this moment, Guyu yelled at them, "Now's not the time. Both leaders of the Nangong family are injured." Seeing Huang Yu's wretched state, Wudi's killing intent erupted. "Today, we settle both old and new debts. I hope you don't die too quickly, because I'll make you experience the most painful death imaginable." He remembered his time wandering, lost and alone. His wife murdered, dying in his arms. Now, his best brother had also lost a leg. Yang Suo sneered at Vo Dike. "How did it feel to watch your wife tortured to death?" Vo Dike gritted his teeth. "I will make you suffer 100 times more." With that, an invisible sword shot out like lightning. Boom! The invisible sword hit Yang Suo's chest like a cannonball. His body was knocked back several steps. But Yang Suo just scoffed. "Is that all?" Wu Di was a little surprised. His defense is stronger than the previous poison master. Yang Suo swung his sword, releasing a burst of sword energy. "Now it's my turn." Wu Di easily dodged. "You're just a bit tougher. Your movements are still as slow as ever. Next, I'll play with you slowly. I hope you don't die too quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Di changed his firing angle, the arrow shooting straight up into the sky. It made a 180-degree turn in mid-air. It plunged straight towards Yang Suo. Yang Suo hurriedly raised his sword to block. Unexpectedly, the invisible sword suddenly accelerated, piercing through his chest. Yang Suo cried out in pain, but still laughed loudly. "An attack like this can't kill me." Vo Dike sneered. "That was just the appetizer." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 invisible swords shot out simultaneously. They continuously changed direction in mid-air, hurtling straight towards Yang Suo. Yang Suo hastily dodged, managing to block one of them. The other 2 arrows drew a beautiful arc, then returned to attack. The invisible sword slammed down on Yang Suo like a sledgehammer. Although there were no visible wounds, the powerful impact made him cry out in pain. Nangong Hui couldn't help but worry about Wudi. Wudi's attack seemed to have no effect on him. Could this be dangerous? Guyu beside her said with a serious face, "He's playing cat and mouse. Wudi isn't putting all his internal energy into the invisible sword. It's like he's toying with him, wearing down his opponent's stamina." Yang Suo on the stage also realized this. He angrily shouted at Wudi, "You're humiliating me." Vo Dike smirked. "You're realizing this only now?" Several wooden arrows then appeared in his hand. "I think this method of tormenting you is better." Vo Dike released his hand, and the arrows shot out with a speed invisible to the naked eye. But as they approached Duong Isosi, their numbers suddenly multiplied, like the illusions Tsongbon once used. Caught off guard, Duong Isosi could only swing his sword wildly. Despite this, 2 arrows pierced through him. Intense pain shocked Yang Suo. "How could you penetrate my protective aura?" Wu Di scoffed. "I could pierce it even with a random shot." Enraged, Yang Suo charged at Wu Di. "I'll tear you to shreds." Wu Di fired another invisible sword. Yang Suo underestimated the invisible sword, jumping to dodge and recklessly rushing towards Wu Di. But the invisible sword pierced through his arm. A scream of agony echoed. Yang Suo's right arm and fresh blood fell to the ground. Wu Di said coldly, "This is for my brother, Hui Jingming." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Yang Suo slowly moved forward. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me." Unmoved, Vo Dike fired another arrow. This one is for Huang Vu's leg. Yang Suo's left leg was severed. Vo Dike drew his bow again. "I won't let you die so easily." The sound of Yang Suo's right leg being severed followed. He screamed in agony, lying on the ground, trembling. "I'm not resigned. I became the poison master to kill you." Suddenly, he used his last bit of strength to self-destruct. A palm strike hurtled towards Vo Dike. Using just 2 fingers, Vo Dike easily clamped down. Lin Lung suffered 10 months of pain, and in the end, I could only watch her die in despair. With that, Vo Dike flung him away violently. Slash! With one stroke of the sword, Duong Soc's right hand was severed. Vo Dike threw the sword to the ground, gnashing his teeth. Every time I saw Lin Lung writhing in pain. I wished I could skin you alive and tear out your tendons. Vo Dike stepped on the wound on his severed leg, grinding it bit by bit. Miserable screams continuously erupted from Duong Soc's mouth. This sight horrified Nam Kung Hyu and the others. When Vo Dike stopped, Duong Soc gasped, letting out a crazed laugh. I regret not being able to avenge my brothers, but I won't die by your hand. Suddenly, Duong Soc's entire body swelled up like a balloon. Vo Dike was startled. Get back. He's going to self-destruct. Boom. A loud explosion rang out. Duong Soc finally ended his life this way. Everyone who had taken cover behind the trees was unharmed. With his revenge fulfilled, Vo Dike felt a sense of closure. At this moment, Tang Tianhao, covered in wounds, rushed over. His team had also been ambushed on the way. They erected tombstones for their fallen brothers. The loss of his longtime companions left Tang Tianhao heartbroken. But they didn't know that Ling Lung was swiftly moving through the forest, followed by 8 supreme experts of the Five Spirits sect. After the battle with Yang Sua, the leader of the Five Poison sect, Wu Di's killing intent and hatred finally erupted. He then headed towards the headquarters of the Supreme Heaven Palace with the Martial Arts Alliance. But they were ambushed by the demonic cult on their way. Countless arrows shot out from the darkness. The members of the Martial Arts League were caught off guard, suffering heavy casualties. Next, sharp darts were also fired from the shadows. The cunning angles made it difficult to pinpoint the enemy's location. At this moment, Vo Dike leaped onto a tree branch. The trees obscured his vision. Vo Dike closed his eyes. It seems I can only use my chi to sense their danger. 2 Chi Dao swords shot out. Through the forest, he moved relentlessly, piercing through those hiding behind the trees. With every sword strike, he shifted his position. His movements flowed like water and drifted like clouds, leaving his opponents no chance to react. After his final 2 Chi Dao sword strikes, the ambushing demonic cult squad was completely annihilated. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for Wu Di's intervention, the consequences today would have been dire. Huang Yu said worriedly, we're still a day away from the rendezvous point. But the Ba Tian Palace guards could catch up at any moment. In our current state, we can't possibly hold them off. Just then, Vo Dike suddenly sensed a powerful aura outside the forest, an aura belonging to someone he had met before, Tong Xie. He looked at his injured brothers, lost in thought. Then he patted Hong Bu's shoulder, smiling, be careful, everyone. I have something I need to do. With that, he flew off into the distance. Watching Vo Dike's retreating figure, Nam Kung Hyu was filled with worry. The scene changes. Tong Xie leads the guards in pursuit through the forest. His face was grim, and he said angrily, we'll catch up to them soon. They must pay with their lives for what they did to the princess. Meanwhile, Vo Dike was hiding in a tree not far away. There are 108 of them. We need to conserve our energy and maintain our composure. Whoosh! An arrow whistled through the air. Song Xie reacted swiftly, tilting his head to dodge. The arrow grazed his scalp. Finally, it zipped into the crowd behind him. Screams erupted as several guards fell. Song Xie yelled, hold formation. Prepare to attack. But then, Vo Dike's voice rang out from the trees. 3 arrows, firing. Aimed directly at the chest, throat, and head of 3 men. But this time, Song Xie spotted him. He lunged like a starving tiger. The long sword in his hand slashed towards Vo Dike. Vo Dike leaped to dodge. His position exposed, he was surrounded by the crowd. He fought back as he ran. Men fell continuously beneath his arrows. His nimble movements were like a shuttle, flickering through the forest. Although Song Xie pursued him relentlessly, he couldn't be caught. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. It seemed Invincible was feigning his escape, stalling for time. Could he be covering for the Martial Forest Alliance? Thinking this, he yelled, stop the pursuit. Go after the Martial Forest Alliance immediately. He then led everyone to fly towards the left. Invincible chuckled, figured it out that quickly? Nangong Hu and the others are severely injured and their movement is hindered. The escort will catch up soon. He then gave chase, continuously firing arrows at the escort. He had to use the cover of the forest to whittle down their forces. Soon, the escort reached an open field. Song Xie organized his men, ordering them to rest and prepare for battle. Wu Di slowly emerged from the forest. We meet again. Song Xie said angrily, now without the cover of the forest, what tricks do you have left? Having said that, he ordered his men to attack Wu Di. Wu Di shot out 2 invisible swords. Carrying the power of thunder, they pierced through the chests of 2 men. The squad leader sneered, facing dozens of men, your archery is useless. Vo Dike laughed loudly, are you sure? He then threw down the bow in his hand. The 200-pound bow instantly snapped in half. Do you think a tiger fears a pack of dogs? The squad leader sneered and charged towards Vo Dike. Vo Dike simply flicked his finger. Whoosh! The broken bow piece flew straight into the squad leader's throat. He died without understanding how a bow could be so sharp. Tong Xie and the others were horrified. The third-ranked expert of the escort team had been killed in seconds. But Invincible's figure was like a tiger among sheep, charging left and right. The moves he used were only basic martial arts, but the sounds of breaking bones and splattering flesh and blood continued to ring out. At this rate, the escort team would be completely annihilated. Thinking of this, Sangha shouted, quickly, use the jade shattering sword. Hearing this, everyone quickly scattered to both sides. Invincible had been paying attention to the movements of the escort team. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards him from behind at extreme speed. Invincible reacted quickly, turning around to strike at his head. But before his strike could land, another person charged at him from behind. The undefeated could only continuously defend. He had to keep the number of opponents below 30, otherwise, he would be put in a passive position like when he faced the Five Venom sect. Suddenly, the appearance of Song Xie and Song Zhong caught his attention. Taking advantage of his distraction, Bui Min launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, the undefeated reacted in time and only suffered a minor shoulder injury. He swung his bow, knocking the arrowhead away. Then, his eyes turned cold. It seems you are. Song Xie sneered, you're cornered. Just accept your death. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest nearby, Lin Long was closely watching the battle. Only Blade King remained by her side, the other experts had vanished. Blade King looked ahead and asked, aren't you going to stop them? Ling Long calmly replied, I'm not worried about Brother Invincible, but about the guards. At that moment, Invincible's aura suddenly surged, like a caged beast. The guards charged forward, yelling. Killing intent erupted in Invincible's eyes. Sword chi burst forth, severing their swords. And Invincible's immense internal power continued to surge. Lin Lung gasped, inner war again? The immense pressure terrified Song Xie and the other guards. Exuding an invincible aura, he roared, Shadow Sword Technique, third form, Invincible Sword. Boom! The ground beneath him cracked. The power of this move was immense, sending the guards flying. Even the Blade King exclaimed in astonishment, how is this possible? As the dust settled, Song Xie struggled to his feet. To die by such a powerful technique is an honor. But we will not retreat. We fight for our honor. Even the wounded struggled to their feet. Song Zhong gripped his sword and roared, brothers, this is where we make our stand. Everyone charged desperately towards Vodike. Vodike snarled, then I shall grant you your wish. He swung his sword, unleashing a furious wave of sword energy that engulfed the guards in an instant. When the dust settled, only Vodike remained, standing tall like a demon god. Seeing the guards annihilated, Dao Wang drew his sword and stepped forward. But Ling Lung stopped him, I've already lost my escort, I don't want to lose you too. Blade King stopped, you mean, I'll lose? Do you think you can win? Blade King threw his sword to the ground. No, I can't beat him. If I am the Blade King, then he deserves to be called the Sword God. He's truly powerful. Ling Lung then walked towards Woody, long time no see. Woody said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Ling Lung patted his head, this is just the price of war. Then, a glint of hatred flashed in her eyes, I know about what happened to you, Ling Lung. I've avenged her. But Jia Guoyong has been using me, helping the Martial Forest clan, and sending my brothers to their deaths. Ling Lung said, so, him revealing my whereabouts to Yang Suo was also part of his plan? He wanted to use Ling Lung to control you, to make you work for him. That man is truly vicious. He also used your name to send a challenge letter to my father, luring the guards away from the stronghold, and then he attacked, killing my father. Wu Di, shocked, asked, you're saying your father is dead? Yes, we've all been deceived by him. He used Ling Lung to control you. I know you're hesitant because of brotherhood, but I will kill him. At this moment, Tang Tianhao brought Guoyong over. Guoyong looked at the bodies of the guards, filled with rage. Meanwhile, Wu Di stared intently at Tang Tianhao's room. Zhuge Yan's voice rang out from inside the room. But if he made a move now, his sworn brothers would definitely intervene. Nangong Hui rushed to Wu Di's side, asking worriedly, are you alright? He then noticed Wu Di was missing an arm. Your arm! With that, he turned and ran towards his horse. Ling Lung said to Vodike, we must leave here immediately. Just then, Jia Catvin arrived and said calmly, you are the young master of Ba Tian Kung. Ling Lung calmly asked, what do you want? I only want to stay at Vo Lam Min as a guest until the war ends. If you don't agree, we will force you. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I am the daughter of Vo Lam Min's leader, Jia Catfi. Hearing the name Jia Catvin, Ling Lung couldn't help but be startled. So, you're Jia Catvin. You've delivered yourself to me today. With that, she drew her soul snatcher and shouted, anyone associated with Wu Di, stand back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Young master of the Overlord Palace, just how strong are you? Facing the elites of the Martial Arts Alliance, Ling Lung remained unfazed. Anyone associated with Wu Di, stand back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Hearing this, the disciples drew their swords and charged. You won't get away with this. Ling Lung waved her hand, unleashing two bursts of sword energy. In an instant, several people were killed. Seeing this, Nam Kung Kin roared and charged towards Ling Lung. He unleashed the Nam Kung family's strongest technique, Heavenly Tempest Dance. Lin Lung sneered, then don't blame me. Their attacks collided, creating a loud explosion. The powerful force shook the surroundings. When everything calmed down, Nam Kung Kin was gravely injured. Fresh blood flowed continuously from his mouth. Seeing this, Jia Catvin rushed forward to check on him. Nam Kung Kin is unconscious. Attack! The disciples charged forward again. Quach Vin sighed helplessly, how did it come to this? No matter what, I can't let Ling Lung kill my parents. He desperately tried to stop him. This scene gave Wudi a terrible headache. They were all sworn brothers who had faced life and death together. He didn't want to see any of them get hurt. Tang Tianhao, standing beside him, wanted to intervene. But Dao Wang stopped him. This is a fight between juniors, we shouldn't interfere. What do you think? Tang Tianhao could only helplessly withdraw his hand. Dao Wang was the strongest of the 5 kings, even he couldn't hold out for long. Ling Lung walked towards Gui Yong and the others and said calmly, you are Wudi's sworn brothers. I don't want to hurt you. Gui Yong said sternly, we don't want to fight you. Please stop. Ling Lung said angrily, you used Wu Di to lure away the escort team, took the opportunity to attack Batian Palace, and killed my father. How can you still have the audacity to say such things? Gui Yong was shocked by these words. What do you mean by used Wu Di? Ling Lung pointed at Jia Gui Yong. It's all that woman's scheme. She'll stop at nothing for her own benefit. She used your brother, Gui Jingming, and me to manipulate Wu Di, making him confront Batian Palace. At the same time, she leaked the news of your attack on Batian Palace to my father. You are Wu Di's brothers, so he couldn't help but fall into the trap and come to support you. At that point, I had no choice but to destroy the escort team. He is your brother, and even more so, my sworn brother. Caught between two sides like this, did you ever consider his feelings? At this moment, Zhu Beiyong suddenly stepped forward and said, everyone, stop. Then he looked at Fan Lai, sneering, I miscalculated. I didn't expect you to be this strong. So, for your sworn brother's sake, come with me to the Martial Forest Alliance. Hearing this, Fan Li's heart ached. What right do you have to speak for Vo Dike? You just don't want to admit what you did to him and Chu Trung Hao. Chu Bakvin chuckled coldly, stroking the jade pendant on his chest. I don't understand what you're talking about. Seeing this, Duong Tianhao's face was filled with terror. No. Get away from him. But it was too late. Chu Bakvin struck Fan Li's chest with a palm. A crimson stream of poisonous energy suddenly burst forth. Fan Lai coughed repeatedly, spitting out black blood. Damn it. I was careless. Seeing this, Vo Dike shouted his own name and rushed to support Fan Lai. Vo Dike, with an icy stare, asked, what have you done? Zhu Beiyong sneered, this is the business of the Martial Alliance, what does it have to do with you? Tang Tianhao watched with a respectful gaze. That's our Tang family's secret poison. I originally made it for my father, who doesn't know martial arts, for self-defense. Hearing this, Vo Dike said coldly, Bagua. Tang Tianhao lowered his head, his face grim, this poison is extracted from the blood of the Bagua snake. In reality, there's no antidote. Suddenly, Fan Li let out a tragic cry, the poison had spread to his vital organs. Zhu Beiyong let out a cruel laugh, even true young fire can't neutralize this poison. Accept your fate. Die in endless agony. Bastard. Hearing this, Vo Dike was filled with murderous intent. You bastard. He snatched the fan from Fan Li's hand. I knew every single one of your plans, but for the sake of brotherhood, even though I knew I was just a valuable pawn in your hands, I endured it. I was afraid of losing any more of my brothers, but all I got in return was your cruelty. The terrifying killing intent made Chu Bakvin extremely frightened. You want to. He immediately ran towards the back of the crowd. The killing intent in Vo Dike's eyes surged fiercely. Get out of my way. Or you'll all die. Champion. Calm down. We can't just stand here and watch you kill him. Champion channeled his inner strength, constantly pushing the surrounding crowd. Get out of my way. A surge of violent inner energy erupted. The crimson force blasted everyone away. Having lost the crowd's protection, Zhu Beiyong's face paled as he looked at Tang Tianhao. Tang Tianhao's expression was filled with terror. Don't expect me to help you. Even the Shaolin protector can't stop him. Champion arrived in front of him, his voice ice cold. Prepare to die. Those letters were written by your own hand. 2 flashes of sword light streaked towards Chu Bakvin. With a scream of agony, Chu Bakvin's legs were severed. He collapsed to the ground, his severed legs letting out piercing wails. Vo Dike stood imposingly, his eyes bloodshot. Cunning as you are, your reputation truly precedes you. You can manipulate others with just your silver tongue, Chu Bakvin. A sword pierced through Chu Bakvin's chest. Vo Dike was about to stab him again when Quachingo stepped forward, holding him back. Vo Dike glared at Guo Wu menacingly. Get out of my way. Guo Wu roared. Are you trying to kill me? Calm down. Vo Dike finally regained his composure and lowered his sword. He rushed anxiously to Fan Li's side, checking on him. Tang Tianhao said with a grave expression, "I've given him a common antidote, but he can only rely on his inner strength to suppress the poison." Dao Wang said calmly, "Don't worry, take him back to Divine Dr. Ling. He'll know what to do." Tang Tianhao's eyes widened in alarm. Is Divine Dr. Ling also an elder of the Ba Tian Palace? Is their influence really that vast? Suddenly, the Blade King scolded Fan Li, "You little rascal. Still pretending to be unconscious? With your poison-immune body, you're putting on an act." Fan Li rubbed his head and stood up sheepishly. "I was just a little dizzy." Then, he smiled at Vo Dike. "I'm planning to go to the Shaolin Temple." Vo Dike looked pleased. "What a coincidence. My father and child are at Shaolin too." Kwok Vu stepped forward and asked, "What are you going to Shaolin for?" "My grandfather is waiting for me there. Please help me pass on the message to my brothers." Nam Kung Hu stood beside them, her expression sorrowful. "You're leaving just like that?" Vo Dike looked a little helpless, unsure of what to say. Nam Kung Hu continued to ask, "Are you really leaving like this?" Well, please answer me. Are you really going to leave like this?" "I'm sorry. I have to go find my grandfather and my child. We will meet again." Having said that, he didn't stop, walking towards Fan Li. Poor Nam Kung Hu, only a disappointed expression remained. Scene change, the Ba Tian Palace army also advanced towards Shaolin. With the addition of Zhu Beiyong, the remaining strength of the Martial Arts Alliance simply couldn't resist. In just 4 days, the Wulin Alliance headquarters had fallen. The Shaolin Protector became their last hope. Wudi and Fan Li arrived at Songshan Valley. Because Fan Li needed to meet someone from the Heavenly Palace sect, they parted ways there. Wudi quickly arrived at the Shaolin Temple. The atmosphere was thick with killing intent, as if a deadly battle was about to erupt. Wudi met 2 familiar monks at the gate. He was escorted to the abbot's quarters, and everyone around him murmured as he passed, "Zhu Beiying has been killed by him. I wonder if he's still on the Wulin Alliance's side." While Wudi was being instructed by the old monk, he suddenly heard a baby crying. Wudi hurried forward and bowed, "Greetings, master, greetings, senior brothers, junior brothers." The old monk was very happy to see Wudi arrive. Wudi quickly took the baby from Yaya's arms. He held the baby in his arms. The old monk then asked, "Did your brother Fan Li also come?" Wudi replied, "Yes, the people from Batian Palace are also at Songshan Valley." Hearing this, the old monk sighed softly. "It seems they'll be coming up the mountain to challenge us soon. The flames of war are about to ignite." The next day, Fan Li arrived at Shaolin Temple. He clasped his hands and said to the abbot, "I am Fan Li, a disciple of the Overlord Palace. I've come here today to challenge Shaolin." The head of the Chu family stood up and said, "State your terms." Fan Li stood up straight and said, "If I win, the Central Plains martial arts world will be ruled by the Overlord Palace." Everyone in the hall began to murmur. "If I lose, the Overlord Palace will withdraw its troops and never set foot in the Central Plains again." The Wulin Alliance couldn't refuse these terms. It was the only way to avoid further casualties. The two sides will clash at Shaolin Temple. The Wulin Alliance sends their only hope, the Shaolin Four Guardians. Fan Li, disciple of the Sky Palace, faces the Shaolin Four Guardians. The final battle is about to begin. This battle will decide who controls the Central Plains martial arts world. Both sides are giving everything they have to defend their factions. Their moves are lightning fast. There are no superfluous flourishes, only the most practical attacks. They've exchanged thousands of blows in the blink of an eye, yet neither side has gained an advantage. The clash of techniques echoed throughout the Great Hall. The area outside the Great Hall was packed with people. This battle concerned the safety of the Central Plains martial world, and disciples from all sects waited solemnly for the outcome. But they didn't expect. At this moment, a far more intense battle was unfolding deep within the forest. Gu Yongpang relentlessly attacked Wudi with ferocious moves. "Hurry up and attack. I can't wait any longer." Wudi continuously dodged, keeping his distance. "All of you from the Overlord Heaven Palace are the same. You always have to determine superiority when you encounter a master." Gu Yangbang's invisible chi and sword strikes clashed, creating a deafening explosion. Gu Yangbang's face was filled with excitement. "That's more like it. My blood is boiling." His killing intent suddenly surged. "This time, it won't be so easy." He unleashed 3 fierce sword strikes towards Wudi. Wudi roared, "Don't think I'll go easy on you just because you're old." The two forces collided in an instant. The terrifying shockwave caused the entire area to tremble. Gu Yangbang said seriously to Wudi, "Next, use your sword." Drawing his sword reluctantly, Vo Dike said, "It would be a shame to accidentally kill you." The moment he drew his sword, Vo Dike's aura suddenly changed. Shadow Sword Technique, 25th form. Sword chi surged like a tidal wave, crashing towards Ko Duongbang. Seeing this, Ko Duongbang channeled all his internal energy into his sword. Tian Shan Sword Technique, 1st form, Heavenly Brocade. A loud explosion echoed through the forest, the terrifying force toppling the surrounding trees. Ko Duongbang didn't stop there. 2nd form, 5 Shadows Heavenly Sword. He unleashed countless sword energies towards Undefeated. Within the dense curtain of swordlight, countless sword paths were hidden. Undefeated's heart was startled. This technique shared the same principle as the Phantom Shadow Sword technique. Only one attack was real, the rest were illusions. He closed his eyes, using his chi to sense the true sword path. In the blink of an eye, he discerned the true sword path among the myriad sword energies. Gu Yangbang was shocked. I can't believe he so easily deciphered the sword technique I painstakingly cultivated for decades. Then, he focused all his internal energy, unleashing his third technique, Heavenly Thunder. A surge of power, accompanied by a thunderous crack, shot straight towards Vo Dike. Even more terrifying, this technique transformed into countless sword energies in midair. And each sword energy carried genuine spiritual power. Vo Dike didn't hold back any longer. Shadow Sword Art, Third Form, Wu Gun. With an earth-shattering explosion, Vo Dike's furious sword energy instantly shattered his opponent's sword energy. The remaining aftershock tore the ground apart. When the dust settled, the two stood facing each other. Clearly, Vo Dike had gained the absolute upper hand in this battle. Across the battlefield, Pham Lai faced his opponent's strongest killing move. Mumu unleashed the 32 forms of Dharma, striking towards Pham Lai. Pham Lai roared, drawing his sword to meet the attack. The two quickly clashed. After steadying himself, Mumu coughed up a mouthful of blood. The victor is decided. The doors of the great hall were pushed open. The old monk slowly entered, accompanied by two others. He approached the disciples, his voice grave. The winner is Ba Tian Kung. His words struck the crowd like lightning, sparking a flurry of murmurs. Pham Lai spoke. According to the agreement, I, Ba Tian Palace, will rule the Central Plains martial world. Everyone lowered their heads. But Pham Lai's next words surprised everyone. I will only take over the four heavens. Ba Tian Palace will return to where it belongs. Scene change, Vo Dike and the others are on their way down the mountain. Vo Dike strongly agreed with Pham Lai's decision. Pham Lai said with a smile, taking over the four heavens fulfills my father's wish. Just how strong are you? You beat old man Gu to a pulp. While Wu Di was teasing Gu Yangbang, the baby suddenly burst into tears. Seeing this, the two of them quickened their pace. Unexpectedly, the baby readily allowed Pham Lai to hold him. This surprised Wu Di. This child is strange. He doesn't look for his father but a stranger. Nana sighed, this child is really. Then, she ran to Gu Yangbang and whispered, should we tell him the truth? The baby's name is Guanyin. Meanwhile, Nangong Hui. Supported by Nangong Jing, Nangong Hui decided to look for Wu Di. This time, I won't let you leave me again. Invincible, his reputation was unmatched. 20 years ago, he was the best martial artist in the world, hailed as the supreme master. Now, he lives a secluded life in the mountains. 20 years have passed, and Invincible's son, Unbeatable, has grown up. Under his father's tutelage. His martial arts talent surpasses even Invincible's, excelling in tracking, swordsmanship, and lightness. The invisible sword pierced through the rock, producing a loud bang. Vo Ka picked up 3 broken stones, his face beaming. Such a cultivation speed surprised even Vo Dike. It took him 10 years to master his family's martial arts, yet this kid only took 5. To keep Vo Ka from getting arrogant, Vo Dike made him practice carrying rocks up the mountain. But the boy didn't take it seriously. Practicing in that old-fashioned way wasn't as good as a quick fight. These words angered Vo Dike. He used a bit of internal energy, throwing a rock at Vo Ka's head. Vo Ka easily dodged it with a tilt of his head. Vo Dike roared, launching a kick at Vo Ka. Vo Ka jumped back to dodge, laughing loudly, Father, you're no match for me now. Vo Dike gritted his teeth, at your age, I had already met your mother. You're still cooped up at home. Grandpa was just like you at that age. Like father, like son. Scene change, the family is happily eating dinner. Vo Dike suddenly turned serious and said to his son, tomorrow, you're going down the mountain to Hainan. Vo Ka, surprised, asked, why? To meet a prospective bride. This marriage was arranged when you were a child. As soon as the words were spoken, even Guanyin and Nangong Hui were surprised. Wu Di maintained a serious expression, the Hainan sect leader is my sworn brother. His daughter is my son's fiancée. He then took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant. This is their engagement token. Wu Ka curled his lip. You think I don't know about how your great-grandfather tricked you into coming down the mountain all those years ago? If you want to fool me, at least make up a believable story. Wu Di immediately scolded. Do you think I would use such a cliché lie to deceive you? At this moment, Guanyin sneered, only you could come up with something like this. If it were true, why haven't we heard you mention it all these years? Nangong Hui also chuckled. I'm afraid even Wu Ling wouldn't believe this lie. Even Nana and Gu Yangban looked at Wu Di as if he were a fool. Everyone's reaction angered Wu Di. What do you mean? He held up the jade pendant and said, the symbol of the Hainan sect is a dragon, everyone knows that. The dragon pattern on this jade pendant is the symbol of the Hainan sect, and it's made from the hardest jade. Even with an iron hammer, you can't break it. Hearing this, Wu Ka was half convinced. He used all his strength, trying to crush it. But no matter what, the jade pendant remained intact. Then, Wudi took out a letter and said, "A few days ago, I received a..." Ko Bang took the letter, his expression serious. "This is Hainan's unique eternal letter. This type of letter is even harder than iron and steel." Vo Lin, standing next to him, was astonished. "There are really letters harder than iron and steel? How miraculous." Nana also took out the letter in her hand to examine it. "Looking at the contents of this letter, it seems this matter is real." Kwanan looked and said happily, "The letter also says the wedding ceremony will be held in the middle of next month." Everyone saw the clear evidence, and Vo Dike immediately ordered, "Hainan is a long way off, and time is running out. We depart tomorrow." Even though Vo Ka was extremely unwilling, he was helpless. 4 days later, he boarded a ship to Hainan. Fortunately, the journey was calm, and he didn't encounter a tragic accident like his father years ago. He just got quite seasick. After more than a month at sea, Wu Ka finally arrived in Haikou. Setting foot on land made him feel reborn. He went to an inn and ate his fill. After finishing his meal, he overheard people nearby talking about the Hainan sect. They said the Hainan sect's wedding ceremony today would be incredibly lively. Unable to hear clearly, he thought to himself, "Is there a wedding at the Hainan sect today?" He turned and asked, "Whose wedding is it? Don't you know?" The Hainan sect leader's daughter, Lu Yan, and her senior brother were supposed to get married a few days ago, but it was postponed until today for various reasons. Hearing this, Wu Ka gnashed his teeth in anger. "I was only 2 days late, how could they?" Humph. Wu Ka flew towards the Hainan sect, leaving behind only the words, "I despise you." At this moment, the atmosphere at the Hainan sect was incredibly lively. The bride and groom had already completed the wedding ceremony. Wu Ka appears, his face filled with rage. A guard blocks his path, demanding to know who he is. Wu Ka throws a punch, sending the guard flying, "Out of my way." This action immediately draws a swarm of guards. "You bastard! How dare you disrupt the Hainan sect's wedding?" He is Zhang Zhe, the greatest martial artist in the world 50 years ago. In just 5 years, he mastered his clan's secret techniques. Today is his first time down the mountain, only to learn his fiancée is about to marry another man. He barged into his fiancée's home. The guards, seeing him causing a disturbance, attacked him. All the guards who stood in his way were defeated. Hainan sect. Today, I will have justice. The fierce battle brought the wedding ceremony to a halt. The groom, Zhang Zhe, angrily shouted, "What's going on here?" The Hainan sect leader, Lu Jiang, also raged, "No matter who you are, you will pay dearly for disrupting our Hainan sect's wedding." He unleashed a sharp sword chi towards Wu Ku. Seeing this, Wu Ku roared. Then, he picked up a sword from the ground. "You're the one who will pay, you oathbreaker." Vo Ka's sword energy easily shattered his opponents. The remaining force, undiminished, struck Zhang Ze's chest. Zhang Ze was sent flying several meters, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. "Who is this brat?" Seeing Zhang Ze knocked down, his subordinates rushed in to help. Vo Ka, quick as lightning, flashed through the crowd. With each swing of his sword, another person fell. Suddenly, a loud shout stopped Wu Ka. A middle-aged man in a black robe appeared. "I am Lu Jiang, the sect leader of the Hainan sect." "Who are you?" Wu Ka, hearing this, handed him a jade pendant. "Do you recognize this?" Lu Jiang took the jade pendant and carefully examined it. "I've never seen this jade pendant." "Who are you?" Wu Ka said seriously, "The owner of this jade pendant has a marriage contract with your daughter." Hearing this, Lu Jiang flew into a rage, "Insolent! You think you can just flash a jade pendant and marry my daughter? Do you take my Hainan sect for fools?" Seeing this, Wu Ka flared up, "So you're going back on your word? Insolent!" Lu Jiang flew into a rage, leaping into the air. "This is outrageous." He swung his sword, unleashing his sharp sword energy towards Wu Ka. Wu Ka raised his sword, channeling his inner strength into the blade. A golden sword energy shot out. It was the Nanguang family's Tianshan sword technique. With a loud bang, the two sword energies collided, neutralizing each other. Lu Jiang exclaimed in astonishment, "Could he be from the Central Plains?" At that moment, the 4 elders appeared simultaneously. "Let's attack together and capture him first." As soon as the words left their mouths, 4 sword energies simultaneously struck towards Wu Ka. Wu Ka continuously poured his internal energy into his sword. Shadow sword technique, 20th stance, heartless. A deafening explosion resounded, causing the earth to tremble violently. When the dust settled, Wu Ka remained unharmed. Then, his aura surged like a tsunami. "Are you all trying to bully me with your numbers? Let's keep fighting." His ferocious aura terrified everyone. They shouted together, "We must subdue him together. Otherwise, we'll all die." Seeing this, Vo Ka let out a loud roar. A terrifying force erupted, sending rubble flying in all directions. Lu Jiang and the others tried to defend themselves, but the killing blow was already upon them. A look of shock appeared on Vo Ka's face. The sword in his hand shattered like glass. "It seems you overexerted yourself. The sword simply couldn't withstand your power. While you were stunned, your opponent's sword thrust forward. As the sword broke, a bow appeared in Wu Ka's hand. He sneered, "You like sneak attacks, do you?" They were surprised that Wu Ka had no arrows when A flash of invisible Bao energy shot out. The speed was too fast. Before the opponent could react, their chest was pierced. Seeing this, Lu Jiang ordered, "All elders, attack! Seize him!" Dozens of dark figures rushed towards Vo Ka. But Vo Ka's movements were too swift. Before they could even see him clearly, they had already fallen. Then, Vo Ka flew up and looked towards Lu Nan. "With this speed of yours, I'm afraid you can't even catch a fly." He unleashed 2 bursts of invisible qi, striking their legs. Zhang Zhe, standing beside them, was terrified. How can someone only 20 years old be this strong? Who is he? At this moment, Vo Ka looked at him and said, "My target is you, the one who stole my fiancé." Lu Zhang's face flushed red with anger. He lunged towards Zhang Zhe. Zhang Zhe stood there with a terrified expression. The scene made the bride, Lu Yen, scream, "No!" Seeing this, a wave of sadness washed over Wu Ka. This wedding isn't of her own free will, just like how my father forced me to go to Hainan. Wu Ka's invisible sword suddenly shifted direction, causing Zhang Ze's face to change color. Wu Ka angrily shouted, "You bastard! What are you doing?" Suddenly, a sharp sword beam struck from the side. Wu Ka reacted immediately. The powerful force made his arm numb. The former sect leader, Lu Hui, arrived, such strength at such a young age. "May I ask which sect the young hero hails from?" Wu Ka replied without hesitation, "I couldn't win in a fight, so I came to cause trouble." At this moment, Lu Jiang stepped forward and said angrily, "Father, don't listen to his nonsense. He's just a..." Hearing this, Wu Ka angrily retorted, "You're the one spouting nonsense. I was only 2 days late, and my fiancée has already changed her heart." Suddenly, his eyes fell on Lu Yen. A beautiful girl, bearing some resemblance to Lu Yen, appeared before his eyes. Could it be? His attitude immediately did a 180, and he hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I thought the person getting married today was my fiancée." Lu Yen blushed, embarrassed. What nonsense is he talking about? Lu Jiang raised his sword, angrily shouting, "I have several daughters, how dare you speak such nonsense? Do you still want to live?" At this moment, Lu Hui intervened. "Wait, there seems to be some misunderstanding." Then, he patiently asked Wu Ku, "Who did you say your fiancé is?" "My father said this is a token of the Hainan sect." Lu Hui looked at the jade pendant and shook his head. "This is not a token of our Hainan sect." Hearing this, Vo Ka was stunned. He looked at Lu Jiang and asked, "Didn't you become sworn brothers with my father while traveling and then arrange a marriage between me and your daughter?" Lu Jiang affirmed, "I've never done such a thing, nor have I ever left Hainan to travel." Vo Ka's expression changed. Only then did he realize this was a prank by his father and great-grandfather to trick him into coming down the mountain. He angrily shouted, "You bastards! How could you deceive me like this?" Disrupting the wedding and injuring countless Hainan sect disciples had left him utterly humiliated. He lowered his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he said to everyone, "I apologize. I've made a foolish mistake." After saying that, he fainted. Cut to the Hainan sect, where they are discussing Wu Ka's actions. Fortunately, the disciples were only slightly injured. No one's life is in danger. Lu Hui spoke seriously, "Since this was a misunderstanding, and it didn't cause any serious consequences, after he wakes up, we'll explain everything clearly." Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, panicked. Reporting. "The Heavenly Dragon cult is attacking our northern branch." Everyone was shocked. Lu Hui roared angrily, "Those damned Heavenly Dragon cult dogs, how dare they?" Lu Jiang ordered, "Everyone, listen up. Leave some men to guard the main hall, the rest follow me to battle." Vo Ka was having his wounds bandaged on the other side. Before him was Lu Nan's beautiful face. She said gently, "Your pressure points have been sealed. Don't even think about trying anything. Your actions were outrageous, but you can still move." Hearing this, Vo Ka said, "Then can you give me something to eat?" Lu Nan was a bit speechless. This guy is really... He injured so many people and still wants to eat. Vo Ka said sheepishly, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Lu Yen chuckled, "Why are you acting like a child?" She then ordered her maid to prepare some food. The maid brought a table laden with enough food for 5 people. Wu Ka exclaimed in surprise, "So much?" The maid pouted, "See for yourself." Wu Ka buried his head and devoured the food. After he had eaten his fill, Lu Yen said seriously, "Stay here and wait for the sect leader's decision." Wu Ka lowered his head, "I understand." Just then, someone burst through the door, "Junior sister. Come with me quickly. The Heavenly Dragon sect has suddenly attacked. The northern branch of the Hainan sect is surrounded by the Heavenly Dragon cult." Zhang Zhe asks warily, "What is the Heavenly Dragon cult doing here with so many men?" Cult leader Dugu Yan laughs heartily. "I heard the Hainan sect sent troops to attack the northern frontier. How could the Heavenly Dragon cult miss such a golden opportunity? You celebrated a wedding yesterday. By the time they return, I'm afraid you'll be holding funerals instead." He then orders his subordinates, before Lu Jiang returns, raise the Hainan sect to the ground. The martial world has always been rife with conspiracies and schemes. The Heavenly Dragon cult, in its pursuit of dominance in the martial world, they took advantage of the Hainan sect's deployment to launch a surprise attack on their headquarters. Under Lu Hui's command, the Hainan sect disciples fought back desperately. Facing hundreds of enemies, they couldn't hold their ground. Even Zhang Zhe was struggling to defend himself. Suddenly, an arrow pierced the chest of a heavenly dragon cult disciple. Lu Yan notched and fired another arrow. She continuously shot arrows towards the heavenly dragon cult disciples. Zhang Zhe exclaimed in surprise, "Yenner! Stop!" Just then, a figure appeared, a girl playing with a bow and arrow. "Come inside with me." Hearing this, Lu Yan shouted, "You bastard!" She immediately shot an arrow at him. But he easily dodged it. He grabbed Lu Yan's hand. "Come with me obediently, and I won't mistreat you." Then, he reached out and caressed Lu Yan's beautiful face. Just then, a hand appeared, grabbing his. Wuka said coldly, "This guy is disgusting." Seeing this, Lu Yan hurriedly said, "Your acupuncture points haven't been unblocked yet. Run. This has nothing to do with you." Wuka chuckled coldly, "They were unblocked a long time ago. You treated me to a meal, I have to repay the favor." He knocked the man flying. Then, he extended his hand towards Lu Yan, "Give me your bow and arrows." Lu Yan unhesitatingly handed him the bow and arrows. 3 arrows were knocked at once. Wuka shot the arrows towards the heavenly dragon cult members with lightning speed. Screams of agony rang out incessantly. Under Wuka's relentless assault, they scattered like headless snakes. Seeing his disciples falling like wheat, Duge Yen was horrified. How could this be? At this moment, Wuka spotted him. Duge Yen ordered, "He's out of swords, kill him." The remaining men charged towards Wuku. But Wuku didn't even look at them, fighting back barehanded. He unleashed 3 to 5 bursts of bow energy. In the blink of an eye, several men fell. Wuku didn't stop, continuing to unleash his invisible bow energy. Du Yen is severely injured. He immediately sends out 4 elders. Wuka looks at Lu Yan and softly says, "They are very dangerous. Stay here, don't go anywhere." Then, he draws his sword and wraps it around his hand. He leaps into the air, "I will send you all to hell." The screams of 2 elders ring out. Wuka doesn't stop, continuing to attack the remaining ones. Elsewhere, in the forest, the Hainan sect disciples are fighting desperately. "Damn heavenly dragon cult dogs. You dare to take this opportunity to attack our Hainan sect." Wuka fought with increasing ferocity. His moves were unpredictable, constantly taking down the heavenly dragon cult disciples. The sword techniques he used astonished the heavenly dragon cult's grand elder. Could this be the divine shadow swordplay of the young palace master? At that moment, a loud shout made Wuka stop. A man held a sword to Lu Yan's throat. "If you move, I'll kill her." Everyone from the Hainan sect was terrified. The heavenly dragon cult had taken Lu Yan hostage. Du Yen smirked, "If you want her to live, obediently drop your weapon and kneel." Killing intent flashed in Wuka's eyes. "What if I don't?" He scoffed, "Then die in her place." Wuka's aura suddenly exploded. "It seems you all have to die first." He slowly raised his bow, his body radiating a powerful aura. Wuka said coldly, "Don't doubt my words. I guarantee none of you will survive." Du Yen roared furiously, "Kill." As soon as he finished speaking, a violent force erupted from Wuka. The aftershock forced everyone around him to retreat. Wuka roared, "All of you will die." A sword beam shot skyward like a missile, its blinding light making it impossible to open one's eyes. Countless sword beams bloomed in the air like fireworks, then transformed into a multitude of sharp, piercing rays. This was a fatal blow, infused with heavenly destruction. The heavenly dragon sect members had nowhere to escape. The rain of sword energy frantically pierced through their bodies. When the dust settled, Wuka stood amidst the battlefield like a demonic god. On the heavenly dragon sect side, only a few heavily injured members remained, no longer capable of fighting. Du Yen watched this scene, his face filled with terror. Wuka alone had nearly slaughtered all of his subordinates. Wuka looked at them and said coldly, "If you kneel and beg for forgiveness, I may spare your lives." Du Yen gritted his teeth, "I will never." At this moment, the great elder suddenly said, "Mr. Wu, please spare us." Wuka was surprised. "How do you know me?" "Only the Phantom Shadow Palace archers have such powerful swordsmanship, and you even used the divine shadow sword art. I also saw young palace master Fanning." Wuka's expression turned even uglier. The great elder's eyes were filled with sorrow. "I was once a member of the Overlord Heaven Palace, and I've fought on the battlefield. Please let us leave. From the moment you joined the battle, this fight was over. Is that so?" Wuka lowered his sword upon hearing this. "Go. For Guan Yin's sake, I will spare your lives." Hearing this, the two of them hurriedly left. Not long after, Lu Yan woke up. She anxiously asked Wu Ku, "Are you all right?" Zhang Zhe said with a smile, "Thanks to Wu Ku, our Hainan sect has avoided a disaster." Wuka scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Consider it as making up for ruining the wedding ceremony." Lu Yan said gratefully, "That was just a misunderstanding. Thank you for saving me." At this moment, Lu Hui led everyone back, his face filled with worry. "What happened? Where are they?" Zhang Zhe hurriedly recounted the events. After hearing this, Lu Hui was extremely surprised, then seriously asked Wu Ku, With such formidable strength, may I ask what your relationship is with the invincible archer of the Phantom Shadow Palace? Wu Ke lowered his head and softly said, "He is my father." Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. "So the Phantom Shadow Palace archer sent you to our Hainan sect?" Wu Ke said loudly, "Yes. He told me to come and get my fiancée." Lu Yen blushed. Everyone knows that Vo Dike's journey to maturity was incredibly arduous. He was taught martial arts by his grandfather from a young age. By 17, he had mastered his family's secret martial arts techniques. But after mastering these skills, he became lazy and lacked ambition, spending his days idly wandering in the mountains. This infuriated his grandfather, who repeatedly pressured him to leave the mountains. Vo Dike, however, remained indifferent. For a martial artist, no matter how advanced their skills, without combat experience, it's all useless. Although there aren't many records about Vo Dike's father, perhaps his father was also a master, and back in the Central Plains, he competed with many people. Wu Ke only took 7 days to learn Qinggong. His father took 2 months. 2 months, in his grandfather's eyes, was too long. For a martial artist, only by constantly challenging experts can one truly understand martial arts. This is clearly reflected in the Ba Tian Palace masters. But Wu Di only liked to eat and do nothing. Their grandfather was very worried. How could the two of them fight against Ba Tian Palace? So he used the excuse of forming a marriage alliance with the Tang family to force Wu Di down the mountain. Believing that with his current martial arts skills, as long as he was careful, Wu Di wouldn't encounter any danger. At worst, he'd just bring his future wife back home. Thus, Wu Di was tricked into descending the mountain. What was supposed to be a pleasant trip unexpectedly dragged him into the conflict between the Batian Palace and the Central Plains martial arts world. He went through many hardships and dangers. He befriended many young heroes. He also came to understand the ruthlessness of the Jianghu and the meaning of brotherhood. But the actions of the Tang family changed him completely. For the sake of the fiancé his grandfather had spoken of, Wu Di single-handedly held back the 5 poison sects attack on the Tang family. With no battle experience, he was ill-prepared. Ultimately, he was gravely wounded. While poisoned, he struggled to reach his fiancée. If he hadn't been so hasty and had rested to recover, what followed wouldn't have happened. The Tang family, caught in the crossfire of the Ba Tian Palace's war, was gripped by fear and panic. In that situation, they mistook Vo Dike, a man of unknown origin, for a demonic sect spy. But they shouldn't have tortured him before verifying his identity. They subjected Vo Dike, already severely injured and unable to resist, to all manner of torture. They even cruelly drained his blood. The seeds of hatred were sown in Vo Dike's blood, turning his search for his wife into a journey of revenge. Fortunately, Vo Dike fell into Huinna Valley, where he met Fan Lai and Chu Trunhao. Under their care, he gradually recovered. Both his martial arts and inner strength improved. Chu Trunhao and Quanan became husband and wife. To Vo Dike, they were both his saviors and his most important friends. But as he embarked on his path of revenge, Vo Dike became lost in confusion. The Martial Forest Alliance united to oppose the Hegemony Palace, and the Tang clan was a crucial part of it. It could be said that seeking revenge meant confronting the entire Martial Forest Alliance. If it were just the alliance, he wouldn't hesitate. But he had to consider his sworn brothers' positions. In this situation, they might have to obey their sects and turn against him. Having relied on his grandfather since childhood, he cherished the bonds of brotherhood. While torturing Tang Ji, after learning the whole truth, Tang Ji didn't beg for forgiveness. He only pleaded with Wu Di to spare his family for the mistakes he had made. Initially, Wu Di didn't intend to kill Tang Ji, but only wanted to use the same methods Tang Ji had used to torture him, returning them tenfold. He broke all of Tang Ji's bones, crippling him. Even without Chu Zhanghao stopping him, he wouldn't have killed Tang Ji. Because Tang Ji only tortured him, the mastermind behind his grandfather's death was Tang Susu. Turning a martial artist into a cripple is a form of revenge that inflicts more suffering than death. But when he faced Tang Susu, he unleashed all his pent-up power. However, after learning about Tang Susu's pregnancy, he decided to stabilize his business first, wait until he brought his wife back home, and then deal with it. But Duong Tuc was quickly killed, still wearing the iron claws. This made Vo Dike unable to contain his emotions. Facing the siege of many sect elders, he desperately broke through the encirclement. In the end, he crippled Duong Tuc. With the situation escalating to this point, the 9 great sects definitely wouldn't let it go. After all, Vo Dike didn't belong to any faction, and the sects had casually killed Duong Tuc. The 9 great sects would surround and hunt him down. If this continued, Vo Dike would have to face all the experts of the 9 great sects. No matter how strong his martial arts are, he can't survive. And Tang Tianhao already suspected Wu Di, knowing full well that personally killing his niece was a transgression. From this, we can see that Tang Tianhao has declared the settling of scores. In the comic, the most beloved character is Zhong Xia. Every time Wu Di is in danger, Zhong Xia appears to intervene, which makes many viewers dislike her. But everyone needs to understand that Zhong Xia is a girl who lives in the mountains, and because Wu Di was being pursued, she fled. She doesn't understand martial arts, and even less about the matters of the Jianghu. Who would want to see their loved ones in danger? However, she is pregnant and being pursued by the Wudu men. Faced with the agonizing choice between prolonging her life in pain or keeping her child, she chose to give birth. An ordinary woman, but a truly great mother. Hodike brought her to the Martial Forest Alliance because he believed they wouldn't harm her. She had previously helped the Martial Forest Alliance, and the Tang family's grudge against her came later. Most members of the alliance wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. But when Wudi went to seek revenge on the poison sect, it was different. He entrusted his child to Zhong Xia, went to find Yang Shuo himself, and left. Next is Countess Fanny, meaning she's the princess of the Heavenly Palace, but like Wudi, she doesn't have. Disguised as a man, she bravely participated in the Eight Heaven Ministry. Only the high-ranking officials within the Eight Heaven Ministry knew her true gender. She developed feelings for Wudi during their interactions. When Wudi and Zhong Xia married, she could only hide in a corner and pray silently. It wasn't until Wudi slaughtered a pig to atone for Guanya's sins that Guanya decided to fulfill his father's wish, let go of everything, and talk to Wudi. His martial arts skills are exceptional. Even the Shaolin protector from the Lianxing region is no match for him. He's free in Bali Veen. He ordered the deaths of all who stood in his way. He and Wudi are both top figures in the martial arts world. After fulfilling his father's wish to unite the Central Plains martial arts world, along with Guyan Bang, he followed Wudi back to their homeland. From then on, she resumed her female form. She is the most beloved male character in the story. After Wudi defeated the Nangong family, she felt at ease. When she learned of what happened to Wudi at the Tang family, she immediately drew her sword and pointed it at Tang Susu. If it weren't for family pressure, Tang Susu would likely have been slain on the spot. The Lam Kung Society has always secretly helped Wudi. Wudi fell into the abyss, his life or death unknown, causing her to clutch his memorial tablet tightly. Wudi returned for revenge, facing the siege of experts from various sects. The great families chose to remain silent. He drew his sword, disregarding the consequences. He even recorded Wudi's martial arts, just to be able to help him in times of crisis. But he couldn't leave with Wudi immediately. The leaders of the Lam clan were almost all dead, and the rebuilding of the clan required. Finally, with the support of the Nam clan, he settled everything and quickly followed. Fortunately, Wudi and the others had just descended Mount Shaolin. Thus, Wudi married his 2 wives and lived happily for 20 years. Everyone is curious about who Wu Ling's mother is, even the comic doesn't mention it. But based on the hair color in the comic, it can be seen that Wu Ling and Guanya have the same hair color. From this point, it can be determined that Wu Ling's mother is Guanya. As for Wu Ka's storyline, everyone thinks the author is deliberately. But I have a different opinion. Let's set aside Wu Ka's natural talent for now, not to mention he mastered all 5 inherited martial arts of his family by the age of 5. Think about who his masters are, besides Wu Di. Princess Ba Tiangong, Fan Yongtong, those 3. Guanya can defeat the Shaolin protector, an unknown figure. And there's Nangong Hui, all of whose martial arts are top tier in the Jianghu. From this, we can see that Wu Ku was even stronger than Wu Di was in his youth. And Wu Ku's personality is also like Wu Di's when he was young, possessing exceptional martial arts but remaining in seclusion. So, Wu Di took his son, along with his grandfather and Guyan Bang, to Hainan. It's not that Wu Di wanted his son to follow in his footsteps. With Wu Ku's strength and the title of best fighter in the world, what clan could refuse such a genius? When Wu Ku learned that the Hainan sect was holding, he didn't hesitate to jump into the fight. Although hasty, he surpassed his father once again. This point can be seen when he was challenged by others. Because he was strong enough, he immediately combined his skills and defeated the 3 great masters of the 30 Heavens Boundless Maze. He could kill his opponents in the blink of an eye. If the sect leader of the martial poison sect, Yang Shuo, harmed Zhong Xia, if Wudi were strong enough, ruthless enough, Zhong Xia wouldn't have been tortured to the point of serious injury. Fortunately, in the end, Wu Ku wasn't injured. Successfully sweeping the beauty off her feet, you could say Wu Ku inherited Wudi's essence. I believe the biggest looming threat in the entire series is the Hainan sect. For Wu Ku, such a powerful family, to hold a celebration, they must be thriving. This comic isn't just about random killing, it's filled with a sense of Jianghu chivalry. For his brothers, Wudi repeatedly stepped in to help, fighting against the 8 heavenly skills. For his brothers, he spared no expense, even slaughtering pigs to atone for the sins of the 5 spirit sect members. Caught between 2 sides, Wudi was forced into a difficult position, appearing indifferent but harboring deep loyalty in his heart. If not for brotherhood, he could have killed them all without hesitation. The people of the 8 Heavens Palace are not benevolent, they only want to test their skills against the Central Plains martial artists. Gu Yangban, the founder of the 8 Heavens Palace, has been restraining their ambitions. Guana didn't participate in the assessment, but Gu Yangban displayed his dominance. The 8 Heavens Palace's higher-ups are not qualified in this regard. But Gu Yangban doesn't blame them. The 8 Heavens Palace values strength, and his restraint is gentle. But whether through conspiracy or open conflict, the 8 Heavens Palace will never allow the war to spread beyond the 5 spirit factions. As for the 20-year backstory, I'll summarize it for everyone like this, and that. This comic series ends here. Whether there will be a second part is currently unknown. Next, I'll look for another good comic, start a new project. Thank you everyone for your support. This man is a genius. At the age of 7, he mastered supreme martial arts, inheriting his family's techniques. From then on, he comprehended the secret skills created by his ancestors, the divine shadow sword technique and the boundless divine art. At 17, his divine art was perfected. He then fused the two martial arts into his swordsmanship, reaching the realm of Chi transformation sword. From then on, he could do anything. At 20, he ventured into the Central Plains, but encountered a great calamity. Finally, he changed the landscape of the martial world. In the end, he even married the daughters of the Southern Palace clan and the demonic sect leader, living a happy life ever after. His heroic life story was told in the previous part. Those who haven't seen it can read it from the beginning. Time flies, and now, 50 years have passed. Invincible, the one who once dominated the world, now has gray hair and a long beard. With his wives Ziwu Ka and Lu Yi by his side, he is presiding over a family meeting. Invincible wants to send his grandson, Sun Wu Wei, to the Central Plains to visit the Southern Palace clan. Going back 50 years, the battle between the righteous sects and the demonic sect was extremely fierce. The Nam Kung clan suffered heavy losses, the old patriarch, Nam Kung Tan, and many experts perished on the battlefield. From then on, the once powerful Nam Kung clan gradually declined, leaving only a few members remaining. Learning of his clan's decline, she was deeply grieved. Quan Na, a former member of the demonic cult, was also consumed by remorse and self-blame. If it weren't for her love affair causing the war, the Nam Kung clan wouldn't be in this situation. Therefore, Vo Dike decided to send Wu Di to the Central Plains to revive the Nam Kung clan. Before his departure, Quan Na gave Wu Di her Fong Han token. The Fong Han token belongs to Quan Na, the lost son of the world's #1 expert, Vo Dike. Everyone in the martial world knows it. Just by seeing it, everyone will immediately know Wu Di's identity. Wu Di's mother, Lu Yi, gave him a package, instructing him to visit his maternal grandfather in the Hainan sect before going to the Nam Kung clan. Bidding farewell to his family, Wu Wei boarded a merchant ship bound for Hainan. On the journey, the crew regaled him with tales of the Jianghu. Suddenly, a giant eagle circled above Wu Wei, screeching incessantly. It was the great-grandchild of Iron Claw, named Iron Bullet, seemingly warning Wu Wei of danger ahead. Soon after, several loud explosions echoed from afar. Cannonballs rained down, landing precisely around the merchant ship. The ship rocked violently under the heavy impacts. A terrified crew member pointed towards the distance, trembling as he spoke. "Look! It's the colossal dragon pirates." Hearing it was the colossal dragons, the captain breathed a sigh of relief. The colossal dragons are only after money, not lives. As long as you pay the fee, you can pass safely. He then ordered his crew to raise the white flag and wait for the pirates to board. Jing Yi, the colossal dragon's first mate, boarded the merchant ship with a fierce expression. The captain hurried forward, indicating his willingness to pay the fee. Unexpectedly, Jing Yi demanded an exorbitant price, asking for an additional 300 gold taels. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yun, the head of security on the ship, immediately protested. He ordered his men to draw their weapons and aim them at the pirates. Hearing the name Han Van, Wu Di frowned slightly. He had heard from his crew that the Han family was a newly risen clan after the battle with the demonic sect, and a clan capable of replacing the Nam Kung family, becoming one of the 5 great clans. In this situation, Wu Di didn't want to offend the Han family, but neither did he want to lose face for his own. He stepped forward and asked Han Van, "We, the colossal dragon fleet, have always operated by the rules. Do you intend to break these codes?" Han Van replied sternly, "The Jianghu codes, we naturally abide by. However, I have a proposal. Each of us sends one man to duel. The loser will be at the mercy of the winner. How about it?" Just as the words left his mouth, a booming laugh echoed across the ship. This proposal sounds rather interesting. This man was the head of the colossal dragon gang, Gong Shan. He clapped his hands in approval, agreeing to Han Yun's proposal, and invited Captain Han to make the first move. Han Yun cupped his fists in salute, a flicker of worry in his heart. Gong Shan's aura gave him an invisible sense of pressure. The two men drew their weapons, preparing to fight. Wu Wei playfully fiddled with a skull he had just snatched from a pirate, watching the fight with interest. Gong Shan roared, swinging his great axe towards Han Yun. Knowing his opponent's strength far surpassed his own, Han Yun hastily dodged. A deafening crash echoed as Gong Shan's axe shattered the ship's deck. The entire ship rocked violently from the aftershock of the blow. Under Gong Suan's ferocious strength, Han Yun was continuously pushed back. Even his black iron sword was chipped. Han Yun was astonished. His opponent's attacks were completely without technique, relying solely on brute force. It seemed he had never learned any martial arts skills. "Who is your master?" he asked. Gong Sun laughed loudly, "I have no master. I learned my martial arts from books." Hearing this, Han Yun's expression grew more serious. To reach this level through self-study was truly a first for him. It seemed he had underestimated him. Han Yun's aura suddenly surged, and internal energy poured into his sword. This is my strongest attack. If you can withstand it, I'll concede. A screech echoed as sharp sword energy formed a whirlwind, rushing towards Kung Sun. The terrifying force ripped through the ship's deck. But when the dust settled, Kung Sun's voice rang out, seemingly unharmed. Immediately after, he charged towards Han Van with terrifying speed. Han Van tried to block with his sword, but it was too late. Just when he thought he was about to die, a tiny object flew in with a ding, knocking Kung Sun's great axe aside. Kung Sun looked down and saw a small axe. He saw Vo Vai calmly walk forward and say, "You've won. You can stop." The notorious leader of the giant dragon pirates was now being stopped by a young boy. Just now, Vo Vai had intervened in his fight with Han Van. He suddenly felt intrigued by this self-taught youngster. At this moment, a hint of doubt arose in Kung Sun's heart. This young boy had remained calm from beginning to end. He was definitely not ordinary. Or do you want to fight me? If I win, you will become my underling. Hearing this, Gong Sun laughed heartily. You're very confident. What if you lose? Wu Wei patted his chest and said with a laugh, you haven't even touched my clothes, how could I lose? As soon as he finished speaking, Gong Sun flew into a rage and swung his great axe at Wu Wei. Unexpectedly, Wu Wei didn't dodge. He channeled his inner energy to form a protective layer, easily blocking the attack. He tilted his head and mocked, your movements are slower than a turtle. Gong Sun became even angrier, swinging his great axe repeatedly, but Wu Wei dodged them all with ease, preventing him from landing a single blow. Gong Sun panted heavily, his face full of disbelief. He had never encountered an opponent with such speed. Wu Di looked at him, smiling, I've given you plenty of openings. Now it's my turn. Before Kung Sun could react, Wu Di vanished from sight. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain in his side. Wu Di had appeared behind him. A lightning-fast series of 5 punches landed on his flanks. The final blow sent him sprawling to the deck. Kung Sun gritted his teeth, about to accuse Wu Di of fighting dirty, hitting below the belt. But before he could speak, Wu Di's foot slammed down on his head. A sickening crack echoed as Kung Sun's head was driven into the deck. Second Master Jing Yi shouted urgently, quickly, stop him. But Wu Wei ignored the interference of those around him. He grabbed Gong Shan by the collar and lifted him up. Gong Shan grew even more frightened. He weighed over 200 pounds, yet he was lifted so easily with one hand. Wu Wei smiled sinisterly and raised his right hand. Let me wake you up. Then, he swung his hand, slapping Gong Shan repeatedly across the face. This action left everyone around them gaping. They had seen people humiliate each other, but they had never seen anyone slap someone like that. Kung Sun was beaten dizzy and disoriented. The world spun around him, he couldn't see clearly. Vo Vai crouched down, laughing as he said to him, there's a nervous system in your ear responsible for balance. No matter how strong your body is, once you're hit there, you'll lose your balance. Martial arts isn't just about strength, it also requires technique. If you become my follower, I'll teach you. Hearing this, Kung Sun's mind cleared. Having taught himself martial arts, he knew nothing of these techniques. He had been utterly defeated in this fight, without even a chance to fight back. Despite his loss, he felt no regret. Suddenly, Kung Sun roared, everyone, attack. Kill that brat. But like a flash of lightning, Vo Vai intercepted Kung Sun. His eyes sharp, he said, if you had attacked, you'd all be corpses by now. Kung Sun strained slightly, then hastily explained himself. The other pirates quickly grabbed their weapons, preparing to attack. Kung Sun bellowed furiously, stop. I lost, so I accept it. Even though we're pirates, we have our own code. Kung Sun turned and said to Vo Vai, big brother, from now on, I pledge to follow you. Vo Vai patted his shoulder, chuckling, I like your spirit, kid. Kung Sun then solemnly declared, when I return, I'll tell my father that I want to study martial arts with you, big brother. Vo Vai patted his shoulder, promising to help him transform from a nobody into a true hero. That same night, Kung Sun and his subordinates departed. As Vo Vai saw them off, he mused, I wonder if, in the future, a master named Ghost Dragon will stir up the martial world, igniting a fierce war. 4 days later, Kung Sun returned with 2 men, standing before Vo Vai. They had followed Kung Sun since childhood and insisted they would never leave their big brother. Seeing their devotion to each other, Wu Wei didn't say anything more, and even offered to guide their cultivation together. At this time, there was only 1 month left until they reached Hainan. To quickly improve their strength, Wu Wei began special training for the 3 of them. First, he taught them movement techniques and some combat skills. After laying the foundation, he passed on to them the Manhwa family's supreme swordsmanship, the Heavenly Sword. Each time, the 3 from Mount Gong were trained to exhaustion. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and under the harsh training, their strength greatly increased. After a long journey, Hainan Island appeared before their eyes. His martial arts are exceptional, the best in the world. Yet now, he's being treated like an ant by the Hainan sect disciples. Without a word, they draw their weapons and attack, giving Wu Wei no chance to explain. Dozens of disciples surround Gongsun and the others, but fortunately, after Wu Wei's training, their martial arts have greatly improved. Against the opponent's fierce attacks, they manage to hold their own. Meanwhile, Wu Wei sits on the roof, leisurely enjoying the show. He intentionally lets Gongsun and the others hone their skills through actual combat. At this moment, Gongsuan's opponent is the Hainan sect leader, Zhang Wu. His movements were powerful, ignoring ordinary attacks, as his opponent couldn't break through his defense. Exploiting common weaknesses in his opponent's swordsmanship, he countered with brute force. But Zhang Wu was clearly no ordinary opponent. He nimbly dodged, avoiding a direct confrontation with Gongsun. Zhang Wu sneered, "Come on, kid, don't run if you have the guts." Zhang Wu scoffed, "Just relying on brute strength? I'll teach you a lesson." Gongsun, enraged, launched a series of attacks, leaving him panting and drenched in sweat. Just then, he spotted a rock on the ground. An idea flashed through his mind, and he kicked the rock. A rock flew towards Zhang Wu, and he quickly dodged. Gongsun seized the opportunity and swung down hard. Luckily, Zhang Wu reacted quickly and rolled away, but a statue behind him was hit by the rock and shattered into pieces. Having dodged the attack, Zhang Wu didn't have time to breathe a sigh of relief. The sight before him made him tremble with rage. It turned out that the statue Gongsun had hit was the sea dragon statue, the symbol of the Hainan sect. This statue was the symbol of the Hainan sect and extremely sacred. Now it had been destroyed before his eyes due to his negligence. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, fixated on Gongsun. "You wretched boy, I will make you pay with your life." In an instant, his aura exploded, as if he were unleashing a final move. Vo Vai watched, thinking to himself, "This move, could it be?" Next, he took out an iron bow and drew it. Vo Vai wondered where he got such miraculous inner strength. Trong Vu remained undeterred, continuing his attack on Gongsun. Vo Vai hesitated no longer, immediately unleashing his sword chi, like a full moon, condensing into an invisible stream of sword energy in the sky. Only a whooshing sound could be heard. Invisible sword energy slammed into Zhang Wu's weapon. The immense force sent him flying. Seeing his chance, Gongsun immediately struck down hard. Instantly, another surge of invisible sword energy hit the axe, shattering it into pieces. Gongsun stared at the axe, now reduced to a stick, bewildered. A loud shout made everyone freeze. "Stop! We're on the same side." Zhang Wu gritted his teeth. "Who's on the same side as you?" Wu Wei shook his head, looking at him. This kid, still as hot-headed as ever. Before Zhang Wu could reply, Wu Wei suddenly sensed a sharp sword chi from the side. He tilted his head slightly to dodge. He looked towards the source of the attack. A furious man arrived in front of Zhang Wu, shouting, "I am Zhang Yan, warrior of the Hainan sect. Who are you, daring to make a move against my Hainan sect?" Seeing the older man arrive, Wu Wei politely said, "Hello, my name is Wu." Hearing the name Wu Wei, Zhang Wu thought to himself, could he be from Changbai Mountain? But Zhang Yan clearly didn't recognize him. At that moment, a hand stopped Zhang Yan. The person arriving was Elder Zhang Zhe of the Hainan sect. Seeing him, Wu Wei bowed and said, "It's been a while." Zhang Zhe was also delighted to see Wu Wei. But when he saw the shattered sea dragon statue, his hands trembled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Wu Wei thought to himself, "I think I've caused a huge disaster." Immediately afterwards, Wu Wei explained the situation clearly. Understanding everything, Zhang Zhe's face flushed with anger. He scolded Zhang Wu, reproaching him for fighting without asking questions. Then, Zhang Zhe led them to meet the sect leader. Lu Zhang, the sect leader of the Hainan sect, was overjoyed to see his grandson again. "The sea dragon statue was broken, but I will carve another one." At this time, Wu Wei also learned from Zhang Zhe that Zhang Wu was learning the Shadow God sword technique. Before this, his father, Zhang Zhe, had visited the sect leader, asking him to teach Zhang Wu martial arts. Unexpectedly, the sect leader directly passed down the Shadow God sword technique to him. After hearing this, Wu Wei was stunned. Without learning internal energy, how can one utilize the Shadow God sword technique? He then inquired about the situation of his cousin, Zhang Ming. Zhang Zhe explained, "Zhang Ming is currently handling a case. This spy is causing trouble at the border, so I sent Zhang Ming to deal with it." Wu Wei immediately understood why the Hainan sect was treated like dirt. There's a secret intelligence organization in the Jianghu, made up of people from the lowest rungs of society, beggars, thieves. These people don't know martial arts, they rely on gathering information to survive. Despite their low social status, they can carve out a place for themselves in the Jianghu through their information-gathering skills. The two notebooks in front of Wu Wei were commissioned by his maternal grandfather to be compiled by this intelligence organization. His grandfather knew he was descending from the mountain to restore the Nungon clan and hoped this information would help him. Wu Wei repeatedly thanked his grandfather for his dedicated help, then opened the first notebook and examined it carefully. It contained detailed information on 50 factions. At this time, Zhang Zhe seriously explained, these 50 factions are divided into 3 main groups. The Martial Spirit Alliance, an organization founded 50 years ago by 9 major sects and 5 great families, wants to compete with the Great Heaven Palace to enter the Central Plains. The rest are large and small sects that don't belong to these two powers. Seeing such detailed information provided by Qing Dao, Wu Wei was overjoyed. Immediately afterward, he hurriedly reached for another book. Inside was a detailed introduction to Li Lianying, the current princess of the Overlord Heaven Palace. This notebook described the personalities and martial arts of the experts from various sects. After Wu Wei finished reading, a flicker of appreciation appeared in his eyes. With this information, he would no longer be in the dark. He knelt down and sincerely thanked his maternal grandfather and uncle. Unexpectedly, his grandfather smiled and handed him a small brocade pouch. Wu Wei accepted the pouch and opened it after bidding farewell. A dazzling light shone from within. Inside were 29 luminous pearls, each the size of a bullet and priceless. His grandfather said with a serious expression, "To revive the family, the three most important things are wealth, manpower, and martial power. This is all we can do for you. Be bold and do what you want." Hearing this, Wu Wei's eyes filled with determination and emotion. "Please rest assured, I will definitely not let you down." In the following days, Wu Wei decided to stay at the Hainan sect for a while, and rigorously trained his 3 junior disciples. Time flew by. A month later, Wu Wei bid farewell to his grandfather and martial uncle, preparing to embark on his journey to the Central Plains. His grandfather advised him, "Life and death are predestined. Don't run from it anymore." His martial uncle asked him to take Zhang Yu to see the outside world. 4 days later, they boarded a merchant ship bound for the Central Plains. As the ship was about to set sail, Zhang Yu was still nowhere to be seen. Wu Wei was about to leave without him when Kung Shan suddenly pointed towards the shore. "Brother, look." Zhang Wu was seen running frantically towards them. "Cousin, wait for me." Kung Shan and Lian Bing suggested turning the boat back to pick up Zhang Wu, but Wu Wei stopped them. By now, the merchant ship was several dozen yards from the dock. Wu Wei shouted to Zhang Wu, "Trust me, jump." Zhang Wu was stunned. How could he with such a distance? But there was no time to think. He mustered all his strength and jumped into the sea. But the distance was too far. He managed to jump a short distance, but then he started to sink. Just then, Wu Wei threw a small iron pellet. The iron pellet whizzed towards Zhang Wu. The whistling sound made Zhang Wu immediately understand Wu Wei's intention. He stomped hard on the iron pellet. Using the force of the rebound, he continued to fly towards the merchant ship. The iron pellet sank into the sea. At this point, there was still some distance between Zhang Wu and the merchant ship. Zhao Bing somehow produced several wooden planks. Wu Di placed the planks on the gunwale, then launched them with a running start. The planks flew one after another towards Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu reacted swiftly, stepping lightly from plank to plank, rushing forward. This display astonished and impressed the crew on the boat. As he stepped onto the last plank, Zhang Wu gave a cheerful greeting. But the plank suddenly shattered. Zhang Wu splashed into the sea. He struggled to the surface, cursing Wu Di, "You bastard, you set me up." Wu Di laughed and said, "This is the punishment for being late." Then he told Zhang Wu to swim to the boat himself. This commotion caused everyone to burst into laughter, and their journey to the Central Plains officially began. But they didn't know that the Nangong clan, once one of the 5 glorious great clans, was now in ruins. 50 years had passed, and the once glorious Nangong clan was now nothing but rubble. An old man holding a lantern stood silently outside the ruins. Suddenly, a delicate white hand pushed the door open. A beautiful figure stepped out from within. She is Nangong Inru, the last descendant of the Nangong clan. She brushed the dust off her clothes. "Housekeeper Gua, how long have I been in there?" Housekeeper Gua respectfully replied, "Miss, it's already the 7th day." Nangong Inru frowned slightly. She patted herself down, checking for any changes. It turned out that within the family's secret chamber, she discovered 3 things: a bottle of medicine, a long sword, and a bronze plate with an inscription. The plate was inscribed with the characters Fu Yao, but the other 2 items were too rusted to discern. Nangong Inru didn't hesitate to drink the entire bottle of medicine. But it seemed to have no effect. She then drew the long sword from the secret chamber. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword let out a clang. But disappointment quickly followed. It was just an ordinary sword, not a divine weapon. It seemed restoring her clan by searching for ancestral treasures was impossible. Composing herself, she asked the housekeeper, "How is my father?" The housekeeper said gloomily, "The master passed away after you left." Soon after, Nam Kung Am Nu knelt before her father's shrine, silent. The housekeeper handed her a letter left by her father. Her father hoped she would give up her obsession with restoring the clan. They had paid too high a price for it over the generations. Despite giving it my all, in the end, it was all for nothing. I don't want my daughter to endure the same pain. After reading it, Nam Kung Am Nu gritted her teeth, tears streaming down her face. Then, she angrily pushed open the door and went out into the courtyard. She was unwilling to accept this and refused to give up. Even if it meant risking her life, she would complete the mission of reviving her family. Just then, loud laughter and chatter came from outside. It was a group of bandits roasting meat, eating, and drinking around a fire. The leader raised his cup, "Brothers, to celebrate our capture of Black Tiger Fortress, let's drink till we drop tonight." As soon as he finished speaking, Nam Kung Am Nu, her face filled with fury, walked towards them. "You scoundrels! What are you doing?" Seeing this, the bandits weren't afraid at all. "Isn't this Miss Nangong? Come to have a few drinks with us today?" Nangong Inru shouted angrily, "My father just passed away. I don't care what you're doing, I advise you to get out of here immediately." At this moment, a figure was secretly observing from afar. It was Wu Wei, who had just arrived from Hainan. Is she the last descendant of the Nangong family? I want to see what she does next. The bandit leader laughed loudly. Do you still think the Nangong family is one of the 5 great families? Your father's death has nothing to do with us. Hearing this, Nam Kung Am trembled with rage. You bastards. She kicked at the leader, but he easily dodged. Seeing this, Nam Kung Am drew her sword. Bastard, I'll kill you today. The bandits grew even more excited. Brothers, let's play with the little lady. More than 10 bandits rushed to attack Nam Kung Am. Although Nam Kung Am fought decisively, continuously knocking down several of them, they were too numerous. As one fell, another attacked. After a few exchanges, her breathing grew heavy. Finally, exhausted, she fell to her knees. At this rate, I fear she'll be beaten to death by them. The ferocious bandits stared at her. They hadn't expected this girl to be so difficult, costing them dozens of their men. The leader approached with a sinister smile. Don't kill her, I want her alive. Just then, a voice rang out. Are you sure you want to do that? Vovai turned to his underlings. Someone go teach them a lesson. I want them alive too. He's the most pathetic bandit leader in history. About to assault a beautiful woman in broad daylight, only to be beaten half to death. I even had to spend money to rebuild the dilapidated Nam Kung family estate. Just now, surrounded by enemies, Nam Kung Am was about to be captured. Wu Wei appeared at the right moment, performing a heroic rescue. Nam Kung Am's breathtakingly beautiful and pitiful appearance left the country bumpkins gaping in awe, exclaiming, so beautiful. A sweet voice sings freely, a beautiful woman travels the world. Finally, Wu Wei had to interrupt them. Don't get any ideas, I'm the main character here. Then, he stepped seriously in front of Nam Kung Am and asked, are you the last descendant of the Nam Kung family? Nam Kung Am nodded, confirming her identity. Just then, a bandit behind them pointed at Wu Wei and yelled, which brat dares to ruin our boss's good time? He swung his rusty blade towards Wu Wei. Wu Wei didn't even bother raising his hand, he simply punched the bandit in the stomach. The bandit's front teeth went flying. He flew backwards like a kite with its string cut, spinning several times in the air before crashing into the wall. This astonishing display of power shocked everyone present. The leader regained his composure and shouted, I am Gu Chuan, leader of the savage horse gang, the one who rules this place. Who are you? Hearing his name, a strange expression appeared on Wu Wei's face. Cat Shuyan thought they were intimidated by his reputation. Wu Di turned and asked his underlings, have you guys heard of him? His underlings shook their heads. Cat Shuyan fumed, you bastards, you dare look down on me. Wu Di said to Tsong Sun and Truong Vu, you two go teach them a lesson, but don't kill them. Finally, the two discussed it, and Tsong Sun would deal with the leader while Truong Vu would take care of the remaining bandits. Seeing there were only 3 of them, the bandits scoffed and roared angrily. The leader drew his sword and snarled, I'll chop your head off and use it as a chamber pot tonight. He roared, swinging his blade towards Kung Sun. Kung Sun remained motionless, showing no intention of dodging. The sharp blade sliced towards his face. But in the next instant, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Not only was Kung Sun unharmed, but he used the impact to knock him to the ground. The terrified leader looked at his broken blade. You stay back. Kung Sun stepped on his chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing. Kung Sun scoffed, sorry, who told you to step beneath my feet? The bandit leader clutched his leg and wailed pathetically. Kung Sun crouched down, chuckling coldly, you're not even qualified to be my shield. The other bandits were terrified. The leader writhed on the ground, begging for mercy, please, sir, spare me. I won't do it again. Kung Sun sighed in exasperation, how boring. Begging for mercy before even fighting. He then stood up and looked towards Zhang Wu. He saw Zhang Wu surrounded by bandits. This idiot. After dodging a few blows, Zhang Wu laughed loudly, you can't even touch the corner of my robe, yet you still want to kill me? His sword flashed, appearing in the midst of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Several bandits fell to the ground, screaming miserably. Seeing this, Song Shan couldn't help but feel his hands itch. He rubbed his hands and looked at the leader, I can't help it, I have to hit you a few more times. Under the moonlight, the leader's screams echoed everywhere. Finally, he was beaten black and blue, lying flat on the ground. Nangong Nu approached Wu Wei and expressed her gratitude. May I ask who you are? Why did you help me? Wu Wei smiled and replied, you could say I'm your distant cousin. He took out the 2 secret manuals that grandmother Nangong had given him. Nangong Inru accepted them, her face filled with surprise. These 2 manuals contained the ultimate martial arts techniques of the Nangong family, the Wuji sword technique and the Tianji sword technique. Butler Gua suddenly remembered something, could you be the young master from Changbai Mountain? Receiving confirmation, the old man was overjoyed. The Invincible family from Changbai Mountain, a single person changed the landscape of the martial arts world. It seems the heavens haven't abandoned the Nangong family after all. Wu Wei didn't intend to kill the bandits. Instead, he ordered them to find people to repair the Nangong estate. Under his threat, they dared not disobey. The next day, a group of builders entered the Nangong estate and began construction. Wu Wei and Nangong Inyu discussed and decided to close off the Nangong estate for a while. After 3 months of continuous construction, the Nangong estate was finally completely transformed, no longer bearing its former dilapidated appearance. Today, Wu Wei suddenly brought back a group of people. They were all carefully selected by Wu Wei from the surrounding smaller powers. His goal was to train these people into an army, helping the Nangong estate rise to the peak of power. Everyone knows reviving a declining clan in the martial arts world is as difficult as ascending to heaven. But for Wu Wei, it wasn't so difficult. He began by recruiting talented individuals from surrounding smaller factions, incorporating them into the Nankung clan. At the same time, he spent vast resources acquiring elixirs to enhance their power. This was the first step in winning their loyalty. Seeing such abundant resources, the disciples became wholeheartedly devoted. To quickly strengthen them, Wu Wei spared no expense in teaching them the Shaolin's ultimate skill, the Vajra indestructible body technique. He combined this with the Nankung clan's inherited martial art, the cloud soaring skill. He divided his disciples into 2 teams. One team practiced the Namkung family's fundamental martial art, the limitless sword technique, and was named the Heavenly Sword Team. The other team was personally trained by him in archery and was named the Heavenly Law Team. He poured a great deal of effort into these 2 teams, determined to make them the strongest force, helping the Namkung family rise to the pinnacle of power. But 6 months later, they encountered their biggest problem yet. Due to the enormous training expenses, he had run out of money. Everyone began to think of ways to earn money. Kung's son, having a bandit background, suggested robbery. Wu Wei immediately rejected this idea. We are righteous people. How could we do such a thing? Zhao Bing offered a more feasible suggestion. Martial arts sects often establish escort agencies to make money. The Nangong family should also establish its own. This suggestion made Wu Wei's eyes light up. But Steward Guo said worriedly. Currently, the escort agencies in the Central Plains all have powerful backing. The 2 largest escort agencies recently. Shunfeng Escort Agency is supported by the Hu clan, and Yuantong Escort Agency is backed by the Yin family. Their annual profits reach millions of taels of gold. Hearing this, Zhao Bing became even more excited. It seems the escort agency can really provide us with a stable income. The intelligence from the Hainan faction records that 200 years ago, the Nangong family had their own escort agency. But after the Nangong family declined, it was lost. If we can find the old Inha escort agency and support them, our financial problems will be solved. After thinking for a moment, Wu Wei smiled slyly. It seems we need to cause some trouble for those 2 other big escort agencies. Scene change, now at the Inha escort agency. Director Kang Yingjie held his head inside. Since the decline of the Nangong family, the Inha escort agency's business has been getting worse and worse. Now I can't even pay the staff's salaries. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. Don't worry, the Milky Way escort agency will be restored soon. Kang On Ket turned around in shock. Who are you? Wu Di calmly walked forward. We are from the Namkung clan. We're here today to discuss something with you. Hearing this, Kang On Ket's expression changed. The Namkung clan hasn't been heard from in decades. How could they appear here? Seeing his disbelief, Wu Di snorted softly. His figure flickered and he disappeared from the spot. The next second, he appeared behind Kang On Ket, sealing his movements with a pressure point technique. Then, he pulled a piece of paper from his chest. Calm down and see what this is. This is a letter from the head of the Nangong clan. After Kang On Ket finished reading it, his expression changed drastically, and his whole body trembled. Because it indeed bore the seal of the Nangong clan. Seeing that he had calmed down, Wu Di released his pressure points. Kang On Ket excitedly stood up. Excellent. The Nangong clan has returned. The Milky Way escort agency will surely prosper again. But immediately after, his face darkened. With the current state of the Milky Way escort agency, I fear it can barely protect itself. At this moment, Wu Di enthusiastically grasped his hand. You just need to do your job well. A sly smile crept across his lips. Soon enough, the orders will keep you so busy you won't know which way is up. Hearing this, Kang On Ket was confused, completely lost. The scene changes, showing them dressed in black, hidden in the bushes. Wu Di came up with a righteous plan, to rob the 2 major escort agencies. This was the transport route of the Thuanfang escort agency. Seeing the caravan approaching, they waited intently. Wu Di, his face covered, whispered, Brothers, remember, grab the goods and run. Last one's a dog. He's the nephew of the current leader of the martial arts world. Now they're robbing Shunfeng Escort Bureau again. And they're incredibly brazen, robbing and running. In just a few days, they've plundered every delivery Shunfeng has taken on. The process is as described. All of this is a trap set by Wu Wei, aimed at ruining Shunfeng Escort Bureau's reputation. Tonight, Shunfeng Escort Bureau is transporting a valuable shipment between cities, traveling a small road through the mountains. The assistant chief anxiously looks around, the recent rumors making him uneasy. The chief laughs heartily, reassuring his assistant, Don't worry. We've hired a lot of experts from the Hu clan to help us. If they dare to come, they won't return alive. This is also the order from Master Hu of the Hu clan. Just as he finished, a loud voice boomed, What's the Hu clan? The captain immediately drew his sword and roared, Show yourself. The deputy captain, frightened, hid behind the captain. Wu Wei and his underlings appeared before everyone. "We've been waiting for you." The captain yelled at his subordinates, "Attack! Don't let them escape." Following his shout, dozens of subordinates charged forward with their weapons. They quickly formed a circle, surrounding the nameless. Xiao Tu gritted his teeth, remembering the previous robberies. The most infuriating thing was that before leaving, they even spat. "Tonight, I will make you pay." Nameless scoffed, "You think you can catch me with just this group?" Just then, a figure's loud laughter rang out. "So this is the brat who dared to trick us? Someone seize him alive." It turned out the one who spoke was the Hubang elder, Quan Ba. Xiao Tu hurriedly bowed, "Master, you must uphold justice for your disciple." Nameless looked at Quan Ba, his eyes sharp. According to the intel, Quan Ba is renowned for his iron fists, more potent than any weapon. His meteor horse stance has forged his formidable reputation. Quan Ba looked down at Wu Wei with disdain. "You're no ordinary thieves. Tell me your true purpose, and I might spare your lives." Wu Wei sighed, "Why do you villains always insist on talking so much?" Quan Ba stopped talking. He whistled. Suddenly, 2 blood-red wolves lunged from the bushes. These were the fiercest blood wolves of Wolf Head Mountain. Saliva dripping from their fangs, they fixed their gaze on Wu Wei. At Quan Ba's command, the 2 blood wolves let out a ferocious howl and charged towards them. Kung Sun and Zhang Wu were about to charge forward. Just then, Iron Bullet shrieked from the air, its body transforming into a bolt of lightning as it plunged down between the two. Before the 2 blood wolves could react, Iron Bullet bit into their throats. Its terrifying strength directly ripped the wolves' throats apart. Wu Wei watched Iron Bullet fly back. "Don't let their blood get on you." Quan Ba was astonished to see the 2 blood wolves dispatched so easily. He angrily threw a punch, aiming straight for Wu Wei. Under his attack, Wu Wei calmly dodged. He stood firm, gripping his sword hilt, sneering, "Your movements are too slow." With that, his figure blurred, his sword flashing out. Tone Ba chuckled coldly. "You think you can kill me?" He crossed his arms, easily blocking Wu Di's sword strike. Then, before Wu Di could recover, a flurry of fists appeared, assaulting him relentlessly. Skyhorse Meteor Fist. Under the barrage of furious fists, Wu Di retreated continuously, dodging. Wherever the fist shadows passed, the ground cracked open. From all directions, the heavenly steed Meteor Fist followed him like a shadow, each fist image as real as flesh and blood. Wu Wei knew that simply dodging wouldn't work. His footwork shifted, and he charged straight towards Quan Ba. But at that moment, he felt his head spin. Not good. This guy used poison. Quan Ba laughed loudly, pouring all his internal energy into his fist. A loud bang erupted as their attacks collided. An earth-shattering explosion resounded. The terrible aftershock sent everyone flying. When the dust settled, Tone Ba stood in place, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Wu Di stumbled back several feet, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Truongvu and the others started to rush forward to assess the situation. But Wu Di stopped them. "I'm alright. Proceed as planned." He slowly stood up, feigning a serious injury. "I didn't expect you to poison your fist." Tone Ba sneered. He lunged, attacking Wu Wei. "You can die now." But in the next instant, Wu Wei suddenly appeared behind him. Quan Ba froze in astonishment. Then, a whooshing sound pierced the air, and half of his body was sliced through, blood spraying everywhere. How? How is this possible? Who are you? Unfortunately, he would never receive an answer to that question. The renowned expert, Quan Ba, whose heavenly horse Meteor Fist had made him undefeated throughout the land, was now cut in two by a youth. Until his death, he never knew who his opponent was. Seeing their leader killed, the Shunfeng escort agency men gnashed their teeth in fury. They roared and charged towards Wei. Zhang Wu and the others immediately drew their weapons and met them in battle. Having undergone Wui's brutal training, they had also become very strong. Their attacks were decisive, every move a killing blow. In the blink of an eye, they killed many enemies. Surrounded and furiously attacked by dozens of men, Wei remained calm. His figure flashed, darting through the crowd. Those behind him fell one after another, dying on the spot. The Shunfeng escort agency's men were completely outmatched, fear gripping their hearts. The escort leader, watching the scene unfold, wore an expression of disbelief. He was already thinking of retreating. Just then, a burst of cold air suddenly shot towards him from behind. The blade whizzed past his ear, embedding itself deep into the tree trunk beside him. Vovi's eyes flickered. Phase 2 of the plan, commence. Men, retreat. Vovi led his underlings as they fled into the dense forest. The escort leader, seeing them run, looked puzzled. What trick are those bastards pulling? But in the next moment, a volley of arrows rained down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, his men were pierced through, crying out in agony. Caught off guard, he too was struck by an arrow. Facing such a fierce attack, he was powerless to resist and could only yell for his men to retreat. The vice captain desperately tried to stop him, shouting, "If you run, what about us? What about me?" The captain shoved him aside. "I can't worry about that now. You're on your own." The vice captain collapsed to the ground in despair. Those who had followed him were all injured, some seriously. Without help, they would likely die here. Just then, Wu Wei's voice rang out beside him. You've got guts. Why didn't you run while you had the chance? Though afraid, the vice captain spoke clearly. I am a merchant. My goods are more important than my life. We are members of the Heavenly Cloud Trading Company. I want to make a deal with you. Vo Vai looked puzzled. What kind of deal? Let us take our goods and leave. After successful delivery, I will give you all the profit. Suddenly, Kung Sun appeared beside the vice captain. Compared to your offer, these goods seem more appealing. He prepared to seize the merchandise. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, thief! Stop right there! Under the blazing sun, Gong Sun appeared, wielding a broadsword, a righteous expression on his face. He leaped and swung the sword towards Gong Sun. Gong Sun easily dodged the attack. Wu Wei watched Gong Sun's ruthless moves and couldn't help but shake his head. He wondered if casting him in this role was the right decision. Gong Sun stood proudly. In the deputy escort leader's eyes, he was a savior. With a righteous look, Gong Sun helped the deputy escort leader up. I am the captain of the Galaxy Escort Agency. May I ask if you need any assistance? The deputy escort leader choked back tears. I'm with the Sky Cloud Trading Company. Our guards abandoned us and fled. Kung Sun, his face full of rage, as escorts, you must protect people and goods with your lives. Those escort agency fools are useless. The assistant chief escort said remorsefully, it's my fault for not seeing them clearly. At this moment, Kung Sun looked towards Wu Wei and said, don't worry, leave your matter to me. Kung Sun pointed at him and yelled, whoever you are, I advise you to stay out of other people's business. Kung Sun sneered, show me what you've got. As soon as he finished speaking, Kung Sun immediately jumped up and swung his saber horizontally. Kung Sun didn't dodge, letting the blade cut into his arm. Then, completely unharmed, he pushed Kung Sun away. Seeing this, the deputy leader rejoiced. He was certain this was a nobleman sent by heaven to save him. At this moment, Wu Wei called Gong Shan over and said coldly, retreat. You are no match for him. Then, he slowly drew his sword and stepped forward. He pretended to say to Gong Shan, hurry up and leave. I don't have time to play with you. Wu Wei didn't waste any words and charged straight ahead. A sharp sword energy shot straight towards Gong Shan. Gong Shan hurriedly raised his saber to block, not daring to be careless, and used all his strength to resist. A loud explosion echoed through the forest, the violent force destroying a swathe of surrounding trees. A deep crack appeared in front of Wu Di. The convoy leader asked fearfully, what's happening? But immediately after, Kung Sun, unharmed, slowly stood up. The convoy leader was overjoyed. With just this one move, he was completely won over. Wu Di retreated continuously, saying in astonishment, how are you so strong? Then, he gritted his teeth, just you wait, next time I see you, I won't spare you. After saying that, he led his underlings and quickly ran away. Having escaped, the convoy leader hastily thanked Kung Sun. Just then, the Galaxy Escort Agency's guards arrived. Kung Sun told them to take care of the injured. But one guard said they had a mission, and failing to complete it would result in severe penalties. He explained that the Galaxy Escort Agency was losing money, and if things continued, they might have to shut down. Hearing this, Kung Sun immediately said, can we just abandon them? I believe if the director were here, he would help. There must be a way. In the end, the guards helped the injured. The vice captain was moved to tears. Little brother, my Tianyun Trading Company and I will never forget the kindness of your escort agency. Wu Wei laughed heartily from afar. This play was performed successfully. With this, the Tianyun Trading Company will definitely cooperate with the Galaxy Escort Agency. At this moment, Wu Wei suddenly narrowed his eyes, looking behind him. He sensed a terrifying aura behind the tree. The next second, a stern old man stepped out from behind the tree. I didn't expect you to discover me. Wu Wei's eyes became serious. This person's aura is as powerful as my ancestors. This white-haired old man is a supreme expert, his aura vast and profound like the mountains and the sea, making others tremble in awe. The old man's appearance made Wu Wei feel uneasy. He had never encountered such a powerful expert in the Central Plains. At this moment, Gong Sun pointed at the old man and asked, old man, who are you? As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Wei hurriedly covered his mouth, don't cause trouble. If we fight later, I won't have time to look after you. The old man asked Wu Wei in a deep voice, so, are you confident you can defeat me? Wu Wei sneered, his eyes full of confidence, I can't guarantee victory, but I definitely won't lose. Hearing this, a strange smile appeared on the old man's lips, it seems you are very confident. Wu Di hastily bowed his head, Senior, I didn't mean that. Though his tone was apologetic, his eyes were filled with killing intent. If the other party made any move, he would immediately attack. This action caught the old man's eye, causing him to laugh loudly, your arrogance is exactly like your grandfather's. Could you be a descendant of the undefeated family of Changbai Mountain? Wu Di asked seriously, do you know my grandfather? Scene change, Wu Di brings the old man back to the Nam Kung family. Up until now, he He still hadn't asked for the old man's name or background, only knowing that he might be an old friend of his grandfather's. Wu Di said awkwardly to the old man, "I brought you here because I want to ask you for a favor. I want to invite you to be an elder of the Nam Kung family and help me train these disciples." The old man sighed helplessly. "The way you plead with others is exactly like your grandfather." From then on, the old man stayed with the Nangong family as an elder. Under his guidance, the strength of the Heavenly Arrow Squad increased rapidly. Time flew by, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the main hall of the Hu Gang, the higher-ups were discussing the Tianyun Trading Company. Yang Di, the leader of the Hu Gang, sternly asked, "Are the results of the Intelligence Department's investigation in yet?" Wei Jin, the head of the Intelligence Department, respectfully replied, reporting to the leader, "We have the results. The person who defeated the bandits and saved the Tianyun Trading Company is a member of the Nangong family. Furthermore, the bandits who repeatedly attacked the Shunfeng Escort Bureau are from the Nangong clan." Yang Di coldly asked, "Are you certain about this information?" Wei Jin affirmed, "Absolutely certain. According to the injured subordinates, the bandits who attacked them had an iron bird. And the person who appeared at the Nangong clan a few months ago also had a well-trained iron bird. This is all a scheme concocted by the Nangong clan. Currently, the merchants of the Tianyun Trading Company have stopped cooperating with the Shunfeng Escort Bureau, while the Inha Escort Bureau's orders are increasing daily." Yang Di gnashed his teeth in anger. That declining Nangong clan, how dare they act so recklessly? He turned to his son and instructed, "Take more men to the Namkung clan and teach them a lesson. Let everyone know the true strength of our Hu clan." At night, Jiang Diang led hundreds of experts to the Namkung clan. He sent a guard to sneak in and scout the situation. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the courtyard, the guard was sent flying by a white blur. His body, like a cannonball, crashed to the ground behind the group. By the time they reacted, his throat had been slit. Terrified, they looked up to see Thiat Dan circling above them. Its gaze was sharp, warning them to stay back. Yang Yang roared angrily, "That iron bird again! Kill it for me!" As soon as he finished speaking, Iron Bullet swooped down like lightning, several guards screaming as they fell to the ground. Like a phantom, Iron Bullet continuously searched for its next target. Ordinary people couldn't grasp its movements. But that was only for ordinary people. The guard captain, Hu Bang, coldly leaped into the air. Iron Bullet tried to dodge, but it was too late. It was struck down by a sword. It closed its eyes, letting out weak cries. Everyone cheered jubilantly, "We finally killed it." Just then, Nameless' voice rang out. He walked silently towards Iron Bullet. The captain of the guard immediately recognized him as the owner of the Iron Bird. He pointed at Nameless and angrily shouted, "You killed our Lake Gang's almighty." Nameless, hearing this, said nothing, only silently looking at the body on the ground. This Iron Bird is a divine bird raised by the #1 expert in the world, Four Joys. Now it's been cut down by a single sword, its life or death uncertain. But seeing this, its owner, instead of being angry, sighed in resignation. He nudged Iron Bullet with his foot. "Stop pretending, get up." The vice-captain of the Hu clan guard sneered, "That bird is dead." But just as he finished speaking, a sharp cry rang out. Iron Bullet was unharmed, flying up to perch on Wu Wei's shoulder. It rubbed its head against Wu Wei's cheek, as if showing off. The captain of the guard was astonished. "That Iron Bird isn't dead?" Then, he pointed at Wu Wei and roared, "This bastard killed Quan Ba." Wu Wei scoffed, "You mean the unlucky fool who poisoned his own fist?" Captain Yangya of the guard raged, "You bastard, I'll tear you apart today." Just then, the Heavenly Law Squad suddenly appeared behind Wu Wei. Wu Wei gripped his bow and arrow, staring seriously at the underlings. He then knocked an arrow. "Watch closely, this is the skill a true archer must master." With a whoosh, the arrow left the bowstring, flying straight towards the captain of the guard. The captain of the guard prepared to intercept it, but realized the arrow was flying incredibly slowly. This speed caused everyone in the Hu clan to burst into laughter. An attack like that, even a 3-year-old could dodge it. Only a few Hu clan elders, astonished, recognized the profoundness within. To make an arrow fly so slowly required an impeccable level of control. The captain of the guard, sensing something amiss, leaped forward. But in the next instant, his pupils constricted. The arrow suddenly changed direction, aiming directly back at him. He stopped, circulating his protective chi, deciding not to dodge anymore. Then, he roared and swung his sword, slashing at the arrow. Everything seemed to be within Wu Wei's prediction. The second arrow was already knocked. This time, the arrow's speed was lightning fast. The captain of the guards hurriedly leaned to the side, dodging it. Then, he charged straight towards Wu Wei. To escape this situation, his only option was to close the distance and attack. Seeing this, Wu Wei sneered, "You should be more worried about what's behind you." The captain of the guards turned his head, breaking out in a cold sweat. That arrow had returned, flying right in front of him. But by then, he couldn't dodge. The arrow pierced his chest. He clutched his wound, collapsing to the ground, disbelief etched on his face. Fortunately, Vo Vai only wanted to scare him, not kill him. Such precise archery drew gasps of admiration from everyone in the Thien Fap squad. Vo Vai spoke slowly. "This is Kai Dao Kim. A good archer must be able to hit any target they aim for. Then, he fired 3 more arrows in quick succession, hitting the captain of the guards in his left hand, right leg, and stomach. Under the control of Kai Dao Kim, the captain couldn't dodge at all. I could only grit my teeth and glare at Wu Wei. You brat, if you have the guts, kill me. Wu Wei laughed loudly and pulled the bowstring taut. With such a good opportunity to teach my disciple a lesson, why would I let you die so easily? Just as he was about to release the arrow, the old man's shout suddenly rang out from behind. What the hell is this bastard doing? The old man, his face a mask of utter exasperation, walked over. In a fair fight, you should respect your opponent. With your strength, this match should have ended long ago. Yet you use your superior power to toy with and humiliate your opponent. Where did you learn such disrespectful behavior? Did Wu Di teach you this, or was it Guanya? Faced with the elder's scolding, Wu Wei stammered, no, to be invincible. Even this principle you don't understand. I have no uneducated descendant like you. Wu Di hastily bowed his head and apologized. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. I'm ashamed of my behavior. Then, he looked remorsefully at the captain of the guard. As a martial artist, my behavior is truly shameful. I apologize. The captain of the guard, panting, said calmly, I was simply outmatched. Then, his entire aura erupted as he shouted, let me end this match with my strongest move. Wu Di seriously drew his bowstring taut. As a sign of respect, I will not kill you. With a loud bang, the captain of the guard charged forward. Volvi released the bowstring, and an immense pressure instantly descended. The charging captain suddenly stopped, a look of terror on his face. Impossible. A gigantic dragon appeared before him, its crimson eyes fixated on him. A powerful pressure crashed down, immobilizing him. The old man looked gravely at the dragon. It's been a long time since I've seen it with my own eyes. Then, a whooshing sound pierced the air, an arrow piercing through the captain's head. This young man has mastered the peerless archery technique. Firing 7 arrows in rapid succession, he summoned a divine dragon. The pressure radiating from it immobilized his opponent, leaving him helpless to watch as the arrow pierced his head. Seeing their captain fall, the Wu clan disciples rushed over in a panic. Though gravely wounded, he was, fortunately, still alive. Seeing this, young Master Yang wasted no more words and ordered an attack on the Nango clan. Nango Inru drew his sword and roared, how dare you trespass against the Nango clan? Seize them all. Having been instructed by the mysterious old man, the Heavenly Arrow Squad's strength had greatly increased. In a flash, they were evenly matched with the Wu clan guards. But Wu Wei, watching from the side, shook his head. He saw that the opponent's combat experience far surpassed the Heavenly Arrow Squad. If this continued, he feared there would be heavy casualties. Therefore, he stepped forward, preparing to join the battle himself. The old man stopped him. A battle of this level, you shouldn't interfere. Though there may be casualties in this battle, it is something a true martial artist must experience. Look at the fighting spirit in their eyes. They are using the martial arts we taught them to fight for their lives against the enemy. Looking towards the Wu clan group fighting in the distance, clan leader Yen confidently declared, I believe they will definitely win. They are our main opponents, the key to this battle. Young Master Wen Yen said gratefully, thank you for your guidance. His eyes, sharp as steel, observed the fierce battle of the Heavenly Sword Squad. He thought to himself, I may not be able to interfere, but I can minimize our losses. Then, he ordered Captain Li Va of the Heavenly Law Squad, prepare yourselves. You must strategize. In this unfavorable situation, pierce the enemy's bodies with precision. At that moment, Captain Zhang Hu of the Heavenly Sword Squad was fighting valiantly, his sharp weapon continuously cutting down enemies. The resounding war cries drowned out all other sounds. Attacks as swift as a hawk's eyes quickly brought down the Wu clan disciples. As he watched his disciples fall one by one, sect leader Zhao's face paled, and he angrily cursed his opponent's ruthlessness. Wen Wei chuckled softly and looked towards his opponent, let's finish them quickly. Yang, his face flushed with anger, roared, I'll take that one first. Elder Xiong looked worried, that one is very dangerous, are you sure you can? Only by capturing him can we turn the tide. I'll leave this to you. Third Elder Hosan grinned maliciously, young master, rest assured. We'll take care of that old man and come to assist you immediately. Xiong and Hosan immediately charged towards the old man in the yellow robe. The old man didn't speak, but with a single step, a powerful wave of pressure suddenly radiated outwards. Hung Ni and Ho Tam were shocked, their faces pale. This old man, what's going on? The old man stood calmly, his gaze sharp, his presence as imposing as a mountain. He wore only a pale yellow robe. The old man's terrifying aura overwhelmed Hung Ni and Ho Tam, making their bodies disobey, trembling all over. Hung Ni roared, suddenly unleashing a powerful internal force. He used all his internal force to resist the terrifying pressure. Surprise flickered in the old man's eyes, it seems you have some skill. Hung Ni, now drenched in sweat, hastily asked, may I ask, what is your honorable name? The old man said coldly, you are worthy of my attention, but not worthy of knowing my name. Hosan roared angrily, you old man. How dare you interfere in my business? Drawing his twin swords, Hosan attacked ferociously, I'll make you pay for this. The old man, his expression calm, raised a hand, and an invisible sword energy appeared. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. In the blink of an eye, the old man appeared before Ho-san. A tremendously powerful aura struck Ho-san directly. Let me see if you have the ability. This old man is the most mysterious character in the entire story. No one knows his origins. His martial arts skills are known to be among the best in the Jianghu. Facing the Hu clan elder, channeling his spiritual energy to its fullest, the old man's gaze was sharp, his demeanor calm. With a single, gentle movement, he unleashed immense power. Ho-san's expression changed drastically. He cried out in fear, impossible. What kind of demon is this old man? The old man said nothing, slowly walking forward. A terrifying pressure, like crashing waves, emanated from him. Hung Air didn't dare hesitate. With a roar, he focused all his internal energy into his sword. Die! With a whoosh, Hung Air's figure appeared above the old man like a bolt of lightning, swiftly attacking. His sword flashed like lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar. This was his family's secret technique, the Shadow Thunder Sword. Two powerful sword auras violently collided in mid-air. Ho-san was forced back repeatedly by the terrifying force. After the sword auras dissipated, Xiong-er spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying as if about to collapse. He was clearly seriously injured. But the old man remained unharmed, still standing there. Could he be hiding his true strength? He slowly walked towards Xiong-er, his eyes cold. Do you still want to continue? Xiong-er's face was pale, too frightened to speak. The secret technique he had desperately unleashed hadn't even injured his opponent. Ho-san was terrified. Damn it, how does the Nankang family have such a terrifying expert? Seeing this, he couldn't help but change his tactics. He couldn't handle the old man's power, so it would be better to kill a few more of the Nangong disciples and weaken their strength. While thinking, he moved stealthily, intending to strike when the old man wasn't paying attention. But at this moment, the old man said coldly, "If you dare interfere in the battle of these youngsters, I guarantee you'll be the first to die." Hearing this, Ho-san froze, not daring to doubt the old man's threat. At this time, Xiong-er struggled to his feet. As an elder of the Hubang, I absolutely cannot fall so easily. The old man said calmly, "Your father is Huang Gu." Xiong-er was shocked. How do you know my father? Who are you? The old man seemed lost in memories, slowly saying, "I knew your father when he was just a boy." Back then, his Shadow Thunder swordsmanship wasn't fully developed. But seeing it today, it's not a bad martial art. Just wait for your death quietly. I don't want to kill anyone. Hun Ni froze in place, unable to recover for a long moment. On the other side, Wen Wei continuously fired arrows at Yang Yang. Under the dense attack, Yang Yang could only dodge by tumbling, finding himself in a perilous situation. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, he stopped and yelled at Wen Wei, "You only know how to use such cowardly arrows. If you have the guts, face me head on. Hiding from afar, what kind of hero are you?" Wen Wei chuckled, "It seems you're quite confident in your fighting ability. Very well, I'll indulge you. Use any technique you like, come at me." Wen Wei sheathed his bow and drew the saber from his hip. Yang Yang shouted and charged forward to attack. Then, his figure flickered, and countless afterimages appeared around him as he shot towards Wen Wei like lightning. Wen Wei's eyes sharpened, staring at the saber in his hand. "Is this the source of your confidence?" A flash of saber energy shot down from above Wen Wei's head. Seeing his attack land, Yang Yang sneered, "I didn't expect you to be so weak in a direct confrontation." But in the next second, a cold saber pierced his waist. Wen Wei chuckled, "You celebrated too early." Yang Yang spun around furiously, trying to push Wen Wei away. Then, he attacked like a madman. But even with all his strength, Wen Wei easily blocked every attack, without taking a scratch. Moments later, he was panting, exhausted. After the furious assault, his strength was depleted. He flung his weapon away and collapsed to his knees. He couldn't believe the vast difference in their strength. "Kill me." Wen Wei looked at him, puzzled. "You want to die that badly?" The three Hubang elders beside him yelled, "Don't touch our young master." Wen Wei frowned, "These people are so persistent." By now, Yang Yang, Zhang Wu, and the others had finished their battles. Wen Wei took out his bow and arrow. "Everyone else is finished, I can't delay any longer." He then drew the bow, preparing for a swift attack. Seeing him draw the bow, the three elders burst into mocking laughter. "Do you intend to defeat us with air?" But in the next second, an invisible arrow, like a flash of lightning, pierced through one of them. A scream followed. Only the Grand Elder reacted in time, managing to block an arrow. Everything happened in an instant. Wen Wei calmly looked at them, smirking. "That's right, I am using air to defeat you." Recalling the previous attack, the Great Elder broke out in a cold sweat. The most difficult part was Wen Wei's spiritual power attack. Thinking of this, he hurriedly shouted, "Hu clan disciples, listen up. Everyone stop, retreat." In the blink of an eye, the Hu clan disciples scattered and fled towards the forest. The old man said to Xiong-er and Ho-san, "You two go as well." Having won the first battle, the Nangong clan disciples were overjoyed. Fortunately, Wen Wei didn't intend to completely annihilate the Hu clan. The Nangong clan suffered 6 seriously injured. If the fight continued, I'm afraid there would have been casualties. He is one of the 50 strongest young prodigies today. His miraculous and exceptional archery skills terrified the Hu clan. The Hu clan elders fled in disarray, utterly defeated. News of his using sword chi has spread throughout the martial world, constantly growing. Those in the know can easily guess that he is a descendant of the Wu family, the leading clan in the world, on Changbai Mountain. And this is the headquarters of the Hu clan. Clan leader Yang Di is scolding the returning elders. You, all of you useless fools, couldn't even defeat Nangong Shirjia. You're the worst of the worst. Faced with his harsh reprimand, everyone lowered their heads in silence. This was Yang Di's bitter explanation. The Nangong family somehow managed to invite a terrifying expert. Even Xiong Er and I together were no match for him. Yang Di grew even angrier, shouting, 2 against 1 and you still say you couldn't win? Truly. Xiong Er's face paled, cold sweat dripping as he said in a low voice, it's not that we couldn't win, it's that we couldn't even withstand a single blow. Furthermore, there was also a youth who could use a bow and arrow with incredible skill. Yang Di fell into deep thought. Sword chi transformation, could it be related to that legend? His expression then turned serious as he asked, if the Hu Bang attacks the Nangong family with all its might, what are our chances of victory? Xiong Er, almost in despair, blurted out, we have no chance of winning. Yang Di gritted his teeth and roared, are we going to let the Nangong family destroy the reputation of our Hu Bang? We absolutely cannot afford to lose. Even if victory is impossible, we must fight with all our might to protect the Hu clan's honor. Late at night, Yang Di lay in bed, filled with worry. Suddenly, a noise echoed through the room, startling him awake. They both sat up, looking towards the dark figure that appeared in the shadows. Who's there? An old man emerged from the darkness, calmly drinking tea. He spoke, are you the leader of the Hu clan? Unease filled Yang Di's heart. How could this old man sneak in here in the dead of night? Who was he? In an instant, a powerful aura emanated from the old man. You don't need to know who I am. If you don't want the Hu clan destroyed, cease all actions against the Nangong family. So you're from the Nangong family. I've already given the order to attack. You think I can just stop them? The old man smiled, I'm not negotiating with you. I'm giving you an order. He then tossed a golden token towards Yang Di. Yang Di picked it up and examined it, frowning. What am I supposed to do with this tattered token? The old man sighed. You don't know the meaning of this token? Suddenly, the old man struck the ceiling with his palm. Let him tell you. With a crash, the ceiling shattered, and a figure in red fell from above. The old man stood up and slowly addressed the figure. I know you've been watching me. Are you from the Shadow Pavilion? The man in red, his face anxious, said, please, forgive me, your subordinate was only following orders. At this moment, Yang Di's expression changed, incredulous. I didn't even notice someone from the Shadow Pavilion approaching. The old man handed a token to the man in red. Do you know what this token represents? The man in red nodded repeatedly. Very well, explain what I just said to him. The old man and the man in red left. Scene change, at the 8 Heavens Palace. Princess Guan Xianming was listening to her subordinate's report. The Hu clan attacked the Southern Palace family, but they failed. Guan Xianming chuckled, if the emperor knew he was still alive, he would be overjoyed. Compensate the Hu clan for their losses on behalf of the 8 Heavens Palace. After all, it's thanks to them that I learned of his whereabouts. Also, inform all sects of the 8 Heavens Palace that no one is to have any conflict with the Nangong family. Then, as if remembering something, she asked, I heard there was also a young man of unknown origin who uses a bow and arrow? The Shadow Pavilion master nodded slightly, indeed. I heard he's with the Nangong family. Guan Xianming smiled, how interesting. The fates of our two families are intertwined once more. After 15 years of ruin, the Nangong family is finally experiencing a turning point. The appearance of Wu Wei has not only brought renewal to the declining family, and I've recruited many talented individuals, training them into a powerful force. 3 years have passed, and everyone has decided to let Nangong Inru fully assume the position of head of the family. The Nangong family officially opens its doors, after 3 years of closure, preparing to reclaim its former glory. Now, Nangong Inru has become someone who can independently shoulder this heavy responsibility, and based on this foundation, she divided the family into 2 teams. One team is called Tianyang, mainly using swordsmanship, specializing in assassination. The other team is called Tianin, specializing in assassination techniques, proficient in decapitation. Wu Wei and the others sat in high positions within the family, issuing commands. The Nangong family's path to revival begins here. And this is the Wangfu family, one of the 5 great families. The head of the family and the elders were discussing something. The 5 great families festival has been set for the Mid-Autumn Festival in 2 months. The head of the family expressed his joy. Finally, we'll have a lively occasion. The other 4 great families have all accepted the invitation. Kuang Fu nodded, I've sent the invitations. In addition, I also invited the Han family from Shandong. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang rang out. The head of the family clenched his fist, nearly crushing his teacup. His face darkened, his voice icy. You need to give me a reason why the Five Great Families Festival would invite the Han family. Kwang Fu lowered his head in fear. It's just, following the current situation, the Five Great Families are no longer what they used to be. The Nangong clan is no more, and most powers consider the Han clan one of the 5 great clans. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders in the Great Hall flew into a rage. You insolent wretch! The 5 great clans are the 5 great clans. No matter how strong the Han clan is, they cannot squeeze their way in. The 5 Great Clans Festival is not for boasting, nor is it to look down on any other clan. Hundreds of years ago, our ancestors, the 5 Great Clans, fought together against the Heavenly Snow Alliance. It was that battle that established the prestige of the 5 Great Clans. 50 years ago, when the Central Plains and the 8 Heavenly Palaces clashed, we again stood together against foreign enemies. The Nangong clan fought desperately, suffering heavy losses, to achieve what we have today. Has everyone forgotten the warriors who fell on the battlefield, the heroes lying beneath the yellow springs? Faced with the elder's anger, Huang Fuvong fearfully said, It's not what you think. Huang Fuvong pointed at him and shouted, If you didn't mean it that way, then sincerely invite the Nangong family. Huang Fu hurriedly said, I've already invited them. Huang Fuvong nodded repeatedly, Good, you've invited them. He suddenly reacted. Wait a minute, you said you already invited them? At this moment, the entire hall fell silent, everyone looking at each other. A moment later, Huang Fuvong explained with a laugh, You misunderstood. How could I forget the camaraderie of the 5 great families? The family head asked with a puzzled expression, But what about the Han family? Huang Fu Wang calmed down and explained, Although the Han family's history doesn't compare to the 5 great families, they've accomplished a great deal recently. They've gained recognition from many in the martial world, so I believe they qualify to participate as the 6th family. The clan leader sighed in relief. If that's the case, then it's alright. Huang Fu Wang breathed a sigh of relief. He added with a sheepish expression, Clan leader, don't worry, I wasn't actually going anywhere. Everyone looked at the shattered table and burst into laughter. Huang Fu Wang thought to himself, if you dared to get angry and hit me, I'd be more afraid than that table. Meanwhile, with the other half of the Nangwang family, Nangwang Inyu gathered the elites of the previous generation and prepared to depart for the Huangfu family. Dressed in a purple robe, she said, This is the first time we've left the Nangong family, and it's also the first step towards our revival. I hope that through our joint efforts, we will restore the Nangong family to its former glory. Led by Nangong Inyu, everyone headed towards the imperial Huangfu family. After a months-long journey, they arrived at the capital. Unexpectedly, 5 distinguished experts didn't know what to do with this bowl of noodles. Because the bowl of noodles had a lot of cilantro in it. Nangong Inyu frowned, put down the bowl of noodles, and walked out. I'm going for a walk. Before I return, I hope this unpleasantness will be gone. Wu Wei called the waiter to make another bowl. Wu Wei walked toward a guest not far away. He went straight over, sat down, and said, You've been following us, haven't you? Seeing he was discovered, the other man dropped the pretense and stepped out. Please come with me. My master wishes to see you. Wu Wei followed him to a forest. The one waiting for him was Princess Guan Xianming of the 8th Heaven Palace. Wu Wei looked around and noticed at least 20 experts hidden in the shadows. That's intimidating. Guan Xianming said, Don't worry, they're just here for my safety. Then, she tossed a wine cup toward the 5 people who were arguing. Relax. Have a drink. Without a second thought, Wu Wei stiffened. His decisive action stunned Guan Xianming. He was astonished, he didn't even question a stranger's drink? Should I call him brave or foolish? Wu Wei drained his cup and looked at Guan Xianming. Li Shangyan said, I offer you a cup as well. Guan Xianming didn't hesitate to empty his cup. He suddenly flared up, I am Wu Wei. What business do you have with me? Guan Xianming's lips curled slightly. I am Guan Xianming. You'll know why I'm here soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, hidden experts surrounded Wu Wei. Seeing this, Wu Wei drew his iron sword. Once I make my move, they will all die. A young prodigy with unmatched power and unparalleled swordsmanship. Facing the encirclement of the 8 Heavens Palace's strongest guard squad, he remained unfazed. His eyes sharp as a hawk, he looked at Quan Hian Min. Aren't you afraid they'll all die here? Quan Hian Min laughed heartily, his voice echoing through the air. Whether you have the ability to do that remains to be seen. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of 8 Heavens Palace guards rushed towards the 5 people. Quan Hian Min surveyed the situation and asked the guard captain, Tan Xiaotang, what do you think? The captain, with a stern expression, proudly replied, The guard squad never loses, not even against the Shaolin Arhat formation. Quan Hian Min chuckled, both the Arhat formation and the guard squad have knelt before that strongest man, haven't they? This young man is very likely that man's descendant. Surrounded, Nameless looked down at the data at his feet. Without a word, he raised his iron sword, his aura menacing. In a flash, he severed a guard's hand. The remaining guards were startled, shocked that an ordinary sword could so easily cut through flesh and bone. Nameless moved with wolf-like agility, quickly rushing forward. The corners of his lips curled slightly as his movements flowed smoothly and swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he reached the captain of the guards, Hong Guan-ri. With only a whooshing sound, the guards were pierced through the head before they could react. Guan Xianming and Li Shangyan were both startled. Could this be the legendary One Qi transforms to 3 purities? Guan Xianming slapped his forehead and laughed heartily. So those legends are actually true. I've truly broadened my horizons. Meanwhile, Wu Wei's invisible sword energy, like lightning, attacked relentlessly. The guards had no chance to dodge, their screams echoing tragically. Their bodies, struck by the sword energy, caused the red numbers around them to tremble violently before collapsing. The air filled with killing intent, Wu Wei's cold voice rang out, harmless and without injury. Beneath his feet lay the corpses of the guards. In the blink of an eye, Wu Wei had slain the elite guards of the Eight Heavens Palace. Wu Wei's expression turned cold, and in a flash, he attacked again. This is the Great Elder's inheritance, a secret technique of the Eight Heavens Palace. Alright, young man, spare their lives. They are the strongest guards of the Eight Heavens Palace. Wu Wei said, people of the Eight Heavens Palace. That Guan Xianming is the princess of the Eight Heavens Palace, why did they attack me? The Great Elder explained, perhaps she wanted to test you. At this point, Wu Wei sheathed his sword and said to Guan Xianming, are you satisfied now? Guan Xianming's expression was indifferent, I couldn't stop him. With a serious expression, Wu Wei drew the Soul Wind Sword. Do you know what this is? Guan Xianming's face changed color, filled with terror. The Soul Wind Sword. The divine weapon of the Eight Heavens Palace, carrying the legacy of the immortal realm. Wu Wei drew his sword, his aura instantly surging. Guan Xianming's expression changed again. This is the Myriad Swords return technique. Countless sword energies surged like ocean waves around Wu Wei. The surrounding guards felt a powerful pull, their bodies involuntarily drawn towards him. Wu Wei roared, and domineering sword energy erupted like thunder. Several guards cried out in agony as they were sent flying. Such exquisite swordsmanship astonished Guan Xianming. Could this be the legendary Shadow God sword technique? Truly, its reputation is well deserved. But then the Grand Elder scolded him, you prodigal fool. Are you only just now thinking of saving them? Or do you intend to let all the guards die here? Guan Xianming's expression turned serious. He wiped the playful look from his face, gripped his sword hilt tightly, and charged towards Wu Wei. Two powerful auras collided, creating a violent shockwave that shook the ground. After a fierce exchange of blows, both men retreated. Quan He and men exclaimed in admiration, as expected of a descendant of Wu Jia, their strength is truly formidable. At this moment, the Great Elder approached from afar. Have you all fought enough? Quan He and men turned around, his face filled with excitement. Immediately afterward, he knelt down and bowed. This junior greets the elder, please come inside. The Great Elder slowly walked over and gently asked, what are you doing here, young man? If the martial arts sect finds out you've crossed the border, do you think they'll let it go easily? Quan He and men laughed loudly. I don't care what they think, I just wanted to see the elder. At the same time, I also really wanted to test the descendant of the Wu family. He gave a sly smile and asked Wu Wei, was the sword technique you just used the One Qi transforms to 3 purities? It's truly as powerful as the legends say. Did that person also teach you the swordsmanship? Wu Wei said helplessly, my grandfather taught me my swordsmanship. Guan Xianming asked in surprise, how did your grandfather know the myriad swords return to 1? The Grand Elder explained, he's talking about Gu Yangfeng, who could also be considered your grandfather. Guan Xianming asked joyfully, then is the old gentleman still alive? Wu Wei said with a sad expression, he passed away a few years ago. The Grand Elder urged Guan Xianming, now that you've met him, hurry back. Guan Xianming scratched his head and asked the Grand Elder with a smile, aren't you coming back with me? The Grand Elder replied with a solemn expression, the Eight Heavens Palace is no longer suitable for me. I am now the Grand Elder of the Nangong clan. Guan Xianming didn't say anything more, then I'll take my leave. Please visit the Eight Heavens Palace when you have time. Wu Wei suddenly bowed to Guan Xianming, Princess, I have a favor to ask. I hope the Eight Heavens Palace will not interfere in the affairs of the Nangong clan. Guan Xianming's expression turned intrigued, why should I agree? Wu Wei took out the soul-sealing sword and handed it to her. You know this sword's origin very well. It's also very important to you. Therefore, I don't want to fight against the Eight Heavens Palace. If you guarantee that the Eight Heavens Palace won't interfere in the Nangong clan's affairs, after the Nangong clan rises, you will be the owner of the soul-sealing sword. Guan Xianming laughed, interesting. Then it's settled. Immediately after, he returned the Feng Han to Vo Vai. An agreement between the two powerful figures, capable of influencing the order of the martial world, was made there. Scene change, after 50 days of travel. The rebel group finally arrived at the fortress where the Nam Kung clan resided. Everyone stopped at an inn to eat. At this moment, Tran Lap entered the inn next door, filled with rage. A young man looked at him with a cold gaze. Tran Lap thought he was being provoked and prepared to attack. Trubin stopped Tran Lap, telling him not to cause trouble. But as Trubin was about to raise his wine cup, another young man suddenly appeared. Are you members of the Nam Kung clan? Tran Lap and the others startled to their feet, but Nam Kung Bogun stopped them. He even gestured for them not to cause trouble, then softly inquired about the young man's background. The young man replied, "Greetings, I'm Tu Lang." Nam Kung Bogun looked up in surprise, recognizing an object called the Divine Realm. Tu Lang recognized him, his face showing surprise, while Zhao Bing behind him immediately remembered his identity. Tran Lap was orphaned and lived with his older sister, Tran Nguyen. At the age of 7, he was taken as a disciple by the martial arts expert, Ko Kot Min. Ko Kot Min sought out Ko Dai Min to teach him martial arts. Unexpectedly, this kid was born with a love for martial arts, constantly seeking out opponents, winning many battles and earning the title of Tu Lang. After hearing Zhao Bing's story, Tu Lang said in surprise, "There's actually someone who understands me better than I do?" Nangong Wuyan asked him what he wanted. Tu Lang scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Actually, I didn't come here to greet you." Immediately after, he revealed his shocking intention, "I'm here to challenge that old man. This person truly has a unique style." In the square, he pointed directly at an old man and aggressively declared his challenge. "Don't worry, old man, I'll go easy on you." His imposing words left everyone present holding their breath. The Grand Elder narrowed his eyes, his spiritual energy surging. "Tell me, why are you looking for me?" Tu Lang clenched his fists, his gaze sharp, "Because you look very strong. I've fought countless experts, but I've never met an opponent like you." The Grand Elder's expression remained calm. "That's an interesting answer, but to defeat you, I don't need to say much." Hearing this, everyone in the Nangon family jumped to their feet, their eyes burning with hostility towards Tu Lang. Facing their hostile gazes, Tu Lang remained completely indifferent. "I can assure you, they are no match for me." At this moment, Zhang Wu appeared behind him, his voice cold, "If you want to fight the Grand Elder, you'll have to defeat me first." Tu Lang's aura surged, "No problem, I need a warm-up anyway." These words immediately enraged Zhang Wu and the 3 Nangon elders. "This arrogant brat." Tu Lang's eyes flashed, his aura suddenly spiking as he chuckled, "Come on then, I can't wait." Just as the two sides were about to clash, a mysterious figure strolled in through the door. "What's all this commotion?" Nameless was about to speak about the upcoming alliance and the events to unfold. But before he could say anything, he saw Mad Wolf appear before him. "You're strong, I want to challenge you." "You're strong, I want to fight you." Nameless frowned slightly, surprised by this turn of events. At this moment, Nangong Yi appeared to explain, "Mad Wolf loves challenging experts, like he loves to dance." Nameless stared at his opponent, lost in thought. "If so, he's the grandson of my grandfather's sworn brother, Wagumman. Before I came down from the mountain, my grandfather told me to find his sworn brother. I never expected to meet him here." But Tu Lang's impatient shout interrupted his train of thought. "Stop with the nonsense. Just make your move." Wu Wei said with an impatient look, "Kid, if you want to fight me, you'll have to defeat my subordinate first." Immediately after, he turned to Kung Shan, "Time to test the results of your training. But don't get careless, he's no weaker than you. Be careful not to get beaten black and blue." Kung Shan waved his hand. "Kid, let's begin." As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Lang launched a fierce attack, throwing a punch straight at him. Fortunately, Kung Sun reacted quickly, taking a step back to dodge. The brute's powerful blow slammed down, shattering the wooden planks beneath him. Kung Sun clenched his fists, preparing to counterattack. Unexpectedly, the brute's speed was incredibly fast. His body soared into the air, easily dodging the attack. He raised his left leg high, preparing for a fatal blow. With an angry roar, the brute's left leg shot towards Kung Sun like lightning. Kung Sun wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only rely on his incredible defense to withstand the blow. Although Kung Sun's body was tough, he was still stunned by the kick and fell to the ground. Tu Lang landed firmly, holding his stance. His aura intensified, as if the fight was about to end. Watching intently, Nameless eyes flashed. "That's the 18 dragon subduing palms of the beggar's sect." Kung Sun, clearly unaware of the gravity of the situation, roared and charged towards Tu Lang. But in the next instant, Tu Lang's 18 dragon subduing palms struck him. Everything happened in a flash, their figures moving like the wind. Nameless watched in astonishment as Kung Sun coughed up blood. He then struggled to stand, gasping for breath, but his aura grew even stronger. With a loud boom, Kung Sun's massive body was sent flying like a cannonball. Tu Lang laughed loudly, "Excellent. But your movements are too slow." In the next second, his figure appeared eerily above Kung Sun. He attacked Kung Sun with his sword, swift as lightning. Kung Sun felt a terrifying force surge into him, interrupting the flow of his internal energy. Then, as if all his strength had been drained, he collapsed to the ground. Zhang Wu and Wu Wei both looked astonished. Just now, Kung Sun had at least 20 pressure points sealed. Vo Dan recognized Tu Lang's technique. "That's the Mumai Palm, a supreme skill of the Huashan sect. His appearance above Kung Sun, that's a secret technique of the Gay sect. I can't believe he's mastered such powerful martial arts at such a young age." Fortunately, after being injured, Kung Sun quickly recovered. He stood up and pointed at Tu Lang. "You bastard, I won't spare you this time." Tu Lang scoffed, "With that turtle's pace of yours?" Just then, a staff suddenly appeared from behind, striking Tu Lang hard on the head. Tu Lang cried out in pain and turned around furiously. "Who dares sneak attack me?" But when he saw the person clearly, he trembled and backed away. Grandfather, what are you doing here? An old man with a missing leg stood behind him. It was Hongvu, the supreme leader of the Gaebang, one of the top 5 martial artists in the world. This man is a legend of the Gaebang. In his youth, he fought in the demonic sect war, where he unfortunately lost his left leg. However, he returned to the Gaebang and continued his training, protecting it. Despite losing his leg, he didn't give up. He mastered an advanced version of the 18 dragon subduing palms, the supreme 18 dragon subduing palms. In middle age, he got a prosthetic leg and developed incredibly powerful martial arts skills. After decades of arduous training, he made a name for himself in the martial arts world. Along with his sworn brother, Gu Guming, he became one of the top 5 martial artists in the world. Now, he strikes To Lang with his staff. You spoiled brat, you've learned a few cheap tricks and now you're running wild. To Lang pleads, grandfather, you're an elder of the Gaebang, you shouldn't treat a child like this. Wu Wei and the others thought to themselves, could this be another sworn brother of grandpa's? Huang Yu apologized to Wu Ming, I'm so sorry, the child meant no harm. Wu Wei and the others said in unison, he's just a kid. It's normal for him to be a little temperamental. Huang Yu said gently to Wu Ming, it's a pleasure to meet a young man from the Nangong family. What is your name? Wu Ming said a little shyly, Senior, it's my honor to meet you. My name is Wu Ming. Huang Yu stared at Wu Ming. You look a lot like I did when I was younger, Huang Yu said thoughtfully, looking at Wu Ming. Then he laughed heartily and poured a cup of wine. This kid really does look like me when I was younger. Tu Lang complained, why ask his name? I still have to fight him. But what awaited him was a beating. You're still far too weak. Don't embarrass me here. I'm here to take you somewhere. Although Tu Lang was dissatisfied, he didn't dare disobey Huang Yu. Huang Yu said to Wu Ming and the others, I look forward to your performance at the gathering. We'll talk more then. Wu Ming replied, certainly, Senior. I will definitely be there. The scene changed. The 5 great families arrived at the royal palace one after another. A subordinate rushed into the main hall, reporting. The Nangong family has arrived. The royal mansion's master was startled. How did they get here so fast? He hurried out to greet them, ordering the highest level of etiquette be used to receive the esteemed guests. Nameless and the others were waiting at the gate. Soon after, they were invited into the main hall by the steward. But this reception left Nameless dissatisfied. He had previously heard from disciples of other clans that their masters had personally welcomed them. However, at the Southern Palace clan, only a steward appeared. He felt this was a sign of disrespect towards the Southern Palace clan. Nangong Yingyu whispered, perhaps they are busy receiving other guests and don't know we've arrived yet. Just then, Wang Fu Wang arrived with a hearty laugh. My apologies, I'm late. Please, come in. Nangong Yingdu bowed. Nangong Yingdu, greetings, elder. Wang Fu Wang bowed in return. My apologies, I was detained and couldn't greet you sooner. Please forgive me. Nangong Yingdu said, there's no need for formalities. Between our 2 families, such formalities are unnecessary. Our elders and you are sworn brothers. There's no need for formalities between us. Our fathers and uncles are sworn brothers with you. Huang Fu Wang's expression turned sentimental, as if reminiscing, it's been many years. I'm overjoyed to see someone from the Nangong family again. Next, Wu Ming stepped forward, bowed, and introduced himself. Before Bujawang could speculate on the true origin of the tasteless item, he led everyone into the main hall, where a grand gathering of the noble families was taking place. Time flew by quickly, and those attending the great clan assembly listened attentively. The 6 clan heads sat together, deliberating during this important meeting. The head of the Tang clan, Tang Wuching, spoke about the matters of the martial spirit sect. The head of the Pang clan, Pang Dashan, wore a puzzled expression, surprised that the southern sect had decided to withdraw from the martial spirit king. The head of the Zhang clan, Zhang Ying, with a stern face and sharp eyes, stated, currently, Shaolin and Huashan are no longer involved in the affairs of the 5 Mountains Alliance. And control has fallen into the hands of the Wudong sect. The Han clan head, Han Wei, declared boldly, if our 6 clans join forces, even if the 8 Heavens Palace returns, they won't be able to do anything to us. Those present in the hall burst into laughter upon hearing this. Only Nangong Yingdu clenched his fists, his heart burning with anger. Although these people outwardly acknowledged the existence of the Nangong clan, their words completely disregarded him as the clan head, which greatly vexed him. On the other side, in the disciple area, Tian Yang slammed his fist on the table in anger. He roared at the Peng family disciple, you bastard, say that again. Peng Hui, the Peng family disciple, scoffed, you, the Nangong clan, don't know your place. A clan led by a woman, daring to show your face here and make a fool of yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the other Peng family disciples roared in agreement. Meanwhile, the faces of the Nangong clan members darkened. Tian Yang's face turned pale with rage, you bastard, I'll teach you a lesson today. This was the first time the Nangong clan had been so humiliated. Because the Peng clan disciple just called the Nangong clan a clan led by a woman. Tianyang's eyes flashed with fury as he drew his sword and charged. I'll teach you a lesson today. Spiritual light flashed. Tianyang spun, appearing before Peng Hui. Peng Hui reacted quickly, raising his sword to block. Tianyang sneered. Trash is still trash, only capable of such mediocre moves. Tianyang gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging as he clearly activated the Nangong clan's bloodline technique. A chilling air spread. It made Peng Hui tremble violently, seemingly bringing him back to his senses for a moment. He remembered the insults he had just hurled at the Nangong family, and his expression changed drastically. Damn it, what have I done? He looked warily at Tianyang and sighed. He decided to attack Tianyang fiercely. After all, if he defeated Tianyang, he could apologize later. The two sides clashed fiercely once again. Tianyang exerted all his strength and unleashed a powerful move. Peng Hui didn't expect the Nangong family's martial arts to be so formidable. He felt his killing intent surge to its peak, clearly intending to use his strongest move for a quick decisive battle. Tian Duong's face was grim, his whole body tense. Peng Hui roared, his internal energy exploding outwards, and an illusory tiger appeared behind him. This was the Peng family's renowned ultimate technique, the Invisible Tiger. The Invisible Tiger, fast as lightning, charged straight towards Tian Duong. He hastily raised his sword to block the fatal blow. However, his opponent's attack was as powerful as a tiger descending a mountain, making it difficult for him to defend. Suddenly, Peng Hui vanished. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in midair, unleashing a powerful palm strike towards Tian Duong's head. Then, a loud bang echoed out. Those around them stopped to watch, but it was difficult to see what was happening. After the dust settled, Tianyang remained in a defensive stance, seemingly unharmed. Peng Hui, on the other hand, was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Using the Invisible Tiger had apparently drained his internal energy quickly. Tianyang, radiating murderous aura, sneered, "Is that all? Now it's my turn." In the blink of an eye, his sword energy flashed like lightning towards Peng Hui. Although Peng Hui blocked with his sword, he was still heavily impacted. Tianyang noticed this, and the killing intent in his eyes deepened. He suddenly exerted his strength, deflecting his opponent's attack. Then, his figure flashed, quickly appearing beside Peng Hui. Peng Hui cried out in agony as blood spurted from his chest. Seeing Peng Hui gravely injured, Tianyang showed no intention of helping him, instead continuing forward to eliminate the remaining members of the Peng family. Seeing Tianyang's murderous intent, the Peng family disciples were enraged and prepared to fight him to the death. The Nangong family disciples, already furious, couldn't bear it any longer. They drew their weapons one after another, ready to charge together. At this moment, Zhang Wu spoke up, "All of you, stand down. Let Tianyang handle this." Tianyang looked at those facing him and took a deep breath. Then, with a loud yell, he shot forward like a cannonball. Following his movements, the Peng family members were all injured. In just a moment, all the Peng family disciples were severely wounded. Immediately after, Tianyang prepared to finish off Peng Hui. Just as he was about to finish off Peng Hui, Zhang Wu, from behind, stopped him. "He's from the Peng family. Killing him here would be troublesome." A Tang family disciple explained, "This is a misunderstanding. Peng Hui is just a follower of the Peng family." Zhang Wu pointed at Peng Hui and angrily shouted, "He's only using the Peng family's name to infiltrate the Nangong family. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think we're easy targets." Tianyang nodded and drew his sword. Peng Hui let out a weak groan, his right arm was broken. "Today I cripple your arm. Next time, if you dare touch my Nangong family again, the consequences will be far more severe." Having done all this, Zhang Wu led everyone away, leaving only the Peng family disciples glaring after them resentfully. But upon returning to their residence, they received a harsh scolding from the Peng family head. "You idiots, causing trouble again. Just provoking a fight between the Nanguang and Peng disciples, what does that accomplish? You should have taken his head." Under the moonlight, miserable cries continuously echoed from the courtyard. The scene shifts to a room within the Wang family residence. Wang Yu and Bo Gumming are analyzing the current situation in the martial arts world. With a grave expression, Bak Ko-min said, "The Ngu Lam Min can now be said to be destroyed. I heard that the Shaolin Bodhisattva was severely injured by a mysterious expert." Taking a sip of wine, Wang Vu sighed, "The current situation in the martial arts world is worrying. I always feel like there's a big conspiracy going on." Bak Ko-min pondered for a moment. "Could it be that you've received some news? Is it the Ba Tian Kung provoking war again?" Wang Vu shook his head. "It's not Ba Tian Kung, but a force from the border." Hearing this, Bak Ko-min's expression changed. "The border? Could it be?" Meanwhile, at the Ba Tian Kung in the south, a group of mysterious people, their faces as black as ink, suddenly appeared in the night. Each of them possessed powerful martial arts and ruthless techniques. In just one night, 12 branches of the Eight Heavens Palace in the south were destroyed. No one knows where they came from or what their purpose is. All of this happened on the first night of the Great Clan Assembly. A grand conspiracy is silently unfolding. At this year's martial arts assembly, the competition between the 5 great clans is extremely fierce. The Pang clan disciples glared resentfully at the Nandong clan. Facing these unfriendly gazes, Gongsun and the others felt uncomfortable. They were determined to teach them a lesson in this competition. The Gong clan leader laughed heartily. The first match is just a warm-up. After that, everyone please maintain order, and we will begin the competition. The Gong clan leader unleashed a powerful strike forward. Not a hair's breadth off, it landed right where the crowd was watching the martial arts competition. A loud explosion rang out. The martial arts tournament was proceeding fiercely. Meanwhile, at the Eight Heavens Palace, Guan Xianming looked at the information in his hand, his expression worried. In just one night, 12 branches have been destroyed. What kind of force is this? The elders were all furious, their hearts filled with unease. Madame Banning, the master of the Half-Shadow Palace, said with a grave expression, "Early this morning, I sent people to investigate the situation. They discovered that the 12 branches and the corpses were almost all burned to ashes. But we found a dagger at the scene, engraved with the two words, Flying Immortal. An elder recognized it. Flying Immortal? It must be the Flying Immortal sect of the Wuling Alliance." Another elder angrily shouted, "These bastards, we must take revenge." Guan Xianming, with a calm expression, asked the woman beside him, "Strategist, what do you think?" Strategist by Gu Ming, with sharp eyes, slowly said, "The Flying Immortal sect would be fools to leave such an obvious mark. I believe a third party is intentionally manipulating this, using this opportunity to instigate a war between the Heavenly Palace and the Wuling Alliance." Hearing this, the elders' expressions all became serious. This explanation was clearly much more convincing than before. Guan Xianming pondered for a moment, pouring himself a cup of wine. A moment later, his eyes lit up, and he said seriously, "Thoroughly investigate this matter. We must not let those with malicious intentions take advantage of it." On the other side, the martial arts tournament had entered its fierce stage. Zhang Yan and Huang Fusong, each displaying their marvelous martial arts, began their duel. Huang Fusong laughed loudly, "I didn't expect you to be this late." Zhang Yan, holding his iron fan, replied with a smile, "Be careful, this is just a preview of the real fight later." Huang Fusong's eyes sharpened, "Then let's see who's stronger." His figure flickered, vanishing from the spot. The next second, he appeared in the air above Zhang Yan, unleashing the Huangfu family's inherited ultimate technique, Rumbling Thunder Fist. Zhang Yan reacted like lightning, immediately dodging the powerful attack. But the Rumbling Thunder Fist was known for its overwhelming power, not easily dodged. The next blow came crashing down. Zhang Yan retreated a few steps, widening the distance. Next, he swiftly dodged the fierce onslaught of the Benlei Fist. The iron fan in his hand danced like a soaring dragon, sweeping aside his opponent's punches. Huang Futong was struck by the iron fan before he could dodge. Immediately afterward, his whole body went numb, his strength drained, and he collapsed to the ground. He tried to get up, but found he had no strength left. After the fight, Zhang Yan sighed, "Brother Huang Futong, you are truly formidable." The Nandong family, witnessing this exquisite technique, were all stunned in amazement. Wang Yu, with a serious expression, calmly said, "I've heard rumors for a long time about the Zhang family creating a completely new martial art. The Zhang family is not only famous for their superior intellect but also their mastery of yin and yang, the 8 trigrams, the 5 elements, and various martial arts. Legend has it that 50 years ago, after the war with the 8 Heavens Palace ended, the head of the family at the time, Zhang Mingyi, reformed the family's martial arts. He gathered his disciples and collected various martial arts, analyzing each one. Finally, with the combined efforts of the entire family, they created a new mental cultivation method, the Xian Yuan Heart Method. Then, based on the Xian Yuan Heart Method, they created the Extreme Wind Sword Technique and the Star Chasing Sword Technique. It can be said that the current Zhang family is not only renowned for their intellect but also for possessing supreme martial arts. Wang Yu's attention was captivated by the match on the stage, finding it hard to look away. A Han family disciple stepped onto the platform, spear in hand, issuing a challenge. "Han family, let me see if you're worthy of your reputation as one of the 5 great families. Every inch of the spear adds an inch of strength. The Han family's spear techniques are renowned throughout the martial world." He lunged forward aggressively, a flash of cold steel appearing, followed by the spear dancing like a dragon. A powerful pressure descended, startling Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan dodged, but the spear still grazed his robes. His movements were swift, giving his opponent no chance to counterattack. The Han family disciple launched a series of attacks, and Zhang Yan continuously evaded using his movement technique, his speed so fast that it's dizzying. But even so, his robe was still pierced multiple times. The Zhang disciples were astonished. Senior brother clearly dodged. How did he still get injured? Seeing this, Wang Yu's appraisal of the Han family's spear technique grew even higher. It turned out that the Han family's spear technique wasn't just about direct attacks, but also incorporated speed, which multiplied its power. At this point, Zhang Yan was in a difficult position. Under the opponent's fierce attack, he had no chance to counterattack. Just as he was thinking about how to break this deadlock, the Han disciple's movement technique suddenly changed, and his momentum soared. Next, a loud yell, a fatal spear thrust lunged towards Zhang Yan. The spear thrust carried terrifying power, as fast as lightning, heading straight for his head. As this attack landed, the entire arena fell silent. Zhang Yan stood motionless in place. Because the spear tip was only a hair's breadth away from the top of his head. A moment later, a Han family disciple withdrew his spear and said softly, "You've lost." Zhang Yan's spirit was shaken, his face pale. "Thank you, Brother Han, for showing mercy. The Han family's spear technique is truly well-deserved." Seeing the victory, the Han family disciples cheered excitedly. Chen Li and Tian Yang were also astonished by this masterful spear technique. Nam Kung Du smiled, "It's our turn. Let's show them the true strength of the Nam Kung family. Tian Yang, it's your turn. Defeat your opponent with your fastest speed." Tian Yang stood up, patting his chest. "Leave it to me." He looked at his opponent and stepped onto the platform. Everyone around fell silent, watching as the Nam Kung family entered the competition. The Huangfu family had laughed loudly at Nam Kung Du. "This is the Nam Kung family's first match. I'm looking forward to it." Nam Kung Du's expression was confident. "Just wait and see. I won't disappoint you." Both sides prepared to fight. "I am Tian Yang of the Nam Kung family. Pleased to meet you." The Han disciple also introduced himself. Immediately after, Tian Yang's aura surged, constantly rising. He knew he had to finish this match quickly to bring glory to the Nangong family. The Han disciple, with a calm expression, gently raised his spear. "Let's begin." With a whooshing sound, Tian Yang's figure vanished in the blink of an eye. In the next second, a powerful attack headed straight for his opponent's head. The Han disciple reacted swiftly, raising his spear to block. His eyes sharp, he was on high alert. His opponent's speed and power were truly overwhelming. Tian Yang's subsequent attacks became even more relentless, forcing the Han disciple to retreat continuously. The Han disciple knew if this continued, he would surely lose. With a loud shout, his footwork suddenly changed, retreating and then advancing. He used the Han family's secret technique, the Blazing Sun Spear Art, to attack Tian Yang. Tian Yang quickly dodged. Finding an opening, the Han family disciple immediately attacked, countless spear shadows flashing towards Tian Yang like lightning. The Nangong family disciples, seeing the two fighting evenly, were all very excited. The Huangfu family disciples were also astonished by Tian Yang's martial arts, never expecting the Nangong family to hide such a powerful expert. The longer the fight went on, the more the Han family disciple admired Tian Yang's skill. Tian Yang's expression remained calm as he easily parried his opponent's attacks. His spear moved like a flying dragon, his body like lightning, launching continuous attacks that made it difficult for the Han family disciple to defend. Seeing this movement technique, Patriarch Huangfu and the others revealed excited expressions. "That's the Nanguang family's Cloud Moon movement technique. The Huangfu family hasn't seen such astonishing movement in many years." Ba Guming also wore a surprised expression. "Such marvelous movement, truly a great loss to the martial world." Nanguang Du and the other elders exchanged glances, pride evident in their eyes. The Nanguang family's martial arts truly live up to their reputation. The Han family disciple gasped, stopping his movements. He was utterly astonished. He was certain every thrust of his spear had hit his opponent. But why was Tian Yang still unharmed, his expression calm and composed? With that thought, he sighed and admitted defeat. "I lose. You are stronger than I imagined." Tian Yang sheathed his sword. "Thank you. The Han family's spear technique is truly as impressive as its reputation." Seeing the Nangong family's victory, the Huangfu patriarch said joyfully, "The Nangong family is truly formidable." Seeing this outcome, Chen Li thought to himself, what is he doing? He clearly could have won faster. Wang Wu smiled and said, "That was just Tian Yang's warm-up. The main event is next." His words were barely finished when a figure shot onto the stage like a meteor. This person was the Peng family's eldest disciple, Ping Tong. His face was filled with rage. The corners of Wang Wu's mouth curled up. Things are just getting started. The Jianghu will soon change its view of the Nangong family. Nam Kung family's Tian Yang versus Peng family's eldest disciple, Peng Tong. The battle for honor officially begins. Peng Tong harbors resentment towards Tian Yang for severing Peng Hui's arm. Without a word, he channels all his energy, launching an attack towards Tian Yang. He focuses his power, unleashing a fatal blow directly at Tian Yang. He vows to avenge Peng Hui today. Their powerful attacks collide, creating a loud explosion. Peng Tong's initial burst of power sends Tian Yang flying backwards. He still had to wait for Tian Yang to stabilize beside him. She stepped onto the platform again. Peng Shu's immense power surged forth angrily once more, and Tian Yang reacted swiftly, erecting a series of sword auras. But Peng Shu clearly wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. The gray sword auras flew continuously towards Tian Yang, forcing him into a difficult position, constantly dodging. Unwittingly, he had been pushed back to the edge of the platform. Peng Shu, with a sinister expression, sneered, "This time you have nowhere to run, die." The roar of the sword echoed, its dense sword aura like thunder and lightning, freely sweeping across. As the shimmering light of spiritual power struck, Tian Yang's eyes sharpened. "You celebrate too early." He suddenly leaped, landing precisely on Peng Shu's sword midair. Then, he exerted his power forcefully, propelling himself upwards. A graceful posture in midair, spanning 30,000 miles. Finally, he landed steadily. Such a brilliant performance immediately drew enthusiastic cheers from the audience. Meanwhile, Pang Shu wore a puzzled expression. What is he doing? Why won't he admit defeat? Seeing his calm demeanor, Zhang Wu laughed heartily. Tianyang hasn't even shown half his true strength yet. He must have his own reasons for doing this. Enraged, Pang Shu drew his sword. Feeling utterly humiliated, he dares use my sword as a support. Tianyang's expression was serious. He had indeed devised a cunning plan in his mind. He wanted to use this method to probe his opponent. Then, holding his sword horizontally, he gathered his chi. This won't defeat me. Fight with all your might. A powerful pressure made Hong Quan tremble involuntarily. He saw Tianyang's sword chi there, slashing down fiercely. But Tianyang merely made a slight gesture with his sword, and the image of a giant sword appeared in midair. A whooshing sound was heard, and in the next instant, his figure appeared before Pang Shu. Pang Shu could only raise his sword to defend. Before he could regain his balance, another sword attack came hurtling towards him. Moreover, Tianyang's swordsmanship was becoming increasingly refined. One flash of sword light, followed immediately by another. Under such a dense and rapid barrage of sword attacks, Pang Shu could only dodge. It was practically impossible to discern where his opponent's sword strikes were originating. Seeing Tianyang display such strength, Wu Wei was intrigued. He had been paying close attention to Tianyang ever since they met. And Tianyang's efforts had finally paid off. In just 3 short years, he had reached the Grandmaster realm. Thinking of this, Wu Wei's lips curled into a smile. Truly, the academy is a place where one can suppress others to create opportunities. At this moment, Tianyang was in the arena. His icy gaze, his lightning-fast movements, he wielded his swordsmanship to its absolute limit. Such formidable strength further pressured Pang Shu. His internal energy exploded, instantly enveloped by sword chi. Then, his body went limp, collapsing to the ground, unable to stand. Such a brilliant battle astonished the elders, who showered the Nangong family with congratulations. But the feud between Tianyang and the Pang family didn't end with Pang Shu's defeat. 2 more disciples from the Chu family stepped onto the stage to challenge Tianyang, turning the competition into a Chu family gauntlet. Although Tianyang had won 4 consecutive matches, he was exhausted and struggling to hold on. Just as he was about to step down and rest, another Pang disciple stepped onto the stage. This person was one of the Pang family's 5 elites, Pang Yao. Tianyang sighed inwardly. This really is endless. Without further ado, the two quickly faced each other. But after a few exchanges, Tianyang's speed slowed. He had reached his limit. Chenli and Tianin continuously argued about who would go up next. The next moment, Tianin stepped down. Who would replace him was a crucial matter. The commotion drew Wu Wei's attention. What's all this arguing? I've already negotiated with the elder. Zhang Wu, the next match is mine. I'll teach him a lesson he won't forget. Tianyang was forcefully pushed out of the ring, defeated. He gasped for breath, pondering his next move. While thinking, he glanced at Wu Wei and noticed him whispering to Zhang Wu. Tianyang nodded in understanding. So, Big Brother has arranged for Zhang Wu to go up. He looked warily towards Hong Yao Chang, signaling his comprehension. Zhang Wu stepped onto the platform, patted Tianyang's shoulder, and consoled him. You did well. Leave the rest to me. The next second, a devilish grin spread across his face. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament of the 5 Great Families, after a fierce competition. Finally, the Nangong and Pang families emerged victorious. But when Zhang Wu stepped onto the platform with a sinister expression, the situation instantly shifted to complete domination. With a single move, he defeated Pang Shu, one of the 5 aces of the Pang family. His speed was so fast that it left the entire audience in awe. They couldn't even see Zhang Wu's technique clearly. Seeing Zhang Wu's swordsmanship reach such a level, Wu Wei shook his head. In that case, the Pang family probably doesn't need to send anyone else up. At this moment, Pang Shu, his face expressionless, conceded defeat. He couldn't even discern the difference in strength between himself and his opponent. From then on, Zhang Wu was like a tiger among sheep on the platform. The Pang clan disciples sent up were all elites. But without exception, they were all defeated by Zhang Wu with a single move. Zhang Wu was like a demon, crushing the will and confidence of the Pang clan disciples. This caused them to scramble down the platform, none daring to step up again. Zhang Wu breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard to win against him. Although my internal energy is profound, after fighting so many matches in a row, my body can't take it anymore. At this time, a middle-aged man from the Pang clan stepped onto the platform, causing a commotion. This man was Pang Shu's father, the Pang clan elder, Pang Hai. This unrighteous act caused an uproar. A Pang clan elder challenging a youngster from the Nangong family? Isn't this bullying the young? Patriarch Wang, his face grave, spoke up. Isn't this inappropriate? The other patriarchs were also at a loss. At this moment, Bai Gumming, a renowned physician, broke the silence. Since everyone is gathered here, let him impart some combat experience to the young man. Seeing Pang Han step onto the platform, Zhang Wu, with a serious expression, executed a series of sword techniques. Each move consumed a great deal of internal energy. He thought that by doing so, he could dissuade the Pang family disciple from challenging him. Unexpectedly, the Pang family was shameless enough to send out an elder. Now, he could only fight with all his might. He slowly drew his sword and said calmly, "I'll let you make the first move." Zhang Wu stood solemnly, his expression extremely serious. "Please." In an instant, his aura surged to its peak, his swordsmanship reaching its limit. He knew he was no match for his opponent, and could only desperately unleash his strongest power to protect the Nangong family. With a resounding clang, Zhang Wu shot towards Peng Han like lightning. The powerful sword energy created a dense fog, obscuring everything from view. Zhang Wu's face paled at the sight before him. His strongest attack was easily blocked by his opponent. It hadn't even made him budge. Zhang Wu sighed in resignation, a sense of defeat welling up within him. The gap between him and his opponent was truly immense. He then sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, "I'm grateful he held back." Although Peng Han had easily won the match, none of the spectators cheered for him. But he didn't seem to care. He turned and looked towards the family heads. "Seniors, I wish to challenge the head of the Nangong family." His words immediately enraged the Nangong family. What is this bastard trying to do? The former head of the Fong family, Jian Chuan, only requested that the Missouri estate hand over Tai, the instigator of the trouble. He suddenly slammed his hand down and stood up, roaring at the head of the Fong family, "Fong Wu, what do you mean by this?" Dong Wu Jianzhuan immediately broke out in a cold sweat, stammering, "Senior, this," Huangfu Zhang Yanli continued, "is a shared responsibility. Him having his arm cut off by Nangong DC was his own fault, and his suicide was also his own doing. Your juniors, vying for superiority, have been challenging each other one after another, which is fine, but now even your established elders are getting involved. Even wanting to challenge the family head. Does your Fong family take this competition as a joke?" His powerful words made Fong Wu break out in a cold sweat, not daring to retort. The Zhuge family also spoke up, expressing that this was against the rules. Facing the pressure from several great families, Fong Wu stood up, cupped his hands, and said, "Huang apologizes to everyone. I will tell my younger brother to withdraw." But at this moment, Nangong Nu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "Everyone, there's no need to argue. I accept the challenge." Her words immediately astonished the family heads. For Nam Kung Nan Nu right now, fighting against Elder Feng Han offers no chance of victory. Dong Vu Qin Truyen said in astonishment, "Patriarch Nam Kung is truly decisive." Nam Kung Nan Nu stood up, removing his cloak, his aura imposing. The Nam Kung Patriarch has never avoided any challenge. Even knowing there's no chance of winning, I will fight to the end. But in his heart, Nam Kung Nan Nu understood clearly that if he didn't accept the challenge at this moment, he would surely become a laughingstock for the great families. He bowed towards Hongfu Truong and said, "Senior's concern for the Nam Kung family is deeply appreciated. However, as the patriarch, I cannot allow my family to be humiliated." Finishing his words, ignoring Hongfu Truong's attempts to stop him, he strode onto the platform. Huangfu Zhangjian could only glare at Feng Wu. "Regardless of the outcome of this duel, your Feng family will be held responsible." Feng Wu hastily said, "Senior, please calm down. My younger brother was just momentarily hot-headed." At this moment, Gu Mingwen spoke up, "All right, do you think this is a joke? For the declining Nangong family, this is an insult. As the head of the family, I know I'm no match, but I still have to accept. No matter what, your Feng family will be held responsible for provoking the Nangong family." Feng Wu lowered his head, wiping away cold sweat, and said in a low voice, "I wasn't thorough in my considerations. Over here, the duel." Under Huangfu's pressure, the hall fell silent again. Huangfu Gue whispered with his son, Huangfu Guodong. Huangfu Gue, with a serious expression, gently asked Huangfu Bo, "Have you made your decision?" "Yes, father. I ask for your blessing. Although they don't know of my existence, when I saw the Nangong family appear, I knew my time had come. That girl is my younger sister. Thinking of her bearing the burden of rebuilding the family alone, thinking of what she has to go through, my heart aches. Forgive me, father, I want to reclaim my identity as Nangong Xingshi and help my sister revive the Nangong clan." Huangfu Gue comforted his son, "You don't need to blame yourself. Remember, no matter what you want to do, I will support you unconditionally." On the arena, Nam Kung Nan Nu and Feng Han were locked in a fierce battle. The fight involving the Nam Kung family had captured everyone's attention. Feng Han was a highly respected elder of the Feng family. Yet, he disregarded his reputation and challenged a junior to a duel. Prior to this, his son had spoken arrogantly, leading to a Nam Kung disciple severing one of his hands. As the head of the family, Nam Kung Nan Nu bore a heavy responsibility. Knowing she was outmatched, she still accepted the challenge. The duel began under the eager anticipation of the crowd. After 3 years of arduous training, Nam Kung Nan Nu was no longer the same. Her attacks were decisive, each one aimed directly at Feng Han's weak points. Feng Han continuously retreated and defended, clearly trying to gauge her strength. Nam Kung Nan Nu displayed. His power surprised me. I didn't expect the head of the Nangong family to be this strong. If I don't give it my all, I fear I'll be the one who loses in the end. The Jianchuan elders all revealed looks of astonishment. To be able to fight on par with the Feng family elder is truly unbelievable. Wang Fu Wang roared, Nangong family. Very well. However, compared to the Feng family's grand elder, Nangong Inyu is still inferior in both movement techniques and combat experience. Winning this fight is nearly impossible, but this duel will likely help him improve. After a fierce exchange, Nangong Inyu began to show openings. He knew that prolonging the fight would only put him at a greater disadvantage. Understanding this, he took a deep breath. He had to finish the fight quickly. His aura suddenly exploded as he formed hand seals, creating several afterimages in front of him. He looked like a descending deity. This technique was one he created himself and was still incomplete. Although his movements were as graceful as a dance, his eyes were incredibly sharp. Thousands of illusory swords appeared before him. With a shout, Nan-Nu leaped into the air. A brilliant sword aura shot out, countless lotus flowers blooming in mid-air, dazzling like fireworks. The next second, Nan-Nu's voice rang out from behind Feng Han. Feng Han turned around, confused about what was happening. Anger flared in his heart. What is he doing? But a surge of spiritual sword energy rushed towards him, making his face change. The blooming lotuses suddenly accelerated, transforming into countless sword energies that shot straight at him. With such dense sword energy, he couldn't dodge in time and had to circulate his energy to defend. Zhang Wu and the other elders were astonished. What technique is this? We've never seen him use it before. The 5 elders, with serious expressions, slowly said, perhaps he hasn't perfected this technique yet. This technique's movements are as graceful as flowing water and drifting clouds, like the morning mist at dawn. And the sword energy is like 100 flowers blooming in spring, as powerful as a raging storm. I think it should be called water cloud flower rain. As soon as he finished speaking, the junior's eyes lit up. He truly is the eldest, even his naming is so imposing. Thick smoke filled the platform, obscuring what was happening inside. As the smoke cleared, Feng Han's figure emerged, looking slightly disheveled. Such a powerful attack only tore his clothes, leaving a few wounds on his body. He looked sternly at Nangong Yinru and said calmly, "It's a pity your technique seems incomplete." After speaking, his aura suddenly surged, his eyes cold. "It's time to end this, head of the Nangong clan." With a whoosh, Feng Han appeared before Inru like a bolt of lightning. Inru hurriedly used her sword to defend, striking out with several moves. But this time, his speed was incredibly fast, and his angles precise. Each sword carried terrifying power, making it difficult for him to defend. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by a single strike. Continuously blocking the attacks, Nan-Nu gradually weakened. If this continued, he feared complete defeat. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and channeled all his internal energy. With a loud roar, his aura suddenly doubled. This was the Namkung family's secret technique, the Emperor's Sword. Spiritual energy suddenly erupted, surging towards Feng Han. Seeing his opponent unleash his full power, Feng Han dared not be careless and hastily channeled his energy for defense. With a sudden bang, Yin-Nu accelerated, charging straight ahead. Their 2 attacks collided, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Both of them attacked with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. The initially one-sided fight had become balanced, the sounds of clashing energy echoing continuously across the platform. Feng Han panted heavily, growing more apprehensive with each strike. He hadn't expected the declining Nangong family to be so formidable. Yin-Nu's face was pale, clearly nearing his limit. He gritted his teeth, gripping his long sword tightly, his hand trembling. Now, he could only muster all his strength for one final attack. Then, soaring into the air, he channeled all his internal strength into his sword. Into this sword strike, he poured all his hopes, shouldering the responsibility of reviving the Nankung family. With a loud explosion, the entire dueling platform shook violently, as if struck by lightning. A surging wave of energy radiated outwards, nearly blasting the spectators off the platform. When the dust settled, the figures of the two became clear. Although Feng Han looked a bit disheveled, he still stood firm. As for Nankung Yin-Nu, his face was pale, his breathing weak. In the next moment, he lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Disappointment filled his eyes as he softly said, "I've lost." Feng Han breathed a sigh of relief. "You were very strong," he said. Finally, Yin-Ru could no longer hold on and fainted. Bu Wei Jianzhuan immediately inquired about Elder Yin-Ru's condition. Circulating his spiritual energy, the elder said, "Don't worry, he just fainted from exhaustion." Hearing this, Bu Wei was relieved. Fighting spirit flared in his eyes once more. He walked up behind Zhang Wu and said, "Lend me your sword for a moment." Zhang Wu handed him the Feng Han sword, smiling. The Feng Han sword's power is not to be trifled with. Be careful. Bu Wei leaped onto the platform, bellowing, "Our Nangong family is not to be trifled with." Bu Wei's appearance instantly caused a stir among the Huangfu family and their disciples. This time, there'll be a good show. Bu Wei stepped onto the platform, facing Feng Han, and said, "Feng Han, if you can withstand one blow from me, I will concede defeat. Zhuge Tong Tian, invincible under heaven." The emanating aura nearly overwhelmed the Feng family elder. Just now, Bu Wei calmly stepped onto the platform. He said to Feng Han in a cold voice, "Feng Han, if you can withstand one blow from me, I will concede defeat." His words immediately enraged the Feng family disciples. What is this bastard saying? On the platform, Feng Han gritted his teeth in fury, his whole body trembling. A dignified Feng family elder, being treated with such contempt by a junior. Burning with rage, he roared, "Arrogant brat, you'll pay for your words today." But the next moment, the scene before him filled him with terror. He saw Bu Wei's aura suddenly explode, surging forward like a tsunami. A terrifying pressure enveloped Feng Han, a chilling coldness like sharp blades surrounding him. The overbearing pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. How can this be? Bu Wei stood tall, his aura soaring again. Ready? Begin. Just as he finished speaking, Feng Han began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes turned bloodshot from the terrifying pressure. The next second, he couldn't withstand it any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, his body went limp, and he collapsed unconscious on the spot. The Feng family disciples were all terrified. Who is this monster? The elders were also astonished by Bu Wei's power. Bu Wei had reached this realm at such a young age. Zhang Wu was even more awestruck. Boss, what was that move? It was so overbearing. Just then, Nan Nu's tired voice came from behind. Nan Nu struggled to stand up. This is the true emperor's sword. Bat Bai blankly sheathed his sword, muttering, "What happened? I haven't even started yet." Then, he looked towards the family heads who were watching the battle. His eyes sharp, he suddenly shouted, "I challenge the head of the Feng family." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was astonished. Before the elders could recover, Feng No slammed his hand on the table and stood up in anger. "You insolent brat! Fine, I accept your challenge." With those words, he flew in front of Bat Bai. To reach this realm at such a young age, truly remarkable. Bat Bai bowed his head hastily and humbly said, "Senior, you flatter me. I still have much to learn and hope for your guidance." Feng No laughed heartily, his aura suddenly exploding. "I will guide you." Bat Bai circulated his internal energy, resisting the other's aura. As expected of the Feng family head, his strength was not to be underestimated. Thinking this, Bat Bai suddenly whistled. The iron hammer, the Bat family's heirloom treasure that had been circling in the air, plummeted downwards. Bat Bai extended his hand and firmly caught the iron hammer. Gripping the iron hammer, which radiated a dazzling light, Bu Wei stood tall, his aura imposing, his expression confident. Seeing him only take a defensive stance and not attack, Feng Wu said disdainfully, "What are you doing?" Bu Wei calmly replied, "Compared to a sword, I'm more used to this." Feng Wu didn't say anything more. He gripped the long sword in his hand and shouted softly, "The outcome will be the same regardless." His aura suddenly exploded, and a powerful wave of energy radiated outwards. "Begin." Bu Wei's expression turned serious. Without using his weapon, he channeled his energy and replied, "Likewise." "Senior, be careful." With a resounding boom, Bu Wei's aura surged forward like a tsunami, rushing directly towards Feng Wu. Feng No's face changed, he was nearly blown away. Sensing Bu Wei's terrifying aura, he was astonished. His opponent was only defending, not attacking, yet he was so dangerous. He hastily circulated his energy, using his sword to defend. Their internal forces collided, creating a continuous rumble like thunder. After a moment, Bu Wei shouted softly. He released his hand, and a domineering burst of energy suddenly shot out. Its speed was so fast that Feng No couldn't dodge in time and could only lean to the side. Having barely avoided it, his expression drastically changed. Could this be the one Qi transforms to 3 purities? He had heard legends of that man. Du Long Gong, the world's greatest palm technique, any title associated with him filled him with awe. Now, one Qi transforms to 3 purities appeared before him. Could this young man be related to that man? Lost in thought, Feng Wu leaped back, dodging Bu Wei's invisible sword Qi. Gu Mingwen watched the battle, his eyes sharp. That's not ordinary invisible sword Qi, that's Qi Dao sword. As expected, the invisible sword Qi in the air suddenly turned, attacking like a venomous snake. Feng Wu hurriedly blocked with his sword, but the invisible sword Qi was like a shadow, returning every time it was repelled. Huang Fu Zhang's expression changed, he muttered, "Qi Dao sword combined with one Qi transforms to 3 purities, could he be a descendant of the Bu Wei family?" Gu Mingwen laughed loudly. Besides his descendant, who else could enter this place? What other family could possess this kind of kung fu? Huang Yu's eyes also lit up. Indeed, the Bu Wei family truly doesn't disappoint. At this moment, Feng Wu was struggling under Bu Wei's attacks. The angles of the invisible sword Qi were bizarre, making it difficult for him to defend. Panting heavily, he said to Bu Wei, "Your swordsmanship is the most bizarre I've ever seen." Bu Wei lowered his head and said respectfully, "You flatter me, senior." His aura surged as he continued his attack, but I think this match should end now. Seeing Bu Wei's aura grow much stronger than before, Feng Wu's eyes turned serious. Bu Wei channeled his energy, pointing his finger forward. Feng Wu's internal energy was instantly condensed into a stream of invisible lightning. Just how powerful is the one Qi transforms to 3 purities? The emanating pressure left Feng Wu completely immobilized. Bu Wei channeled his energy, pointing a finger at his opponent. Feng Wu's internal energy was sealed within a ring of invisible lightning. An invincible aura, like a tsunami, spread out in all directions. The terrifying pressure made everyone tremble. Even Huangfu Zhang and Gu Mingwen, 2 of the top 10 experts, were filled with dread. They had only witnessed such terrifying pressure from Bu Wei in his youth. Yet now, Bu Wei, barely in his 20s, had already reached this realm. At this thought, Gu Mingwen's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "We must find a way to stop him. Otherwise, the Feng family head will surely die." Huangfu Wang furrowed his brow in worry. "I'm afraid this move will destroy the entire arena, but I fear no one here can stop him." At this moment, Feng Wu was at the center of the vortex, his whole body trembling. He exerted all his strength, trying to resist this terrifying pressure. But very quickly, he realized it was all futile. Under Bu Wei's pressure, he simply couldn't resist. Bu Wei, like a demon god, looked down at Feng Wu, his eyes sharp, his invisible sword chi aimed directly at his opponent. "This match ends here." Just as Bu Wei was about to unleash his attack, Gu Mingwen hastily transmitted his voice, "You brat, have you considered the consequences of doing this? If you continue like this, you will only deepen the hatred between the Feng family and the Nangong family. If you just want to save the Nangong family, I think this is enough." Bu Wei looked towards Gu Mingwen and also transmitted his voice, "Old Master Gu. My apologies for not visiting you sooner, but this battle concerns the honor of the Nangong family, I must handle it myself." He smiled confidently. "Boy, stop." Gu Mingwen shouted in alarm. Bu Wei acted as if he didn't hear, suddenly releasing his grip. The domineering invisible sword chi surged like a tsunami, crashing directly towards Feng Wu. With a loud boom, the platform suddenly exploded. Feng Wu's scream instantly swallowed by the shockwave. The earth-shattering explosion echoed everywhere. The elders were all terrified. When the dust settled, Bu Wei stood unharmed, holding the broken iron hammer in 2 pieces. I used too much force." Nangong Inyu collapsed on the spot, her face pale, her heart pounding with fear. She couldn't speak for a long time, feeling she had just brushed with death. Wu Wei, with an apologetic expression, pointed to his damaged bow and said to Peng Yu, "Patriarch Pang, my bow is broken. It seems I'll have to find another opportunity to seek your guidance." Peng Yu's expression softened, and his voice gentled, "It's all right." Seeing that Peng Yu had relented, Wu Wei cupped his hands in farewell. "Thank you, Senior Liang. We'll take our leave now." Without another word, he turned and walked off the platform. Peng Yu was left watching his retreating figure, at a loss for words. Wu Wei's formidable strength had astonished everyone. Most felt that the rise of the Nangong clan was unstoppable. That evening, at the Huang estate, a grand banquet was held in honor of Wu Wei. Huang Wu and Gui Guming continuously reproached Wu Wei for being in the Central Plains for 3 years without visiting them first. Wu Wei repeatedly clasped his hands, explaining that he had important matters to attend to and begged their forgiveness. "I will punish myself with 3 cups." After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone began to chat, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Peng Wu and Nangong Yinru were also sitting at the same table, chatting happily. The grudges between their 2 families were also resolved during the conversation. But just as everyone was enjoying themselves, a disciple of the Zhuge family rushed in, panicked. Seeing this, the head of the Jia Cat clan asked, "What happened?" But the disciple's face was pale, his breathing ragged. He couldn't speak for a long time. Just then, another beggar clan disciple rushed in, panicked, "Elder, it's bad." Huang Wu, sensing something serious, said, slowly, "Don't rush. Elder, the 5-spirit underworld and the Overlord Heaven Palace are gathering their forces, preparing to attack the Central Plains." After speaking, he hurriedly stepped forward and handed the scroll in his hand to Huang Wu. After reading it, Huang Wu exclaimed, "This is a war declaration from the Overlord Heaven Palace to the forces of the Central Plains." The Jia Cat clan disciple hurriedly said to his clan leader, "Based on the Overlord Heaven Palace's attack route, our Jia Cat clan will be the first target." Clan leader: "We must return immediately." Seeing this, Wu Wei felt a surge of anger. The Heavenly Palace? Surely Guan Haoming wouldn't do this. This unexpected news made everyone's expressions grave as they began to discuss how to deal with the impending situation. Guo Guming stated sternly, "Now that the Martial Spirit Alliance has disbanded, our 6 great families should join forces to resist the external threat." The other family heads agreed. Although the 6 great families had left the Martial Spirit Alliance, cooperating with them to fight against the Heavenly Palace wasn't impossible. However, both Wu Wei and Yin Ru wore worried expressions. The Peng family's strength was inferior to the other families, and they didn't know whether this upcoming battle would be a blessing or a curse. 50 years ago, the Peng family suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Nangong family. This time, it seems the Nangong family has finally recovered. But just as Wu Wei led all of his elites to attend the 5 great families' assembly, the Peng family's headquarters suffered an extermination. A group of mysterious assassins in black stormed the Peng family estate under the cover of night. They showed no mercy, killing everyone in sight. The Peng disciples left behind were completely defenseless. Steward Gua, his face filled with rage, roared, "Who are you? Why are you doing this?" The cold-blooded assassin replied, "We are simply following orders. Our objective is to erase the Pine family from existence." Enraged, Steward Gua shouted, "You beasts! You'll die a horrible death. My master won't spare you." He'd barely finished speaking when the assassin tightened his grip around Gua's throat. "Blame your affiliation with the Pine family." With that, the assassin snapped Steward Gua's neck. That night, hundreds of Peng family disciples were slaughtered, and the entire Peng estate was burned to the ground. Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, Wu Wei and the others were still unaware of the tragedy. Nangong Yinru had gathered everyone to discuss how to deal with the Ba Tiangong's attack on the Central Plains. Just then, a young man arrived to see them. It was Huangfu, the younger brother Nangong Yinru had met previously. To be precise, he is Nam Kung back. His purpose in coming here is to acknowledge his ancestry and help the Nam Kung family. But as soon as Nam Kung Nan Nu saw him, she coldly said, "Our Nam Kung family doesn't welcome you." It turns out that Nam Kung Nan Nu's parents had a political marriage to maintain a close relationship between the Nam Kung family and the Hongfu family. But the relationship between her parents wasn't good. When Nam Kung Nan Nu was 5 years old, her mother couldn't bear the unhappy marriage and returned to the Hongfu family. Surprisingly, she was pregnant at the time. During that period, she met her soulmate Hongfu Kui. Hongfu Kui didn't mind that she was pregnant and took good care of her. She gave birth to Hongfu Bak. Therefore, Hongfu Bak grew up in the Hongfu family from a young age. In the evening, Nam Kung Nan Nu strolled through the garden with a heavy heart. Ngu Bai, seeing her troubled by Hongfu Bak's situation, stepped forward to comfort her. "Even if you want to deny it, you can't change the fact that he carries the blood of the Nangong family, can you? Moreover, he's your younger brother." Hearing this, Nangong Yinyu said agitatedly, "I don't have a brother like that. Since that woman left, I've never hoped for her return. To this day, she hasn't even looked back at me once. A woman like that, abandoning her husband and child, I will never forgive her." Hearing this, Wu Wei calmly said, "I shouldn't interfere in matters between you and your mother." But Huangfu Bo, during such a difficult time for the Nangong family, came to help. Meaning he had to give up the place he lived for 20 years, give up his current life to help you, his only relative. Isn't that enough? Hearing this, Nam Kung Nan Nu lowered her head in silence. Seeing this, Ngu Bai said nothing more and turned to leave. "I've said what needs to be said. Before you decide whether to accept him or not, I'll let him stay here." Early on the fourth morning, Ngu Bai was having tea with Peng Shan and Liang Er when Gua was suddenly rushed in, panicked. "It's terrible. The Peng family headquarters was annihilated last night. None of the defenders survived." Upon hearing the news of the Peng family's misfortune, Nam Kung Nan Nu's face turned pale. The entire Peng family was killed? Is Grandpa Gua dead too? Huang Wu looked at the secret message in his hand, gritting his teeth. Although it's hard to accept, it's true. At this moment, Ngu Bai rushed over, pushed the door open, and anxiously asked, "Grandpa Huang, is this news reliable?" Huang Wu handed over the secret message and said in a deep voice, "See for yourself." This news came from the beggar's sect elder. Wu Wei, trembling and gritting his teeth as he looked at the secret message, didn't doubt the beggar's sect's information. Huang Yu's face darkened. He slowly said, "I didn't expect the Tyrant Heaven Palace to act so quickly." Upon hearing the terrible news, Nangong Yinru fainted. As the head of the family, she blamed herself. If she hadn't insisted on participating in the Five Great Families Assembly, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Wu Wei, his gaze sharp, comforted her, "You don't need to blame yourself. They clearly planned all of this in advance." The other families were also furious. The Tang family head roared in anger, "The demonic sect is the demonic sect. The Tyrant Heaven Palace is truly a pack of despicable scoundrels." Just as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly kicked open. Everyone was startled and looked towards the door. They saw the great elder burst in angrily, yelling, "No one is allowed to slander the Heavenly Tyrant Palace. The Heavenly Tyrant Palace is upright and would never do something as despicable as a sneak attack." Seeing the great elder's fury, Wu Wei was secretly shocked. Huang Yu quietly asked Gua Gumming beside him, "This person looks familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before." At this moment, the Tang family head stood up and angrily shouted, "You are from the Nangong family, why are you defending the Heavenly Tyrant Palace? If the Heavenly Tyrant Palace is so upright, why would they do such a thing?" The great elder ignored him and looked towards Wu Wei, asking, "Young man, do you also think that the Heavenly Tyrant Palace is behind all of this?" Wu Wei's eyes sharpened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I don't think so, but with the current situation." Before he could finish, the great elder interrupted, "Have you forgotten who you met before coming here?" "I know, this is confusing for me as well." The grand elder's tone softened slightly as he continued, "He understands the relationship between you and the Nangong family better than anyone. Unless he's gone mad, he wouldn't do something like this." Upon hearing this, Wu Wei's voice became heavy, "But the Nangong family was attacked, that's a fact, isn't it? If he doesn't give me an explanation, I won't hesitate to fight him." Hearing this, the Grand Elder's expression became extremely serious, his mind constantly pondering the questionable points of this matter. The beggar's sex message claims the Nangong family is at least half a month's journey from the imperial palace, yet the incident happened last night and the news arrived this morning. Clearly, someone arranged this beforehand. Thinking of this, he calmly said to Huang Yu, "Show me the beggar's sect's secret message. If there's false information in it, I'll make the beggar's sect wash away this humiliation with their blood." Hearing this, Hong Bu's expression was one of surprise. The Tang clan leader grew even angrier, roaring, "You are truly arrogant. Are you planning to annihilate the beggar's sect? While I respect you as a senior, this is not a place where you can act recklessly." Hearing this, the great elder suddenly let out a cold laugh. A murderous aura radiated from him, as if about to explode. "Repeat what you just said." The Tang clan leader refused to back down, his aura surging. "Am I wrong? As an elder of the Nam Kung family, you're defending the Ba Tian palace. Shouldn't you offer an explanation?" Great Elder Wen Yan's killing intent surged in his eyes like a liquid. "Considering you're a member of the Tang clan, I'll spare you." The intense killing intent crashed down, causing the Tang clan leader's heart to tremble. Under the terrifying pressure, he couldn't move. Just who is this old man, he thought. "This is your only chance to survive." The Great Elder's icy voice rang out again, piercing the Tang clan leader's pride. "Great Elder, that year, the Eight Heavens Palace, clearly, soared." The icy aura emanating from him shocked Patriarch Tang, immobilizing him. Under the terrifying pressure, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he continuously retreated. Seeing this, Patriarch Pang immediately stepped forward. "Senior, do you intend to attack the 5 great families? You are so wholeheartedly protecting the Eight Heavens Palace, what is your relationship with them?" Great Elder Wen Yan's expression was cold, and he replied indifferently, "What if I do?" Tang Jianzhang's face darkened. "If you are involved, I'm afraid you won't be leaving easily today." The other patriarchs also had grim expressions. "Indeed, we cannot let this go easily today." Seeing the situation escalating, Wu Wei hurriedly intervened. "Everyone, please calm down. Although he has connections with the Eight Heavens Palace, he is currently the Grand Elder of the Southern Palace Clan." Pointing at the Grand Elder, the Tang clan head furiously declared, "Even if he has connections with the Eight Heavens Palace, the 5 great clans will eliminate him." A cold smile played on Grand Elder Wen Yan's lips. Immediately after, a surging murderous aura erupted, and a violent internal force enveloped the surroundings like a tide. "I've never crossed paths with your ancestor, Tang Tianhao, but he was a respectable expert. I never expected his descendants to be so foolish." A terrifying pressure descended, startling Gu Ming. The sword chi condensation realm again. Just who is this person? Wan Yu is also unsettled. "I'm certain I've seen him somewhere before." Desperately resisting, the Duong family head roared, "Who are you? With this power, there's no need to hide anymore." The Grand Elder's eyes were cold, his voice icy. "My name is Phi the Jia." Hearing this, everyone was startled, their expressions drastically changing. Phi the Jia, once an elder of the Eight Heavens Palace, a position of the highest honor. Huang Vu seemed to remember something, shouting, "That's right. He's the Tao King." Though his appearance has changed, I'll never forget those eyes. Wang Fu Zhang, with a serious expression, commanded the family head, "Be careful, do not underestimate him. A legendary figure like him won't give up easily." But the Grand Elder flew into a rage, his killing intent surging. "Didn't you want to fight me? Come at me, all of you." Seeing this, Wu Wei suddenly stood up and shouted, "Grand Elder, stop. The Wu Wei clan's destruction is a fact." Grand Elder Wen Yan froze, his killing intent instantly receding. Nangong Wu Wei's expression was cold. "Regardless of the reason, the Nangong clan has been destroyed, but I don't want you to take action here." Grand Elder Wen Yan regained his composure, slightly apologetic. "I apologize, I acted rashly. Wu Wei, Nangong Wu Wei is one of my few friends. I don't want to see my friend's family destroyed, which is why I'm willing to help you." The Grand Elder turned towards the door with a grim expression. "I will return to the Nangong clan to investigate. Until I understand the truth, do not act rashly. If this was truly the work of the Eight Heavens Palace, then they will be held accountable for everything they've done." Wu Wei stopped the Great Elder. "Let me go. Go to the Eight Heavens Palace and see if Guan Xianming knows about this. I have the responsibility to arrange the funeral for my clan members. Besides, I will thoroughly investigate how they died." Wu Wei's eyes were bloodshot, and a fierce killing intent surged out like a liquid. His icy words echoed, startling everyone present. "This blood debt, I will repay 100-fold, 1,000-fold." Such intense killing intent even frightened the Great Elder. If the truth were revealed, he feared no one could withstand his gaze. Next, Wu Wei handed his sword to the Great Elder. "Great Elder, this sword no longer has any meaning by my side. Please return it to the Eight Heavens Palace." Great Elder Wen Yan's expression remained unchanged, but he had already made his judgment. Wu Wei and Guan Xianming had an agreement to ensure the safety of the Nangong clan. But now, the Nangong clan has been silently annihilated, and Wu Wei is blaming the Eight Heavens Palace. By returning the sword to the Grand Elder, Wu Wei clearly intends to sever ties with the Eight Heavens Palace. The Grand Elder nodded and headed for the door. I will convey your message. Wu Wei declined everyone's invitation to stay and left the Huang estate. Immediately after he and the Grand Elder left, the remaining 5 great clans each dispatched 50 elites to aid the Nangong clan. The annihilation of the Nangong clan shocked the entire martial arts world. The life-or-death battle between the Martial Arts Alliance and the Eight Heavens Palace was imminent. The 6 great clans, aiming to weaken the Eight Heavens Palace, concentrated their forces on the Taiha division in the northwest of the Martial Arts Alliance. Meanwhile, under the Eight Heavens Palace, a sect called the Dragon Springs sect launched a surprise attack on the Martial Arts Alliance's strongholds. After a fierce battle, the two sides reached a stalemate. At the same time, within the Eight Heavens Palace headquarters, Guan Xianming held a meeting with the elders to discuss the current situation. The brilliant strategist, Hua Song, said, although the Martial Arts Alliance no longer poses a threat to us, the 6 great clans joining forces is the only option they have to oppose us in the Central Plains martial world. Guan Xianming, with a sharp gaze, took a sip of tea and softly said, for over 50 years, although there has been friction between the two sides, it has only been minor. Why are their actions so aggressive this time? At this moment, the Shadow Palace Master's face suddenly changed drastically as he knelt down. It's bad, Your Highness. The Southern Palace clan's headquarters was annihilated 2 days ago. Their entire army has been wiped out. Hearing this, Quan Hian-min's mind buzzed, his face darkening. What happened? Who did this? I apologize, Your Highness. I haven't investigated it clearly yet. Quan Hian-min's eyes suddenly turned icy, his killing intent surging. I clearly ordered all forces to stay away from the Nangong clan. I even issued the highest level order. Now you're telling me the Nangong clan was annihilated overnight? You're the Shadow Palace Master, how could this happen? Seeing Quan Hian-min's fury, Wu Di hurriedly stepped forward to him. Your Highness, please calm down. This isn't his fault. Quan Hian-min gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his rage. Shadow Palace Master, I'll give you 3 days. Find the culprit behind the Nangong clan's destruction and bring them to me. Otherwise, bring me your own head. I promised Wu Di I would ensure the Nangong clan's safety, yet this happened. At this moment, the strategist seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, Your Highness, this might not have been done by our people. Recalling the previous destruction of the 12 southern strongholds, I'm certain there's a third party behind this, aiming to incite war between the Martial Forest Alliance and the Eight Heavens Palace. Hearing this, Wan Xianming's face darkened, anger brewing within him. After a moment of thought, he looked towards the Shadow Palace Master. Go to the Southern Palace clan immediately and investigate the truth. If there truly is a third party, you must find their traces. If it's some faction of the Eight Heavens Palace acting without orders, I don't think they need to exist anymore. Your order is my command. The Shadow Palace Master immediately bowed. Your Highness, this subordinate will not fail you. The scene changes to a mysterious person standing beside a pool of water in a large room. This man is the Elder of the Heavenly Snow Alliance, a superpower that dominated the Central Plains hundreds of years ago. His name is Chen Tai-han. With a sinister smile, he asked his subordinates, Tell me, what is the current situation in the Central Plains? His subordinate bowed his head and said, reporting to Elder, previously, Dao King Fei Shijia of the Eight Heavens Palace appeared at the Nangong family. Chen Tai-han's expression changed upon hearing this. Wasn't he dead 50 years ago? Why has he appeared in the Central Plains? This news came from the Alliance leader. This subordinate knows nothing else. In addition, the descendant of the demonic Star Palace Master has also appeared at the Nangong family. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Tai-han's face changed. You're saying, the descendant of the previous generation's martial arts league leader? How is this possible? Chen Tai-han was somewhat agitated. His subordinate quickly explained, I heard that Wu Wei and the Nangong family are relatives. He is currently helping the Nangong family revive. After hearing this, Chen Tai-han's face darkened. If this is truly the case, I'm afraid the following matters will be somewhat troublesome. Meanwhile, the 5 patriarchs left the Huang estate and quickly headed towards the Nangong clan. He felt that this matter wasn't as simple as it appeared on the surface. There must be a force behind the 8 heavenly palaces manipulating things. He had to quickly investigate and find the culprit behind it all. After washing up, he went to a river and rinsed his face. After relaxing, Wu Wei felt hungry. To quickly reach the Nangong clan, he hadn't eaten for several days. Thinking of this, he raised his head to the sky. Xiao Taidan, you silly fool, your big brother is starving to death. Hurry up and catch some roasted chickens for me. Hearing this, Taidan cried out and was about to fly into the sky, but unexpectedly, an arrow was drawn on the ground, aimed at it. In the next second, the arrow left the bow like lightning, shooting towards it. It was an arrow with a red metal tip. Facing the hunter's sudden attack, it dodged with a spinning kick. The hunter was astonished. This move stunned the 2 hunters. What kind of bird is this? It can even kick. In disbelief, one of them raised his bow and fired 2 more arrows. The arrow struck Tai Dan with a loud clang, and Tai Dan, spreading its legs, let them pass harmlessly between its wide backside. The hunters were even more shocked, a natural-born monster. How many birds are there this year, and there's one that can let arrows pass through its rear? Wu Wei told the other two, don't touch my pet. Their faces hardened as they coldly said, this is a natural disaster. Do you have any proof it was you? Wu Wei crossed his arms and sighed in exasperation. You should watch your back. As soon as he finished speaking, iron bullets rained down like diving eagles, hurtling mercilessly towards him. Bok Sun Voan dodged the bullets repeatedly, muttering, damn, there are too many. The other person, a member of the Construction Alliance, drew their sword to help, but the distance was too close. Wu Wei sighed again, resignedly. All right, stop it, he called out to the incoming projectiles. But at that moment, from the shadows emerged sharp flashes of light, like lightning, streaked towards Wu Wei. Wu Wei, a member of the Architects Union, threw the iron pellet, activating its self-destruct mechanism at the critical moment, splitting it in two. His eyes flashed, and a flame of anger ignited within him. This is the Crimson of Sim. A woman emerged from the shadows, her martial arts skills clearly exceptional. This woman was dressed in extravagant clothing, wearing a moonflower headdress, a cold smile playing on her beautiful face. She went directly to the group, scolding them, I told you to go out and fight, not to make fools of yourselves. She turned to Wu Wei, speaking with interest, it seems you're also skilled with a bow. My name is Ma Yunqi. What's yours? Faced with the abrupt self-introduction, Wu Wei's expression changed. He curtly replied, I don't care. Ma Yunqi threw the communication device to the ground and shouted, I told you my name. Why are you so impolite? Countless black lines filled Wu Wei's mind. Who casually reveals their name to an unknown opponent, he thought. He then reluctantly stated his personality. Ma Yunqi frowned, lost in thought. This name sounds so familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before, but Wu Wei was in no mood to linger. We're just strangers passing by. I have things to do. I'll be going now. However, Ma Yunqi enthusiastically stopped him. Where are you going? What are you going to do? Ma Yunqi, with a mischievous expression, continued, if you're free, how about we chat a bit? Faced with her relentless pursuit, Wu Wei said with an exasperated look, are all girls this forward nowadays? He quickly retreated a few steps and practically shouted, it's none of your business. I don't have time to waste words with you, I have to go. He said, walking forward on his own. A wicked smile curved Ma Yunqi's lips. She then drew a bloodstained sword from its scabbard, warily glancing around. A flash of crimson light, like lightning, shot ruthlessly towards Wu Wei's back. Sensing the murderous aura behind him, Wu Wei immediately raised his hand and caught the blade. You crazy woman! What are you doing? Then, he angrily pressed his sword against the other's throat. Do you want to die? Ma Yunqi still smiled brightly, looking at him. Friend, there's no need to be afraid. Let me introduce myself again. I am the leader of the Blood Work Organization, Ma Yunqi. Wu Wei angrily threw his bow and arrows to the ground and said furiously, I'll say it again, I don't care what your name is. Ma Yunqi turned around and walked towards her horse. From behind, she called out loudly, you must remember my name. Wu Wei watched Ma Yunqi's retreating figure, a trace of doubt rising in his heart. What is this woman trying to do? Watching Wu Wei's departing back, Ma Yunqi sneered, we will meet again soon, descendant of the Blood Work inheritor. But when Wu Wei arrived at the gates of the Nangong family headquarters, the scene before him made him fly into a rage. The corpses of the Nangong disciples hung from the main gate, making him unable to contain his rage. You bastards! The Nangong clan has suffered a brutal massacre. The tragically slain bodies were hung high on the main gate. This brutal scene caused Wu Wei's killing intent to explode. His face filled with rage, he roared, you. His heart was filled with fury and hatred, making him unable to contain his rage. Two streams of tears flowed uncontrollably down his face. You bastards, bastards, bastards. A loud explosion was heard, and the nearby corpses were violently blown apart. A moment later, Wu Di composed himself, placing the body on the ground. With each body he laid down, his heart grew heavier. His face was cold, and he swore to himself, I will find the culprit behind this and take tenfold, 100-fold revenge. But at this moment, not far away, in the shadows, a group of people in black were observing his every move. They were members of the AM and CAC, dispatched to secure the crime scene. Seeing Wu Di disturbing the scene, their captain immediately ordered, quickly, stop him. Before the master arrives, secure the scene. At this moment, Wu Di was solemnly arranging the bodies. The AM and CAC members approached, their voices low, you are from the Namkung clan, are you not? Before the truth is revealed, we must preserve the scene. Please cooperate with us. Wu Di grabbed the sword beside him, coldly saying, cooperate with you? A disciple of the Nangong clan has been hanging here for 7 days and nights with no one cleaning up the mess. Do you expect me to continue this charade? In Wu Di's hand, the sword shot out like a meteor. Except for the captain who dodged, the others from the dark hidden squad didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying. A member of the Architectural Alliance exclaimed, "This power. I'm afraid only an elder-level expert could possess it. A youth with such power, inconceivable." The throne squad members lay scattered on the ground, heavily injured. Wu Di walked forward, his face cold. "Tell me, who are you?" One of them, with unwavering eyes, said coldly, "Give up. We won't tell you." As soon as the words left his mouth, a loud thud echoed. Without hesitation, Wu Wei kicked him flying. He then grabbed the remaining man and coldly asked, "I'll ask you one more time, who sent you?" The response was a painful groan. "You don't need to ask anymore. If you want to kill me, then kill me." Wu Wei coldly stated, "You must be from the Eight Heavens Palace." Suddenly, his eyes flashed. Looking towards the deep darkness, he sensed an approaching presence, lurking in the shadows. Wu Wei suddenly shot out like a sharp arrow, charging towards the darkness. He roared furiously into the darkness, "Stop hiding, get out here." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure swiftly flew out. Kung Min, the master of the Shadow-Hidden Pavilion, said with a grave expression, "I didn't expect you to discover me so quickly. I am the master of the Shadow-Hidden Pavilion. It's an honor to meet you." Vo Vai clearly didn't want to waste words with him and got straight to the point. "I just want to ask you, does this have anything to do with Quan Hien Min?" Kung Min said seriously, "I can assure you, the princess knows nothing about this. The princess has issued the highest prohibition order, forbidding the forces under the Eight Heavens Palace from touching the Namkung family." Wu Wei, with a cold gaze, said icily, "You mean, there's someone else behind this?" Gong Ming ordered his subordinates to begin examining the bodies, searching for clues. "The princess sent me to investigate this matter. It could be forces trying to instigate a war between the Wu Ling sect and the Eight Heavens Palace." He then nodded, asking his subordinates about the investigation's progress. A subordinate knelt and replied, "Besides an old man who was strangled, the others were killed by swords. Judging by the state of decomposition, they'd been dead for 7 or 8 days. Based on the wounds, there were 7 assailants, one of whom is left-handed." Wu Wei couldn't help but admire the intelligence-gathering capabilities of the Hidden Shadow Pavilion. "Anything else? What else can you tell me?" Gong Ming looked coldly at Wu Wei and continued his analysis. "The victims weren't strong enough to force the assailants to use powerful techniques, so it's unclear what school of martial arts they belong to. However, judging by the footprints left at the scene, we can deduce that the assailants entered from the south gate, exited through the main gate, and then headed northeast." Wu Wei's anxious eyes asked, "Can you track their base?" Gong Ming's subordinate laughed loudly, defiant, "It's not impossible, but why should I help you? We've already been severely injured." Before he could finish, Wu Wei's fist slammed into his stomach. The powerful blow sent him flying. Seeing Wu Wei's sudden outburst, Gong Ming felt uneasy. Wu Wei walked up to him and said coldly, "You'd better watch your words. You old Namgung steward, I will chop off your head." The Namgung family was annihilated overnight. With a heavy heart, Wu Wei buried the bodies. New graves dotted the courtyard, a somber atmosphere pervading the air. After a long while, Wu Wei stood up, vowing to find the true culprit and avenge his family. Although this matter was related to Guan Xianming, there must be some force within the Eight Heavens Palace using this opportunity to stir up trouble. He was determined to find the mastermind behind it all. Meanwhile, deep within the southern mountain range, Elder Chen Taihang of the Heavenly Snow Alliance looked at the corpses scattered on the ground, his face grim. More than 120 of his elite subordinates outside were dead. The Blade King's strength was terrifying. Elder Lu said with a serious expression, "It seems our plan has been exposed. If he isn't injured and is at his peak, based on our strength, I'm afraid we have no hope of winning." Chen Taihang let out a hoarse laugh, "Having killed so many, his condition must be weakened. This is a good opportunity for us to deal with him." Deep within the shadows, the Blade King leaned against a tree, gasping for breath. Ambushed by over 100 elites, he had slain them all, but not without sustaining serious injuries. He muttered to himself, "I'm getting old. If Gu Yongfeng finds out, he'll definitely mock me." He immediately circulated his internal energy to stabilize his wounds. He needed to recover quickly to deal with whatever came next. But at that moment, the forces of the Heavenly Snow Alliance silently appeared behind him. Chen Taihang, observing the Blade King, said with a grave expression, "This old fox is not to be underestimated." The captain, seeing this, coldly ordered his subordinates, "Attack. Kill him." Chen Taihang, however, stopped them. "Back off. I'll handle this myself." Sensing their approach, the Blade King slowly opened his eyes. "You've been looking for me for a long time." Chen Taihang's eyes were sharp. "Senior, were you expecting us? But today, you won't escape." The Blade King slowly drew his soul wind sword, speaking indifferently, "So many of you ambushing me, it's almost laughable." Chen Taihang didn't underestimate him. "Dealing with you, senior, is a serious matter, crucial to both the Eight Heavens Palace and the Nangong family. Your continued existence is detrimental to our plans." The Blade King's expression turned serious. "But what happened to the Nangong family was also your doing. Chen Taihang, let's settle the score between us first, senior, then we can talk. The Blade King tightened his grip on the Soul Wind sword. Do you really think you're a match for me? I'm injured, but I believe my chances of survival are high. With a flick of Blade King's finger, the soul-binding sword shot out, whistling through the air. It seems you're very confident. Then show me your full strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Taihan shouted and charged forward like lightning, his sword flashing. The two clashed, the sounds of their impact echoing violently. The fierce battle nearly sent Tran Taihan flying. Blade King's eyes narrowed. He said coldly, the Heavenly Snow Alliance's strength is nothing more than this. The soul-binding sword suddenly unleashed its power, a domineering sword aura surging forward. A powerful force directly repelled the opponent. Not to be outdone, Tran Taihan steadied himself, gathered his strength, and launched another fierce attack. Their attacks were incredibly fast, countless sword shadows crisscrossing around them. They exchanged over 100 blows in the blink of an eye. After the intense exchange, the two paused momentarily. Panting heavily, Tran Taihan couldn't believe it. He hadn't expected the Blade King to be so strong, even while injured. The Blade King's eyes were sharp as he said coldly, if this is the extent of your power, then surrender. You cannot defeat me. Tran Taihan sighed, I underestimated your strength, senior. The Blade King snorted, are you giving up? Unexpectedly, Tran Taihan roared, impossible. I never thought I'd have to resort to this here. He gritted his teeth, groaning as a thick black aura surged across his face. Immediately after, the black aura enveloped his entire body, making him appear even more ferocious. His personality shifted, radiating a murderous aura. This is just the beginning. The play is about to start. He had once shaken the martial world for decades, a truly remarkable figure. But now, ambushed, he found himself in a life-or-death situation. Finally, to preserve what little dignity he had left, he jumped into the abyss, hundreds of meters deep. Just now, Tran Taihan had channeled his demonic cultivation technique, his power multiplying several times over. A thick demonic aura shrouded him, making him resemble a malevolent spirit. With a low growl, he swung his sword, unleashing a furious black sword aura. A malevolent aura spread out. Seeing this, Blade King's expression immediately became grave. The situation was urgent, he couldn't afford to be careless. He channeled his internal energy, causing his soul wind sword to vibrate. Surging internal energy erupted, forming a protective barrier in front of him. In the next instant, it collided with the malevolent sword aura, producing an earth-shattering explosion. Blade King staggered back a few steps, pushing his opponent away. But before he could react, Tran Taihan had already gathered his strength and charged forward again. The power of the evil technique rapidly spread, threatening to engulf him. The two sides continued to clash fiercely, then crossed paths. Blade King watched his opponent's retreating figure, his face grim. The power in that last blow was strong enough to slightly injure him. He looked at the wound, further solidifying his thoughts. The source of this conflict was the Heavenly Snow Alliance. Chen Taihang used the demonic absorption technique, a secret skill strictly guarded by the Heavenly Snow Alliance. 600 years ago, a powerful force suddenly emerged, throwing the entire martial world into chaos. They appeared from the central plains, including the 8 heavenly palaces, the enormous secret power in the North Sea, and the unparalleled heaven, the hidden shadow organization, the Blood Demon, and the Sky Snow Alliance, led by the Iron Blood Knight and Zero Blood. Speaking of this, the Blade King sighed, coldly saying, after hundreds of years, the Sky Snow Alliance's ambition remains unchanged. Chen Taihan, the user of the demonic soul body demonic chi, laughed loudly, we have endured for hundreds of years, but it's finally time to avenge this grudge. It's a pity that you, senior, will die here today. The Blade King slowly sheathed his soul wind sword, coldly saying, killing me won't be that easy. The soul wind sword's energy erupted as he channeled his inner strength to its peak. Today, even if it costs me my life, I will have my revenge. Only a loud explosion was heard as a violent wave of energy swept across, shattering the ground. Inner strength formed a visible wave in the Blade King's hands. Seeing Blade King use his full strength, Tran Taihan laughed excitedly. To have fought Blade King, one of the top 50 experts, is enough for this lifetime. Blade King gripped his sword, his eyes sharp as blades. He knew that in his current state, he couldn't continue fighting. He had to risk it all and quickly eliminate his opponent. With an enraged roar, the two clashed like lightning, this being their final life or death struggle. The loser would die. As the two fought, the ferocious power created a massive explosion. The terrifying explosion engulfed the entire area, shaking the ground. The blast's impact almost completely destroyed the surrounding area. As the dust settled, the figures of the two appeared amidst the battlefield. The others hid to the side, observing the battlefield. At this moment, Tran Taihan couldn't bear it any longer and knelt down. Fresh blood continuously spurted from his mouth, clearly indicating severe internal injuries from the battle. His subordinates rushed to his side, helping him stabilize his wounds. They looked towards the Blade King in astonishment. The Blade King appeared to still have strength, but his condition wasn't what it seemed. A moment later, he looked down at the wound on his stomach, muttering to himself, I told you. The demonic energy is difficult to eradicate. Although he had tried his best to suppress the spread of the demonic energy within his body, he was still gravely injured. His meridians severely damaged. Regret filled Blade King's eyes. Such a pity. If only I could have held on a little longer. Suddenly, he turned towards the cliff behind him. In his current state, he couldn't fight Chen Taihang any longer. Letting the Soul Wind Sword in himself fall into the hands of the Heavenly Snow Alliance was better than preserving his last shred of dignity. Chen Taihang watched Blade King in astonishment. A moment later, he opened his mouth and shouted, "What are you doing?" Blade King turned his head, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Your ambitions will not succeed. Justice will prevail." Without hesitation, he jumped into the abyss. Everyone watched his figure disappear, their hearts filled with shock. Immediately afterward, the Alliance ordered the army to search the abyss for his body. But despite searching everywhere, they couldn't find any trace of him. Elder Lu sighed, "That old geezer is dead." These words enraged Chen Taihan. Blade King was indeed a master, but he wasn't at his best. "I didn't even have the right to duel him. We should show respect to someone of his caliber." Elder Lu lowered his head. "My subordinate was wrong. This matter is settled, we should return immediately." The Zhuhou aristocratic family, renowned for their exceptional intellect, ranks among the great families. After the Great War with the Eight Heavens Palace 50 years ago, gathering geniuses, the Shu clan meticulously studied the top martial arts sects, and from that, created a completely new and superior style of combat. The combination of intellect and martial arts caused the Zhu clan's strength to explode. Currently, the war between the Central Plains martial arts world and the Eight Heavens Palace has erupted. Again, the Shu clan shoulders the responsibility of the vanguard, decisively battling the Eight Heavens Palace. Years of arduous training are now showing great effect. As the Shu clan disciples fight bravely, cutting through the Eight Heavens Palace soldiers like bamboo. At this moment, at the Bright Martial World headquarters, the intelligence team leader, Xinjian, rushes into the meeting room. He reports to the leaders, the Eight Heavens Palace's main force is advancing north. Leading this army is Blood Banner. He has already annihilated 4 clan forces. Hearing the name Blood Banner, everyone's faces darken. This is an army originating from the Thousand Snow Alliance hundreds of years ago. Although there are only 300 of them, each member's strength is formidable, far surpassing the capabilities of ordinary clans. Due to the gravity of the situation, Bukvin, along with Grandmaster Dai Vong and True Master Lin Thin, immediately ordered reinforcements to be deployed. On the other side, 8,000 troops. The alliance of the 6 great families in the Ngul Linmin boasts a formidable reputation. Especially their vanguard, led by True Catlin, has repeatedly defeated the Bat Tien Kung army. A general, his face grim, analyzed, "The Duong family's poison is truly difficult to defend against. If they use wide-range toxins in battle, I fear our army will completely collapse." Elder No Koyi beside him scoffed, "They call themselves righteous. I don't believe they would dare use such despicable tactics." Nguyen Hoa Van Yen sighed, "In a life-or-death situation, righteousness and methods are all the same. Furthermore," he added, "the True family's mastery of battle formations is also a major advantage for our overall offensive. Currently, to stop the Minvo Lam forces, the strongest escort team has departed for the battlefield. The vice-sect master of the 10,000 Poison sect has also joined the attacking forces. We shouldn't waste time and effort on the Zhu clan. Eliminating the Minvo Lam forces is the best strategy." Meanwhile, on the Noya Duong battlefield, Zhu Gatlin and the Tang clan elder, Tangren, are fiercely battling amidst the chaos. Unexpectedly, behind Tangren, the frightened cries of disciples rang out. Sensing something amiss, Tangren quickly dashed forward to investigate. A disciple pointed ahead, his voice trembling, "Elder." Tangren looked in the direction the disciple pointed, discovering a black aura swirling like the wind, approaching rapidly. Duongnen shouted, "Poison! Everyone, be careful!" Before he finished speaking, a familiar dark figure appeared. A figure rushed from afar and slammed into a tree trunk. Duongnan saw the person's face clearly. His expression suddenly changed, filled with disbelief. Hangnan rushed over and cried out, "Hong Thursday! My son, what's wrong?" His son, Hong Thursday, had been poisoned, his life fading. Hangnan's eyes widened, unable to believe what he was seeing. Rage burned within him as he ripped his clothes. "You bastards! Get out of here!" As soon as he finished speaking, countless dark figures descended from the sky, launching a brutal attack. Tangren roared with laughter, his inner strength exploding. "Die!" A loud explosion echoed, his power erupting. In an instant, Tangren sent the men in black flying. After slaying more than 10 men, Tangren looked towards his opponents. They were the elite of the 10,000 Poison sect. His voice was cold. "Come. I will let you avenge my son." A green monster, radiating a murderous aura, stepped forward. Duongnan frowned, "This is the 6th Venom Sorcerer, an assassin of the 10,000 Venom sect." He then mustered all his internal energy. "Kill me." Duongnan's figure flashed like lightning, charging towards his opponent. The sixth venom sorcerer nimbly dodged, attacking Duong Nan's weak point, but Duong Nan managed to block the fatal blow with his hand. Duong Nan smiled coldly, "I've used all my strength. Even if you don't die, you'll be gravely injured." But at this moment, Duong Nan felt numbness in his palm. A dense black energy spread into his palm and down his arm. His heart pounding erratically, Duong Nan gritted his teeth in disbelief. When did he poison me? But there's no other way now. I have to kill him before the poison takes hold. His figure flashed like lightning. Tang Ren's sword attacks came relentlessly, trying to suppress the poison. Unexpectedly, the sixth venom master's defense was incredibly strong. He simply stood there, unfazed by Tang Ren's attacks. Then, seizing an opening in Tang Ren's attack, he unleashed a cannonball-like punch, sending Tang Ren flying into the bushes. Blood uncontrollably flowed from Tang Ren's mouth. Because of his forceful circulation of qi, the poison spread rapidly, reaching his heart. Before he could react, the sixth venom master's voice became a blur as he approached. With a roar, sharp claws viciously plunged into Tang Ren. The claws retracted, leaving the Tang family elder motionless. But at this moment, Tang Ren's eyes suddenly caught sight of a sharp spiritual force tearing through space from behind. Zhu Guling quickly rushed forward. He unleashed a giant rooster attack, blasting the sixth venom sorcerer dozens of feet away. He bent down to examine Tang Ren's body, his face grim. "Are you from the 10,000 Venom sect?" Deputy sect leader Hang Ren yelled. "Who are you?" Zhu Guling stood up, killing intent surging like the sea. "I am Zhu Guling, and today is the day your sect will be annihilated."